001 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 001. Hong Kong Island. Edinburgh High School. In the classroom of Class 8 of Form 5, Grade 12, Teacher He-min is standing on the podium. She glanced across the class with a hint of anticipation and anxiety. She spoke slowly, her clear and pleasant voice echoing in the classroom. "Classmates, is there no student in our class who has any talent? Are there any students willing to show off their talents at the new semester party? Several days have passed, but still no classmate has come to register with me. You should know that the gala will be held in 3 days. The school requires each class to prepare at least one performance. As far as I know, all other classes have signed up for at least one talent show. And our class, how come there's not even one person who signed up yet?" There was a hint of helplessness and disappointment in her words, and her eyes moved back and forth among her classmates. The students lowered their heads, looking to the left or to the right. No one is willing to be the first to raise their hand. The entire classroom seemed to be shrouded in an invisible pressure, and the air was filled with awkwardness and silence. He-min is the new head teacher of this class. She looked at the silence of her classmates, and at this moment she found it a little hard to accept. Looking at the boys and girls in front of me, they all lowered their heads and no one was willing to raise their hands to sign up. Then she sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness and ridicule in her tone. "Oh, I'm really impressed by you. I have also been teaching in this school for 2 years, and you are the worst class of students I have ever taught. No one even participated in a small talent show. Do you want me, a teacher, to perform?" As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out in the classroom. A few bold male classmates started to make a noise. "Yes, teacher, you should go and join us. You are the most beautiful teacher in our school and the most beautiful goddess we have ever seen. If you perform, you will definitely get first place. Yes, yes, teacher, you go. You represent our class." Other students also echoed it, and the whole classroom became lively in an instant. When Teacher He-min heard what the boys in the class said, her face instantly darkened. She slapped the table hard and said loudly, "Classmates, that's enough. Don't go too far. This party is specially prepared for students. How can a teacher go up there to perform? I ask again, does anyone want to participate in the performance?" However, the whole class remained silent and no one raised their hand in response. The students began to whisper, and some shook their heads helplessly. "Teacher, we really don't have any talents. We can only eat, listen, and watch." Some male classmates were even more funny and made half-joking suggestions. "Why don't we send the girls from our class to go up and dance? That would be almost the same." As soon as this was said, the girls in the class were not happy and they all retorted, "No way! We can't dance, and our singing isn't good either. If you want to dance, you boys should go up and do it yourself." The classroom suddenly became chaotic, with laughter, shouting, and objections rising one after another. A handsome boy sitting in the last row of the class was watching everything in front of him quietly. He saw the chaotic class, and also saw Teacher He-min, who was unparalleled in temperament and grace, at the podium. He noticed that Teacher He-min had been worried about this matter for 2 or 3 days. She looked so unhappy, it was really heartbreaking. So, in the surprised eyes of everyone and under the delighted gaze of Teacher He-min, the handsome boy resolutely raised his right hand and shouted, "Teacher, let me do it." At this moment, the boys and girls in the class were instantly excited after seeing this. The girls were surprised at first. "Oh my god, Ye-fan, you actually raised your hand to participate in the talent show. Ye-fan, besides being handsome, what talents do you have? It doesn't matter if you don't have any talent. Ye-fan is so handsome, just go up and show off your coolness." The boys laughed at him, but Ye-fan ignored them. Teacher He-min asked Ye-fan directly, "Ye-fan, are you sure you want to represent our class and perform at the gala? Yefan nodded firmly, yes, teacher he. But then, Yefan changed the subject, however, there are conditions for me to participate in the performance. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students in the class started to make a fuss again. But under the majesty of teacher Hemin, no one dared to speak anymore, and they all looked at Yefan. Teacher Hemin was also very curious. Oh? Tell me, what is the request? Do you need some musical instruments, costumes, or props? I can help you find them. I don't need any of these. Yefan shook his head. Teacher Hemin was even more confused. Then what do you need? Yefan smiled and glanced at every student in the class. There are 62 students in this class, which is a large class. He looked at teacher Hemin, his smile showing some confidence. If I participate in a talent show and win a place and get a certificate, then, all the students in the class must call me big brother and respect me as their big brother. Originally, the deadline I requested was within this semester. Everyone in the class has to call me big brother when they see me this semester, it's that simple. As soon as these words were spoken, the class exploded. All the students in the class, including teacher Hemin. When they heard Yefan's outrageous and strange request, they were stunned for a moment. Then the whole class burst into laughter and talked a lot. The boys teased Yefan directly. Oh my god, Yefan, you actually want to be the big brother? Do you think you are the boss of the club? Yet, you're so handsome, you should be a star, not the boss of a club. Yefan, this is a school, not a club outside. The girls also started to tease. Yefan, you are handsome and you have a beautiful dream. You want to be the big brother. Yefan, you are the big brother, so do we have to be the big sister? Yefan, you are so handsome, I can call you brother in private. The former class monitor was also very unhappy when he heard these words. Just because you put on a show, you think you're the boss? You don't even take me, the squad leader, seriously. Teacher Hemin's expression also turned a little ugly at this time. See what Yefan is asking for? This is absolute nonsense. Big brother? It seems this kid is also influenced by the outside world. She understood that there were many gangs in Hong Kong Island and many young people became gangsters. Some children even think it is cool to join a club, and many students in school have joined various clubs and gangs. Yefan was definitely affected by this. P.S. Please give 5-star rating and good comments, thank you. Post views, 113. 002 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 002. So, after teacher Hemin asked all the students to be quiet, she looked at Yefan seriously and said, Student Yefan, what kind of unreasonable request is this? If you want to participate in a performance, then participate in the performance well. Why do you still want your classmates to call you big brother? Tell me, are you also in a club? I'm telling you, don't do this. Don't join gangs. There's no future in being a gangster. You must study hard and strive to become a useful person to society in the future. After Yefan said those words just now, he had already anticipated that it would arouse suspicion and discussion among the people. But he still shook his head firmly, with an unquestionable light flashing in his eyes. Teacher you don't have to say anything. This is my requirement. All the classmates in this semester must respect me as their big brother. But don't worry, I won't let you do anything. It is enough for you to just verbally acknowledge me as your big brother during this semester. And I can guarantee that if I represent the class to attend this party, my talent show will definitely win an award and bring honor to our class. It's that simple, think about it yourself. Teacher and all the classmates, do you want to make a bet with me and play it for once? If you don't want to bet with me, then forget it. I won't attend the gala either. Anyway, the class's glory isn't just my responsibility. As soon as Yefan finished speaking, the classroom exploded again. The whole class started discussing it. The students in this class are really strange. None of them is good at acting. I can't sing, dance, or perform skits, so no one participated in the school gala performance. But we are all middle school students in the prime of our lives. Who doesn't have a strong sense of honor? So the boys and girls gathered together and had a heated discussion. Some boys agreed with Yefan's proposal. I think it's okay. It's okay to call me Big Brother. It feels pretty cool. I don't quite believe Yefan. He seems to be good looking but doesn't know anything else. His academic performance is so poor. Yes, but I'm curious, what kind of show is Yefan going to perform? Some girls gathered together and chattered. Wow, Yefan looks so handsome and cool just now. Yeah, actually, it's not bad for Yefan to be the big brother. I'm his little sister, and I'm very excited just thinking about it. Oh, are you in heat? Teacher Heemin stood on the podium, looked at the crowd's reactions, and shook her head helplessly. She understood that each class had to come up with a program. But in the class she taught this year, no one was willing to perform and no one had any talents. But now, classmate Yefan actually took the initiative to ask to participate in the performance and even guaranteed to win an award. It was this strange request that made her feel a little embarrassed. But thinking that it was a mandatory requirement of the school, she, as the class teacher, had a responsibility. Finally, she thought about it, then patted the podium hard, signaling the students to be quiet. She glanced at the whole class and said firmly, "Okay, classmates, since no one has signed up for the talent show. Now only Yefan is willing to sign up, and he is also guaranteed to get a ranking. But he had a strange request. I am a person who attaches great importance to freedom and democracy. Now, everyone, please raise your hands to vote on whether you agree with Yefan's request. If more than 60% of people agree, it is considered agreed. If it doesn't exceed 60%, it will be invalid and our class will refuse to participate in the performance this time. If that happened, all the students in our class, including me, would become the laughingstock of the entire school. The teachers and students at school would say that our class was a place without any talent and was just a bunch of bumpkins." Teacher Heemin then said a few words, which was a mockery of everyone. All the students in the class, both boys and girls. After hearing what Teacher Heemin said, everyone couldn't help but worry. After all, they are all teenagers with a strong sense of honor, and no one wants to become a laughingstock. So they started discussing again, and the atmosphere became increasingly heated. Soon, 1/3 of the boys and girls raised their hands, expressing their willingness to support Yefan's request. Seeing some people raising their hands, more people began to waver and joined the ranks of raising their hands. Driven by this atmosphere, all the students in the class raised their hands to express their agreement. They may all have a hint of luck and gambler mentality in their hearts. Then let's have some fun. Take a gamble, maybe we can actually win a prize, why not call me Big Brother? When Yefan saw that some classmates raised their hands, he felt secretly proud in his heart. Haha, his plan finally succeeded. In fact, Yefan is not from this world. He comes from another blue planet world, the year 2025. But the Hong Kong island here is not an ordinary Hong Kong island. Rather, it is a Hong Kong island that is a fusion of the many Hong Kong film worlds he has seen in his previous life. As a time traveler, Yefan also has a system. The name of his system is Awesome Invincible Big Brother System. It is obvious that this system is designed to make him the big brother, join the gang, and establish himself as the leader. However, Yefan is just an ordinary student with very ordinary family conditions. He lives in the most famous public housing estate on Hong Kong Island, also known as public rental housing. He has no money, nothing else, and apart from being a little handsome, he is not physically strong. In this case, how could he dare to join the club directly? And the invincible Big Brother system he possesses is indeed invincible. The core mechanism of the system is that the more followers he has, the more times he will gain in learning. When he has 10 to 99 followers, his learning effect will be 10 times better. Having 100 to 999 followers means 100 times the learning effect. If there are 1000 to 9999 minions, the effect will be 1000 times, and so on. There are no complicated intermediate values such as 10 times or 50 times. The host is learning knowledge, kung fu, driving and other skills. Everyone can obtain corresponding multiple returns and accelerate growth under the system. In addition, as the eldest brother, he naturally has his own woman, the sisters-in-law of his younger brothers. Every time he accepts a woman, the system will give him an additional 100 times the learning effect. But there is a premise here. That is, the sister-in-law must be a completely voluntary, pure and flawless extraordinary woman with a score of 90 or above. With each girlfriend like this, his learning effect will increase 100 times, with no upper limit. In addition, the invincible Big Brother system also gave him a system space to store things, which was extremely practical. There is another sentence in the system introduction, function expansion, to be developed. His personal attribute panel is now as follows. Host, Yefan H, 17 strength, 90 caddies, normal person 100 kilograms. Physical fitness, 65, normal person 60. Agility, 62, normal, 60. Spirit, 68, normal 60. Rating, ordinary man, skill, none other, none subordinates, 0. Girlfriend, 0. Learning effect multiplier, 0. Function expansion, to be developed. Post views, 83,003 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 003. Yefan has been invincible since he got the system 10 days ago. I have been worrying about how to find my younger brother and how to find the woman with a score above 90. He knew that if he wanted to quickly gain followers, joining a society seemed to be a shortcut. But in Hong Kong Island, which is a fusion of the world of Hong Kong films, gangs are everywhere and competition is fierce. Large gangs such as Dong Xing, Hong Xing, and Lian Heshan each have tens of thousands of members and are extremely powerful. There are also countless medium-sized and small gangs. Some have thousands of people, some have hundreds, and some even have dozens, large and small, spread all over Hong Kong Island. However, Yefan is now penniless, weak, and has no kung fu skills. Apart from being a little handsome, he has almost nothing. Do I have to stand on the street and shout, "Come and recognize me as the big brother, and you come and be my little brothers?" This is obviously unrealistic and no one will pay attention to him. As a low-level gangster, if you want to succeed, you either have to be able to fight or just muddle through step by step. But Yefan couldn't fight, and he didn't want to be hacked to death for no reason one day. In addition, the invincible Big Brother system he possesses means that he can only be a big brother and cannot join other gangs. This means that he has to start from scratch, create a new gang and create his own brand. Yefan pondered for several days and finally came up with a brilliant idea: buy a little brother. After all, as a poor student, he was short of money, so how could he afford to buy a little brother? But the start of the new semester gave him inspiration. Because at the beginning of every new semester, the school always holds a cultural performance gala. However, his new class just happened to lack performing talents. So, he made the seemingly outrageous request that he could perform, but she had to recognize him as her big brother. Finally, Yefan saw that almost all the classmates raised their hands in agreement, and he was very happy. And when I saw that all the classmates and teacher He-min raised their hands in agreement, the squad leader stood up and said to Yefan, "Yefan, since you have represented our class in the talent show, then I want to ask you, you just said so confidently that you would definitely win the award. Can we know where your confidence comes from?" You can neither sing nor dance, what on earth are you going to perform? Are you kidding us? The squad leader's words had just fallen. Other students also cast curious glances, and even teacher He-min showed a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Ye-fan smiled confidently, nodded and said, "Since everyone is so curious, I will show you first. However, after I finish my performance, if you are truly conquered by me, you must call me Big Brother today, how about that?" When the students heard this, they all agreed and shouted loudly, "Agree! Agree! Agree!" Their curiosity was completely aroused, and they all wanted to know what kind of talents Ye-fan had. He actually dared to say so confidently that he could conquer them on the spot. Teacher He-min also looked curious. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Ye-fan slowly walked up to the podium and came to teacher He-min's side. He caught a glimpse of He-min wearing a professional suit, with a well-proportioned figure and a faint body fragrance, and couldn't help feeling intoxicated. Through the system, he learned that He-min scored 95 points and was a pure woman, suitable to be the eldest sister-in-law. Among the movie actresses in his previous life, she was the dream lover of many boys, naturally including him, Ye-fan. Now that he has the invincible Big Brother system, He-min has naturally become one of his targets. Ye-fan smiled gently at He-min, his eyes full of affection. He-min was so shy that she avoided his gaze when being looked at affectionately by such a handsome boy like Ye-fan. But then, she realized that she was teacher Ye-fan. Then a hint of severity flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she glared at Ye-fan, warning him not to be too presumptuous. However, Ye-fan just smiled at her gently and turned to face the whole class. He picked up an eraser in his right hand, showed it to his classmates, and then said loudly, "Classmates, did you see that? I have an eraser in my right hand. Also, you can see that my hands are clean, my sleeves are rolled up, and there are no other props. You can also check this eraser. See if they are real, the kind we use every day." Having said that, Ye-fan paused. Then he continued mysteriously, "And today, I'm going to perform a magic show for you, a magical magic show." When the students and teacher He-min heard that Ye-fan was going to perform magic, there was an uproar and everyone looked curious. Some boys and girls who have a special liking for magic even screamed, "Wow, Ye-fan, you can actually do magic." "Yes, I love magic the most, but can you really do it? Are you kidding me? That is, what magic tricks can an eraser perform?" Some students asked everyone to be quiet, wanting to see what Ye-fan was capable of. "Stop talking and just watch, he looks so confident, maybe he really knows a trick or two." Seeing the excitement of his classmates, Ye-fan felt secretly proud in his heart. It seemed that many people were interested in magic. So he raised his hand more confidently and gestured for everyone to be quiet. His behavior at this moment was completely unlike that of an ordinary middle school student. He was full of confidence and composure. Teacher He-min was also observing Ye-fan silently from the side. She found Ye-fan to be very brave and not nervous at all. You know, an ordinary student may not even be able to speak clearly when standing on the podium facing so many classmates. But Ye-fan seemed so calm and composed, which made her look at him with admiration. The students in the audience also began to talk. Some girls were even fascinated by Ye-fan's handsomeness and confidence. "Wow, I suddenly feel that Ye-fan is even more handsome today. Yeah, Ye-fan is so cool, look how confident he is. Oh, I'm going to dream about him again tonight." After everyone quieted down, Ye-fan continued, "Everyone, look carefully. I'm holding the eraser with my right hand to cover it. At the same time, my left hand didn't have an eraser, so I held it. Next, I blew a breath of magic into both of my hands. Then the eraser in my right hand will be transferred to the palm of my left hand out of thin air under the effect of magic. Look, my two hands will never touch each other. They are half a meter apart. Watch carefully." After hearing Ye Fan's explanation of the magic rules, everyone was shocked beyond words. They all shook their heads in disbelief. How is that possible? Just a breath, and its magical power? You're just kidding. Yet, you're not prepared at all. When people perform magic, they use all kinds of lights and angles to create visual errors. You're not professional. Oh my god! Ye Fan actually said this kind of magic, it's obviously difficult to perform. Post views, 83,004 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 004. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After hearing this, Teacher He-min also shook her head slightly and said, Ye Fan, stop joking. Both of your hands are clean, and you don't have any other props, so your magic trick will definitely not succeed. Ye Fan was mentally prepared to face everyone's suspicion. He smiled slightly, showing a confident expression, and then said loudly and coolly, Don't doubt it, I just told you, let's take a gamble. If I succeed, you will worship me and call me Big Brother right there and then. It's that simple, how about it? Then, Ye Fan turned his gaze to Teacher He-min and said provocatively, Teacher He, do you dare to bet with me? Teacher He-min was stunned and asked, I bet with you? Why should I bet with you? Ye Fan nodded as a matter of course. Because you don't believe me either. Don't think you can doubt me just because you are a teacher. Do you dare to bet with me? If I succeed, you have to agree to one of my requests. Teacher, you won't be afraid, right? Ye Fan used the method of provoking the students again and said to them, Classmates, you see, you don't believe me, even Teacher He-min doesn't believe me. If you are willing to bet with me, you can call me Big Brother if you lose, but Teacher He-min doesn't dare to bet with me. What do you think? Should we also let Teacher He-min and I have a bet? Ye Fan's words were full of provocation and incitement. He wanted to pull his classmates to his side and provoke Teacher He-min together. Sure enough, when the classmates heard Ye Fan say this, they all started to make a fuss. Teacher He, agree with him. Promise him. Faced with the crowd's booing, Teacher He-min gritted her teeth and stamped her feet. He glared at Ye Fan fiercely again, and then said, Okay, I'll bet with you. But first, you have to tell me what your request is. It can't be anything illegal. When Ye Fan heard what Teacher He-min said, he was delighted and replied with a smile. Teacher He, don't worry, my request will definitely not break the law. Teacher He-min thought about it and finally nodded, Okay, then I'll bet with you. Ye Fan felt even happier and began to prepare to perform magic. He said to everyone, Come on, come on. Which classmate would like to come up and check whether the eraser in my hand is real? Also, you see, I have my sleeves rolled up on both hands. My hands are clean, and I haven't used any cheating methods. Is there any student willing to come up and check it out? Hearing Ye Fan's invitation, the female classmates in the class raised their hands and rushed to check Ye Fan. However, at this moment, an unexpected person stood up. Teacher He-min. Okay, too many of you raised your hands, let me do it. You trust me, I also made a bet with him. So Teacher He-min walked up to Ye Fan. Carefully, I picked up the eraser in his hand and examined it carefully. Then she walked over to her classmates' desks and picked up an eraser for comparison. After confirming that everything was correct, he nodded to his classmates to indicate that there was no problem. Then, Teacher He-min came to Ye Fan personally and began to examine his two hands. She noticed that Ye Fan's school uniform was long-sleeved, so she did it in front of all her classmates. He opened the sleeves of Ye Fan's shirt and checked them. There was nothing there, and the classmates could see it clearly. Then Teacher He-min rolled up Ye Fan's shirt sleeves again. Ye Fan's two white and slender hands were revealed. During this process, Ye Fan felt that He-min was very close to him. The fragrance of her body rushed to his nose in waves, making him feel a little intoxicated. At the same time, he saw Hemin's sexy figure from closer angles, and couldn't help feeling excited. He thought to himself, "Teacher He, just wait to be my girlfriend and the sister-in-law of my younger brothers." Hemin carefully adjusted the sleeves of Yefan's arms. Then he stepped aside and signaled Yefan that he could start his performance. Yefan did not choose to stand behind the podium, but walked to the front of the students. He didn't want the podium to block his body. He wanted every student to be able to clearly see his every move. He raised his hands and showed them to his classmates to ensure there was no possibility of cheating. Then, holding the eraser in his right hand, he confirmed with his classmates again. "Look, students, I'm going to hold the eraser in my right hand." After saying that, he slowly clenched his right hand into a fist, with the eraser tightly wrapped in his palm. Then, Yefan spread out the 5 fingers of his left hand. "Show the students both sides, making sure your left hand is empty. Look everyone, there's nothing on my left hand now." Then, he slowly clenched his left hand into a fist. At this time, Yefan's 2 fists kept a distance of half a meter, and he said confidently, "Everyone, watch carefully. I will slowly put my right hand to my mouth and blow into it. Then, my right fist will be raised again." After saying that, Yefan completed the actions as described. Throughout the whole process, his classmates and teacher Hemin stared at him intently, afraid of missing any details. After completing the movement of his right hand, Yefan paused for a moment, then announced loudly, "Okay, now my right hand is fixed. Next, I will slowly bring my left fist closer to my mouth and blow a breath." After saying this, Yefan completed the movement of his left hand, and then he slowly raised his clenched left fist above his head. After completing these 2 seemingly simple actions, Yefan turned to face all the classmates and teacher Hemin, with a confident smile on his face. "Just now, I have already exerted the power of magic. Now, the eraser in the palm of my right hand. It has miraculously moved to the palm of my left hand. Do you believe it?" The students just witnessed every move Yefan made, so there was no chance of cheating. There was absolutely no obstruction in front, behind, left or right, the light was bright, and there were no magic aids. So all the students shook their heads, even teacher Hemin shook her head in disbelief. Seeing this, Yefan smiled and said, "I knew you wouldn't believe it, so now is the time to witness a miracle." So, under everyone's gaze, Yefan slowly opened his clenched left fist. As the fingers gradually opened, an eraser actually appeared inside. It was the piece that teacher Hemin had just checked and that Yefan was holding tightly in his right hand. There was still a mark on it. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, and the whole class was in an uproar. The students opened their mouths so wide that they could fit an egg in them, and started discussing. "Wow, how is that possible? Isn't it amazing? Oh my god! Is this really magic? Impossible? Yefan must have done something that we didn't see." Post views, 83,005 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 005. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Hemin, who had been standing next to Yefan, witnessed the whole process with her own eyes. She was sure Yefan didn't do anything cheating. However, the scene before her still shocked her. At this moment, the squad leader raised his hand and said loudly, "Then open your right hand and let us see if the eraser is still there." When everyone heard the squad leader's words, they all turned their eyes to Yefan's right fist. Yefan's right fist was still raised high above his head. Yefan smiled confidently and said loudly, "Okay, then you can come and witness the miracle once again." After saying that, Yefan slowly opened the fingers of his right fist. Everyone watched with bated breath, hoping for a miracle to happen. When Yefan's fingers were fully opened, everyone was surprised to find that there was nothing inside. It seems that the eraser in Yefan's right hand has been magically transferred to his left hand. The whole class was instantly in an uproar. The students were shocked and talked about it. I can't believe it's true. How did he do it? Oh my god, Yefan is so amazing. Especially some girls in the class, they were simply crazy about it. Oh my god. Yefan is so handsome. He can actually do magic, so amazing. And this magic trick is more real and more magical than those on TV. Hemin was also watching all this in shock, her heart filled with disbelief. I can't believe this magic is so amazing. As for Yefan, looking at everyone's shocked expressions, he felt filled with satisfaction. In fact, the method he just used was very simple because he had system space. As he clenched the eraser in his right hand, use the system space to retrieve it, and then transfer it directly to the left hand space. But no one knew all this, and Yefan was secretly proud and happy in his heart. So, Yefan said loudly to all the students. Classmates, I've done it now, haven't I? Am I shocked? Are you convinced now? The classmates responded one after another, especially the girls, who shouted excitedly. Yefan, you are so amazing, we are convinced. However, at this moment, the monitor jumped out again and raised a new question. Yefan, how about this, do it again. But this time don't use the eraser in your hand, use our eraser. If you can do it again and succeed, we will all be convinced by you, what do you think? The class monitor's words were nodded by the students, who all wanted to witness this magical magic again. Okay. Right, right, right. Do it again. Do it again, the classmates cheered. Yefan did not refuse, he said loudly and confidently. Since my classmates still don't believe me, I'll do it again. This will be the last time. If you haven't found any signs of cheating this time, then you must worship me as your big brother. If you don't keep your word, you're a puppy. After hearing this, the monitor and the students all responded loudly. Okay. Just perform it again. If we really hadn't discovered your tricks, we would definitely worship you as our big brother and call you big brother. Yefan was filled with joy when he heard the responses from his classmates. So he took the eraser handed to him by the monitor. He performed the magic trick perfectly again, following the same movements as before. This time, the whole class was once again conquered by Yefan's magic, with exclamations of surprise rising one after another. Then, a strange scene appeared in the classroom. Yefan stood proudly on the podium with his hands on his hips, facing the whole class, and announced loudly. Okay, I've done my magic, now it's time for you to deliver on your promise. The students were convinced at this moment and responded to the call from the class monitor. Both boys and girls stood up, clasped their hands together, and shouted in unison. Greetings, Big Brother! Hello, Big Brother! After shouting, everyone bowed respectfully. When Yefan saw that his classmates really called him Big Brother and bowed to him, he couldn't help laughing. He quickly raised his right hand and responded cheerfully. Okay, okay, hello everyone. Remember, you all have to call me Big Brother this semester. However, this will become invalid after one semester. But I still have to promise. Our entire class will be at the talent show gala in 3 days, and I will perform magic. Were you all conquered by my magic just now? Now everyone believes me, our class will definitely win the award. Yefan looked at the more than 60 new brothers he had recruited, feeling very proud. The younger brothers were also convinced at this moment, and they all responded loudly. Brother Fan will definitely take action, there will be no problem, he will definitely win the prize. The whole class, both boys and girls, were immersed in a super excited atmosphere. Teacher Hemin was also convinced at this moment. She had just observed carefully and indeed did not find any cheating methods used by Yefan. But then, a trace of worry arose in her heart. What exactly will Yefan ask of her? Would it be an embarrassing, outrageous request for her? Especially the look Ye Fan gave her just now. It was affectionate yet aggressive, making her feel weird. But he was different from other male teachers or other men who pursued her. Ye Fan's eyes did not make her feel disgusted, but instead made her think that Ye Fan was quite handsome. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Hemin's mind, and her face turned slightly red. She quickly shook her head and put these distracting thoughts out of her mind. Afterwards, Teacher Hemin regained her dignity as a head teacher and said to the whole class, "Okay, in that case, then Ye Fan will represent our class in the talent show. Okay, classmate Ye Fan, please go down. We will be starting class soon. Everyone should study hard and not learn bad things." Ye Fan smiled at Teacher Hemin, then walked to her and whispered, "Teacher He, you have to remember that you owe me a request. But I'll tell you when I've made up my mind." After saying that, he took another deep breath of the fragrance on Teacher Hemin's body. Then he turned around and walked back to his seat. Afterwards, Ye Fan immediately looked at his invincible Big Brother system. The system quickly responded that 61 followers had been successfully received. Open the system personal panel and take a look. Host, Ye Fan age, 17 strength, 90 kgs, normal person 100 kilograms. Physical fitness, 65, normal person 60. Agility, 62, normal, 60. Spirit, 68, normal 60. Rating, ordinary man skill, none other, none brother, 61. Girlfriend, 0. Learning effect multiplier, 10 times function expansion, to be developed. Sure enough, there was a change. With 61 younger brothers, he also achieved 10 times the learning effect. This means that whether it is Teacher Hemin's English class or courses in other subjects, Ye Fan can absorb knowledge at 10 times the speed. This made him very excited. 10 times the learning effect means that one class he teaches is equivalent to 10 classes taken by others. 1 day of study is equivalent to 10 days for others. This is simply genius treatment. Post views, 82,006 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 006. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. But Ye Fan would certainly not be satisfied. I now have 61 younger brothers. If I recruit 39 more, I can achieve a 100-fold learning effect. By then he will be even more powerful, and 1 day of study will be equivalent to 100 days for others. I thought about becoming a big brother and founding a gang in the future. Ye Fan understood that he must possess strong strength. Therefore, he planned to learn various kung fu to improve his fighting power. In this world of Hong Kong film fusion, there are many masters. Especially those gangs with double flowers and red sticks, all of them are good fighters. Moreover, Hong Kong Island here has many kinds of boxing such as Wing Chun and Bajiquan, which Ye Fan has already learned about. He imagined what it would be like to have a 100-fold learning effect. Then his progress in martial arts will be unimaginable to others. Even more terrifying, if there are 1,000 younger brothers in the future and the learning effect can be achieved 1,000 times, it will be. Thinking of this, Ye Fan couldn't help but smile secretly. But then he fell into deep thought again. How can I recruit 39 more followers? After all, 10 times the effect is still too small. My own class has already been accepted, and it is unlikely that other classes will have a chance. It seems that he still needs to think of a solution. After school, Ye Fan packed his school bag and went home. On the way, he was always thinking about how to recruit 39 more brothers. He lives in Choi Hung Estate on Hong Kong Island, which is a public rental housing estate on Hong Kong Island. There are tens of thousands of people living here, including many unemployed young people and gangsters. But it seems that the time is not yet ripe, and he cannot directly accept them as his subordinates. After all, my current strength is still weak. As Ye Fan was walking, he saw a child on the side of the road. His eyes lit up. There is a children's playground in Choi Hung Estate on Hong Kong Island where he lives, and there are often many children playing there. Maybe it would be a good idea to trick the kids into calling me Big Brother. But then I thought, if I want the kids to call me Big Brother willingly, you must show some real skills to conquer them. The old way, conquer them with magic. So, Ye Fan decided to go to the supermarket to buy some candy. Use candies as props when performing magic tricks, and give them to the children if they succeed. He quickened his pace and headed towards a relatively large supermarket on his way home. As soon as he entered the supermarket, Ye Fan was attracted by the scene before him. In the early 1980s, self-service supermarkets were already quite developed in Hong Kong Island, offering a wide variety of goods. There are also tasting booths in the supermarket, and the aroma of various delicacies fills the air. As Ye Fan was walking around the supermarket, he was suddenly attracted by a tasting booth. In front of the stall stood a young woman in yellow clothes. Ye Fan's eyes were unconsciously attracted to her. Looking at this woman from the side, Ye Fan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At this time, the male waiter in charge of the tasting booth was questioning the woman dissatisfiedly. "Why are you here again? How many times have you tried it? Are you going to buy it or not?" The woman responded playfully. "I will buy it, but I want to try it again." This scene suddenly made Ye Fan feel very familiar. A scene from a Hong Kong film, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, flashed through his mind. He took a closer look and found that the young woman in yellow clothes. She looks exactly like the beautiful Hong Kong student in the movie. Ye Fan recalled the plot of the movie. A Hong Kong student had just escaped from the mainland to Hong Kong Island, but was unfortunately deceived by a local tyrant and taken to his home with bad intentions. But she cleverly escaped and was subsequently met by 2 police officers. Ye Fan's mind moved, and he immediately used the system to detect Hong Kong students. The result made him overjoyed, as Hong Sheng was still a virgin. And the system gave her a score of 93. Ye Fan's heart couldn't help but ripple. Isn't this one of the best candidates for sister-in-law? Especially when Hong Kong students first arrive in Hong Kong Island, they are innocent and easy to trust others, which is the time when they are easiest to be deceived. So, Ye Fan stood not far from Gang Sheng quietly, observing secretly. I saw Hong Sheng wandering around the tasting booth for a while, then turned and walked into the depths of the supermarket. Seeing this, Ye Fan also followed quietly. Soon, Gang Sheng walked to a corner of the supermarket where there were fewer people. Ye Fan's mind moved, based on his memory of the movie The Righteous One. If Hong Kong students' next actions were to follow the plot of the movie. She wanted to get some merchandise and was questioned by the male waiter who was in charge of the tasting booth. Ye Fan didn't want this to happen either. So Ye Fan walked straight to Gang Sheng, with a friendly smile on his face, and said softly, "Hello, young lady, you must have just arrived from the mainland, right?" When Hong Kong students heard this, they were surprised and a little frightened. She had just arrived in Hong Kong Island and was deceived by a local tyrant once, and she was almost victimized. She was now full of vigilance. She was afraid that the young man would call the police to arrest her and send her back to the mainland. So she quickly denied it. "I'm not, you guessed wrong." After saying that, he wanted to leave Ye Fan and then leave the supermarket. Ye Fan had already anticipated Hong Kong students' reactions. After all, I have seen the movie and I know how worried Hong Sheng is at this moment. So, he took a step ahead and blocked the way for Hong Sheng. Then he took out his student ID from his school bag and quickly showed it to the Hong Kong students. "My lady, don't be afraid. I am a student and I will not call the police or tell anyone. My parents also came to Hong Kong Island from the mainland. So when I saw you, I felt very close to you and asked you a question. Look, I'm a student at Edinburgh School, you don't have to worry. Besides, I saw you need help just now, I can help you." When Hong Sheng heard Ye Fan's words, the tension in his heart immediately dissipated a lot. Ye Fan not only showed his student ID, but also revealed that his parents also came to Hong Kong Island from the mainland. This made her feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Hong Kong students are simple by nature, and now they have a little more trust in Ye Fan. She said in a clear voice, "Oh, so that's how it is. Actually, my name is Hong Sheng because I was born in Hong Kong Island. So strictly speaking, I should be considered a Hong Kong Islander. I came back to Hong Kong Island from the mainland to visit my aunt." Hong Kong student told his situation all at once. Ye Fan listened to Gang Shen's story and thought she was really simple and cute. So he smiled gently. "So you came from the mainland of China. I'm so lucky to meet you. To be honest, I have always longed for the mainland. I think that is where we Chinese have our roots. Besides, I think people in mainland China are very nice." When Hong Kong students heard Ye Fan's praise for the mainland, their liking for him increased and they smiled at him. Seeing this, Ye Fan struck while the iron was hot and said, "Girl, I see you look hungry? How about I treat you to a bowl of noodles? There's a noodle shop next to the supermarket, and it tastes pretty good. P.S. Please give 5-star rating and good comments, thank you." Post views, 73,007 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 007. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. When Gang Sheng heard that Ye Fan wanted to treat her to noodles, she couldn't help swallowing. She had been hungry for several days, and the food she had just tasted at the supermarket was not enough to satisfy her hunger. But she was still a little reserved and embarrassed, and said shyly, "That's not good, we don't even know each other." Ye Fan said to Gang Sheng gently, "Miss, don't be polite. My parents also came to Hong Kong Island from mainland China. They often told me that when we meet fellow countrymen, we should help each other. Look, I can give you my student ID and school bag for safekeeping. Don't worry, I will never lie to you." Ye Fan's words were full of sincerity, trying to dispel Hong Kong students' concerns. Hong Sheng was really moved by Ye Fan's sincerity and nodded. Because Ye Fan mentioned that his parents also came to Hong Kong Island from the mainland. This made Hong Kong students feel a natural closeness to Ye Fan. So Ye Fan took Gang Sheng to a noodle shop next to the supermarket. "I ordered 2 large bowls of rice noodles from the boss, and added lean meat." After a while, the hot rice noodles were ready and they each had a bowl. Ye Fan said to Hong Kong students, "Eat, don't be polite." After saying that, he started eating first. When Hong Sheng saw Ye Fan start eating, he quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating the rice noodles in big mouthfuls. She was really hungry and ate very fast. He finished the bowl of rice noodles in a short while and licked his beautiful lips with satisfaction. Ye Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. He turned to the boss and said, "Boss, another bowl of pho, please." When Hong Sheng heard Ye Fan's words, he quickly waved his hands and said, "No, no, 1 bowl is enough for me, no need for a second bowl." A look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Ye Fan said to Hong Sheng gently again, "It's okay, 1 bowl is definitely not enough to fill you up, have another bowl." When Gang Sheng saw Ye Fan's gentle eyes, a warm feeling surged in his heart and he nodded with emotion. She thought to herself, "I really met a good person this time, and he was such a handsome young man." So, she sincerely said to Ye Fan, "Thank you." Ye Fan smiled slightly and continued to taste the rice noodles in the bowl. Soon, the boss prepared another bowl of rice noodles and served it to Gang Sheng. Hong Kong student couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and started eating again. In a short while, he finished eating all the soup and noodles. Ye Fan also finished his bowl of rice noodles and asked Hong Sheng with concern, "How about it, girl, are you full? If not, I'll order another bowl." Hong Kong student waved his hands quickly and said with a smile, "That's enough, I'm really full. After saying that, he burped, and the Hong Kong student was very shy for a moment. She looked at Ye Fan and the two empty bowls in front of her a little embarrassedly. Ye Fan looked at the shy Hong Kong student and smiled. Then I stood up and paid the boss. He wanted to reassure Hong Kong students that he was not the kind of person who would dine and freeload. After paying the money, Hong Sheng looked at Ye Fan with a more friendly look. She couldn't help but ask the question she had always wanted to ask. Hello, did you say your parents also came to Hong Kong Island from the mainland? When did they come? Also, how did you recognize so easily that I came to Hong Kong Island from the mainland? Ye Fan smiled at Gang Sheng, his eyes revealing tenderness and sincerity. Yes, a year or two before I was born, about 18 or 19 years ago. My father, mother, uncle, and aunt came to Hong Kong Island from the mainland. Although they live in Hong Kong Island, they always miss the mainland. So since I was a child, my parents often told me about the mainland. This makes me yearn for the mainland. As for why I could tell at first glance that you came to Hong Kong Island from the mainland. The reason is actually very simple. I see my mother's shadow in you. The kind of gentleness and simplicity that are unique to mainland girls. This is something that girls who have lived in Hong Kong Island for a long time or were born and raised there don't have. When Hong Sheng heard Ye Fan's explanation, his doubts immediately dissipated. She didn't expect that her characteristics would make Ye Fan feel so close to her. In addition, Ye Fan praised the mainland girl's gentleness and simplicity, which made the Hong Kong student feel very happy. Although she usually feels that she is very rustic. But at this moment, after being praised by Ye Fan, she still lowered her head a little embarrassedly. No way, girls from mainland China are not that good. The clothes we wear are ugly, we are poor and have nothing to eat, so I came to Hong Kong Island. After hearing this, Ye Fan smiled gently and shook his head slightly. Now, perhaps the mainland is indeed not as wealthy as Hong Kong Island in some aspects. But girl, you must not underestimate the mainland. According to the current development trend, in more than 20 years, the mainland will be more prosperous than Hong Kong Island, and the living conditions will be much better than Hong Kong Island. You might be shocked by the huge changes that have taken place. Ye Fan analyzed the future trends to Hong Kong students. Nowadays, many mainland Chinese are coming to Hong Kong Island to make a living, but I think they are in the wrong place. As you know, the mainland is undergoing reform and opening up, which is a huge opportunity. When you came here, you should have come from Pengcheng, right? Although Pengcheng is a small fishing village, it is now a special economic zone. Do you dare to make a bet with me? In 10 or 20 years, Pengcheng will surely become a super luxurious modern metropolis. There are definitely more opportunities to make a fortune there than in Hong Kong Island. Hong Sheng was filled with surprise when he heard what Ye Fan said. She really couldn't believe that the mainland would become so good in the future. In her impression, the mainland is now synonymous with poverty and backwardness. She came to Hong Kong Island because she was hungry and her mother had passed away. All she heard was about the prosperity and beauty of Hong Kong Island. She has truly experienced the current difficulties in the mainland. Therefore, she could not believe what Ye Fan said no matter what. The mainland will become beautiful and prosperous in the future, and life will be very good. Especially Pengcheng, which is now just a small fishing village. How could it become a megacity in 10 or 20 years? However, despite her doubts. But when Hong Sheng saw Ye Fan's firm and confident eyes and gentle smile, but it made her feel that Ye Fan was more approachable. So she smiled and said, "That would be great." Ye Fan looked at Gang Sheng gently and continued. "You may not believe it now, but it doesn't matter, we can make a bet for 20 years. When the time comes, you will experience everything I say for yourself, and you will believe it." At this time, Hong Kong students are in a particularly happy mood. She took the initiative to extend her hand to Ye Fan and said with a smile, "By the way, I don't know your name yet." My name is Gang Sheng. Ye Fan also responded with a smile, hello Hong Kong students, my name is Ye Fan. The two shook hands politely. Hong Sheng then asked, Ye Fan, are your parents okay now? Where did they come from in the mainland to Hong Kong Island? She is now full of curiosity about Ye Fan's family background. Post views, 68,008 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 008. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Ye Fan sighed softly, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. My parents, and my uncle, they all came from Panyu, Guangzhou. When Hong Sheng heard this, he showed an expression of surprise and sympathy on his face and interrupted directly. Guangzhou? Panyu? My hometown is also in Guangzhou. What a coincidence! Yes, what a coincidence, it seems we are from the same hometown, Hong Kong girl. Hong Kong student nodded happily and continued to ask. Ye Fan, how are your parents? Ye Fan's eyes dimmed slightly and he said. My parents and my uncle passed away last year in an accident on the construction site. Now it's just me and my aunt living together. When Hong Sheng heard this, he quickly said. Oh, I'm sorry, please accept my condolences. I didn't mean to bring up your sad story. A trace of apology and heartache flashed in her eyes, and she was obviously touched by Ye Fan's experience. Ye Fan smiled gently and said, It's okay. By the way, Gang Sheng, are you coming to Hong Kong Island to look for your relatives? If you don't have a place to live now, you can stay at my house temporarily. There are only my aunt and I at home, and there is an empty room. You can stay at my house first, and then slowly look for your relatives. This. How can this be so embarrassing? Gang Sheng looked at Ye Fan in surprise, a warm feeling welling up in his heart, and he said with emotion. Ye Fan smiled and shook his head, It's okay, you're welcome. Besides, if you wander around like this, you will easily be discovered by the police. Did you know? Just now you were at the tasting booth. The male waiter is actually a policeman. He specializes in catching people who escape from the mainland to Hong Kong Island. Fortunately, he didn't see your origin just now. Ye Fan scared Gang Sheng directly. Sure enough, when Hong Sheng heard this, his expression suddenly became nervous. She recalled that when she was tasting the food, the male waiter had indeed been staring at her. If he really is a policeman and he finds out, she might be arrested and sent back to the mainland, with disastrous consequences. Ye Fan couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw Gang Shen's worried expression. He had seen the plot of the movie. If he hadn't appeared, Hong Kong students would have been taken away. Then something will happen between Hong Kong students and the two policemen. Then he was hit by a car and fainted, pretending to have amnesia, and finally went to the policeman's house. Now that he has appeared, he will never allow Hong Kong students to experience the twists and turns in those movies. You know, Hong Kong students are one of the standard and highly potential candidates for sister-in-law in the system assessment. And at the moment, it seems that she is the most likely candidate to become the eldest sister-in-law. Ye Fan wants to increase his learning and cultivation speed by 100 times, so he relies entirely on her. Therefore, during the entire communication process, he always remained gentle and friendly, and talked to Hong Kong students about things in mainland China and his parents. It is to make Hong Kong students feel that he is approachable. The result was very good. After Ye Fan's efforts, Hong Kong students had developed great trust in him. At this time, Hong Kong student also said frankly, I still can't find my aunt. I also had to go to the hospital where I was born to find the midwife to prove that I was born on Hong Kong Island. Then I had to apply for a Hong Kong Island ID card, and I had no place to live. After hearing this, Ye Fan invited gently and enthusiastically. Girl Gang Sheng, it's too dangerous for you to be outside alone. It is easy to be mistakenly arrested by the police or encounter bad guys. Please believe me, we are from the same hometown, come home with me first. You see, I am a student of Edinburgh School. My home is in a busy neighborhood nearby, so you don't have to worry about safety issues. When Hong Sheng heard Ye Fan say this, she looked at him carefully again. In fact, she already had great trust in Ye Fan in her heart. Although she was deceived by the local tyrants before, she was still wary. But seeing Ye Fan's sincere eyes and the student ID, he took the initiative to show. There was also the words Edinburgh School on the school bag, coupled with Ye Fan's young and handsome appearance. Another thing is that Hong Kong students think Ye Fan recognized that she was from the mainland at first sight. But he did not choose to call the police, instead he invited her to dinner and shared so many stories about his family. This made her feel that Ye Fan was a very reliable person. This gradually dispelled the doubts in her heart. Ye Fan's sincerity and kindness warmed the hearts of Hong Kong students. She also thought about her current situation. If the accommodation problem is not resolved quickly, we may be in danger again. So she plucked up her courage, nodded and said, "Okay, Ye Fan, thank you for your help. However, will your aunt agree?" Ye Fan smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, Miss Gang Sheng, if my aunt knew about this, she would definitely welcome you. Come on, come home with me now. You also hold my student ID and my school bag for me, so you don't have to worry." As he said that, Ye Fan handed the entire school bag and student ID card to the Hong Kong student. The Hong Kong student took the school bag and student ID card and felt more at ease. She looked at Ye Fan gratefully, then followed him on the way home. Ye Fan brought Hong Kong students back to Choi Hung Estate. Choi Hung Estate is one of the largest public housing estates in Hong Kong Island, home to 50,000 to 60,000 people. Along the way, Ye Fan greeted the familiar uncles and aunts from time to time. When they saw Ye Fan coming back with such a beautiful girl, they all joked. "Ye Fan, is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful." Ye Fan just smiled and waved his hands, neither denying nor admitting. When Hong Sheng saw so many people greeting Ye Fan familiarly, he trusted him even more. When the uncles and aunties joked that Hong Sheng was Ye Fan's girlfriend, Hong Kong student blushed shyly, holding Ye Fan's school bag and following Ye Fan with his head down. Ye Fan took Gang Sheng back to his home. "As soon as I opened the door, I smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen." Ye Fan's aunt heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. She saw Hong Sheng at a glance and said in surprise, "Hey, Ye Fan, is this your classmate? What a pretty girl! Come in quickly." Ye Fan's aunt looked very happy. It turned out that Ye Fan's aunt and uncle had no children. So Ye Fan is like their own son to them. Especially after Ye Fan's parents and uncle passed away, Ye Fan became the apple of her eye. Hong Sheng greeted Ye Fan's aunt obediently, "Hello, auntie." Her voice is sweet and makes people feel warm inside. Ye Fan directly introduced Hong Sheng to his aunt. "Aunt, this is a Hong Kong student. She came to Hong Kong Island from the mainland and has not yet found her relatives." Then, Ye Fan described the Hong Kong student's experience in detail. After hearing this, auntie took Gang Shen's hand and said distressedly, "Poor child, just stay here for now and slowly look for your aunt. It doesn't matter if you can't find it, you can just treat this place as your home from now on. When the conditions are ripe, I will get you an ID card so that you can live here peacefully." Ye Fan's aunt liked Gang Sheng very much and held Gang Shen's hand. The girl from Hong Kong is beautiful, has a simple temperament, and is also from the mainland, which makes my aunt feel particularly close to her. P.S. Please give 5-star rating and good comments, thank you. Post views, 65,009 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 009. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Gang Sheng also felt Aunt Ye Fan's enthusiasm and sincerity, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. She finally felt that she had someone to rely on, at least she was safe now. So, she started chatting with Ye Fan's aunt, and there was no sense of strangeness between the two of them. Ye Fan looked at this scene and his heart was filled with joy. He knew that Hong Sheng had gradually integrated into this family and could not escape from his palm of the hand. Ye Fan's aunt kept looking at Gang Sheng and Ye Fan, with approval in her eyes. She winked at Ye Fan, as if to say, "Good boy, you are really amazing, you actually brought back such a beautiful girl. This is the perfect candidate for a wife." Soon, Ye Fan's aunt took Gang Sheng to her room. She took out a few changes of clothes from the closet and handed them to Gang Sheng, saying gently, "Gang Sheng, go take a shower and change into clean clothes first. I'll go cook." Gang Sheng nodded obediently. She felt warm in her heart and was about to take the clothes and go take a shower. But she thought about the 2 big bowls of rice noodles she and Ye Fan had just eaten outside. "Now my stomach is still full," so I said to my aunt. "Aunt, Ye Fan treated me to some rice noodles just now, so I'm not hungry now." When Auntie heard what Gang Sheng said, a gentle smile appeared on her lips. "So that's how it is. It seems Afan is quite sensible and knows how to take care of others. That's okay, I'm making some delicious soup, you can drink it soon, go take a shower." Gang Sheng nodded obediently and went to take a shower. My aunt turned and went into the kitchen and started to get busy. Soon, bursts of fragrance wafted from the kitchen, and a pot of delicious soup was ready. Auntie served 3 bowls of soup and invited Ye Fan and Gang Sheng to come and drink. The 3 of them sat together and enjoyed the traditional hot pot soup. After drinking the soup, the aunt took Gang Sheng to clean up an empty room. This house has 3 rooms. When Ye Fan's parents and uncle were here, because there were so many people, we rented a larger house. There happens to be a vacant room right now, which can be cleaned up and used by Hong Kong students. After a busy time, the room was clean and tidy. It was still early and there was no TV at home, so the 3 of them started chatting together. Auntie's eyes suddenly lit up and she said to Gang Sheng and Ye Fan, "Gang Sheng, your house is ready too. I'm going to wash the dishes now. You and Fanzi, you can go downstairs and take a walk to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment." And Gang Sheng quickly said, "Auntie, let me help you wash the dishes." My aunt waved her hand and said, "Who would ask you to wash dishes on your first day at home? Be good, you and Fanzi go for a walk and get familiar with the surrounding environment. Fanzi, take Hong Sheng for a walk." Ye Fan was of course happy. He was still thinking about the candies he bought at the supermarket today and his plan to find some kids to be his little brothers. So he nodded and said to Hong Kong students, "Gang Sheng, listen to your auntie, I'll take you for a walk downstairs so you can get familiar with the environment." So Hong Sheng agreed obediently, as she also wanted to get familiar with this strange place as soon as possible. Ye Fan took out a bag of candy from his school bag and took Gang Sheng downstairs. When Hong Sheng saw Ye Fan taking the candy out, he asked with some confusion, "Ye Fan, why are you still holding a bag of candy?" Ye Fan smiled mysteriously and said, "Hey, you'll know soon. It's very useful. Let's go." So, the 2 of them got familiar with the environment in Choi Hung Estate. Soon we arrived at a place where children were playing in Choi Hung Estate. It was after dinner time, and the children were laughing and playing there, making it very lively. Dozens or hundreds of children gathered together. Ye Fan found some kids he knew. When the children saw Ye Fan, they greeted him warmly. Some children even teased Hong Kong students mischievously when they saw them. "Brother Ye Fan, is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful." The Hong Kong student was a little embarrassed by what he said, and kept waving his hands and saying, "No, no." Ye Fan did not deny it, but just smiled and said to the children, "Come on, let me show you a magic trick today, how about it?" When the children who were familiar with Ye Fan heard that Ye Fan was going to perform magic, they all gathered around in surprise and asked, "Brother Ye Fan, what magic trick are you performing? Ye Fan simply stretched out his palm and showed it to the children. He said mysteriously, "Look, my palms are empty now, there's nothing in them. But, I held it and blew a breath of fairy air on my hand. A candy will appear in the palm of my hand, do you believe it?" When the children heard this, they all shook their heads and shouted, "Brother Ye Fan is lying. How could candy appear for no reason? We don't believe it." Even Hong Kong students started laughing, thinking that this was not magic at all, it was clearly just a trick to tease children. Ye Fan was overjoyed, his goal had been achieved. He said to the children in a serious tone, "You don't believe it? Well, let's make a bet. If my performance is successful, you will have to worship me as your big brother and call me Big Brother. After you worship me as your big brother, I will also make small candies for you to eat, how about it?" When the children heard that there were candies to eat, their eyes lit up. In the 1980s, most residents of Hong Kong Island were not well off. What snacks do the kids usually have? Ye Fan's family received some compensation due to the construction site accident involving his parents and uncle, so their life is pretty good. However, most of these compensations were used to support Ye Fan's studies. Otherwise, his aunt alone really couldn't afford to support his studies. So, Ye Fan started his magic show. He pretended to be mysterious and blew a breath of fairy air into the palm of his hand. Then he slowly opened his palm, and a candy miraculously appeared in his palm. The children were stunned. No matter how much they studied, they couldn't figure out how Ye Fan did it, and they were all amazed. Then they willingly worshipped Ye Fan as their big brother and called him Big Brother in unison. Ye Fan's magic not only attracted the original few children, it also attracted other children playing nearby. They spread the word from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Soon more children gathered around and watched Ye Fan's performance curiously. Seeing this, Ye Fan was very happy. He performed the candy-changing trick for more than 40 children in a row. Since he has the system space, this magic is naturally 100% successful. All the children were deeply shocked by Ye Fan's magical magic. They all bowed down and called Ye Fan Big Brother. When Ye Fan received 39 little brothers who called him Big Brother, his system beeped. Ding dong, 100 followers have been received. The learning effect has reached 100 times. This made Ye Fan extremely happy. Finally, Ye Fan said to the children, "Okay, I'll show you a magic trick every week. But you have to call me Big Brother when you see me from now on, okay?" The children readily agreed. After all, you can watch magic tricks and eat candy, so what's the harm in just calling him Big Brother? Post views, 60. 010 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 010. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The reason why Ye Fan decided to perform magic for the children every week was, this is because he understands that children's memory is short and needs regular consolidation. A week is just enough time for the children to look forward to the next performance. In this way, Ye Fan cleverly used this method. He successfully received the younger brothers of 47 children, and together with his classmates, there are 108 younger brothers. Although these guys only made verbal promises and were not real gangsters. But this has already met the system's requirements and allowed him to achieve a 100-fold learning effect. Finally, he ended the magic show without hesitation. The remaining dozen or so candies were given to the children. Then he happily took Hong Kong student on the way home. Ye Fan couldn't wait to go back to exercise and practice Kung Fu. He wanted to see how much progress he could make with the 100x learning effect. On the way home, Hong Kong student was full of confusion. She had just witnessed Ye Fan perform magic more than 40 times, but she still couldn't figure out the trick. Ye Fan's hands were clean and his sleeves were rolled up high. The candy was clearly in Ye Fan's trouser pocket, so how did it appear in his palm when he blew on it? In short, Hong Kong students were filled with shock and curiosity. Because Ye Fan was busy just now, she didn't dare to ask. Now I finally couldn't help but ask. Ye Fan, how did you do it? Why can you move candy from your pocket to your hand? Ye Fan looked at Gang Shen's curious and expectant eyes, couldn't help but smile, and said. Gang Sheng, how about it? Do you want me to perform a magic trick for you? Then Ye Fan picked a small wild flower while running, held it in his hand, and said to Gang Sheng. Gang Sheng, do you believe me? Look at this wild flower, I hold it in my hand. Then I blow a breath, and the wild flower will move from the palm of my right hand to the palm of my left hand. And my left hand has nothing now, right? Next, I will slowly put my left hand into your pocket. Then the wild flower in my right palm will magically appear in your pocket, do you believe it? When Hong Kong students heard Ye Fan say this, they became very excited. When she watched Ye Fan perform for the children just now, she couldn't figure out the secret. But she always suspected that Ye Fan must have used some special means. Now that Ye Fan asked her to cooperate with the performance, she felt that she might be able to see through Ye Fan's tricks. So she shook her head, smiled and said, I don't believe it. Seeing this, Ye Fan smiled, then said mischievously. Gang Sheng, since you don't believe it, how about we make a bet? If I perform successfully and you still can't see it, how about you agree to one of my requests? Do you dare? The interest of Hong Kong students has been fully aroused. She also has the drive of a young person and responded directly. What are you afraid of? Go ahead and tell me what you want first. Ye Fan smiled gently, then he said directly and boldly. My request is actually very simple. You saw it just now, many children asked you if you are my girlfriend. So if my magic show is successful this time, if you still can't see it, then you can be my girlfriend, okay? Hearing Ye Fan's request, Gang Shen's face instantly turned red. She lowered her head quickly and said shyly. Ye Fan, what are you talking about? There were so many children just now. The uncles and aunts in the neighborhood all joked that I was your girlfriend. You didn't deny it, which made me feel embarrassed. Now you're just betting on this, Besides, I'm older than you. It's okay, I like it. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is a treasure. Hong Kong students. In fact, although Hong Sheng is shy, she doesn't dislike Ye Fan. Especially after talking with Ye Fan's aunt. After learning about Ye Fan's family situation, she felt a little shaken. She also knew that she was helpless now. After escaping from the local tyrants, I was able to meet such a good family like Ye Fan and my aunt. It's already very lucky. Besides, she is already 19 years old. In many places in mainland China, girls of this age are already married and have children. So she actually didn't resist Ye Fan's request to be his girlfriend. Plus, Ye Fan was so handsome, she thought he seemed pretty good. When Ye Fan saw Gang Shen's shy look, he already understood about 70% of what was going on. He smiled and said, Okay, Gang Sheng, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Come, watch me perform magic. Gang Sheng thought about it, finally raised his head, looked at Ye Fan bravely, and said. Okay, then I'll see how you perform. Let's make a bet. When Ye Fan heard what Gang Sheng said, he couldn't help but secretly praise him in his heart, knowing that he had already achieved half of the success. So he took a deep breath and began to perform magic for the Hong Kong students. Of course, the performance was a success without any suspense. Gang Sheng was full of surprise. She couldn't discover the secret of Ye Fan's magic no matter what she did, so she had no choice but to admit defeat. Then she began to ask coquettishly. Ye Fan, hey, how did you perform that? Can you tell me? The voice was so sweet that Ye Fan couldn't stand it. Ye Fan smiled and shook his head, saying. Now that you've given in, according to the agreement, you're now my girlfriend. Actually, the secret of this magic trick is that I have special abilities. Special abilities? Gang Sheng was shocked. She had heard of someone having this ability before. Yes, my special ability can transfer small things. Ye Fan had no choice but to make up a story about special abilities. But he didn't expect that Hong Sheng really believed it. Oh, you're so mean, using your special abilities to perform magic. Hong Kong student pouted and gave Ye Fan a good-looking roll of the eyes. However, she was in a very good mood at this time. Then, she mustered up her courage and coquettishly asked the questions that girls usually ask. Ye Fan, we just met for the first time today, and you asked me to be your girlfriend, why? Also, will you be nice to me in the future? Her eyes were full of anticipation. Ye Fan looked at Gang Sheng gently and seriously, with a sincere light in his eyes. Gang Sheng, I told you before that I felt very close to you the first time I saw you. I have always had a good impression of girls from mainland China. And you are so beautiful, I was deeply attracted to you from the first sight. I think this is God's arrangement and it is fate that brought us together. Moreover, we are from the same hometown, so this is definitely a match made in heaven. So, how can we not follow God's will? Listening to Ye Fan's affectionate words, Hong Sheng felt unprecedentedly moved. In this era, such love words undoubtedly have great lethality. This made her feel both happy and shy. She nodded in satisfaction, a blush spreading across her cheeks. P.S. Please give 5-star rating and good comments, thank you. Post views, 60. 011 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 011. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. When Ye Fan saw Gang Sheng nod in agreement, his heart was filled with joy. So he took Gang Shen's hand and said gently, let's go home. I want to tell my aunt that you are my girlfriend from now on and we are a family now. Gang Sheng did not refuse and let Ye Fan hold her little hand, and the two returned home together. Ye Fan also announced directly to his aunt, Aunt, Gang Sheng will be my girlfriend from now on. Auntie was very happy after hearing this. He immediately gave Hong Kong student a big red envelope and said that he would take her to buy new clothes tomorrow. After Ye Fan chatted with Gang Sheng and his aunt for a few words, he returned to his room. At this moment, he was very excited because the system had just reminded him. Now he has 108 younger brothers and a girlfriend. This means that his learning speed has increased by 200 times. After returning to the room, Ye Fan immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Ye Fan age, 17 strength, 90 catties, normal person 100 kilograms. Physical fitness, 65, normal person 60. Agility, 62, normal, 60. Spirit, 68, normal 60. Rating, ordinary man skill, none other, none brother, 108. Girlfriend, 1. Learning effect multiplier, 200 times function expansion, to be developed. Ye Fan stared at the system panel, his heart filled with joy. He currently has a 200-fold learning and training speed. He couldn't wait to test out an ability. Ye Fan picked up a math textbook and flipped through it casually. For a moment, he felt that knowledge was flowing into his mind like water. He felt that his mind was unusually sharp, and he could deeply understand and remember the contents of the book with just a quick glance. It was 10 times more effective than what I experienced at school today. This shocked Ye Fan deeply. As the saying goes, read a book 100 times and its meaning will become clear. And now, every time he watches it, it is equivalent to others watching it 200 times. This speed and effect are undoubtedly terrifying. Ye Fan's system is called Invincible Big Brother System. This foreshadows his future destiny becoming the boss of the society. In this Hong Kong world synthesized by Hong Kong films, it is normal to join gangs and set up guilds. Ye Fan also understood that if he wanted to gain a foothold in Hong Kong, invincible Kung Fu was essential. After all, without strong Kung Fu skills, you can't survive in the society. Thinking of this, Ye Fan started practicing Kung Fu immediately. He understood that only by possessing powerful Kung Fu, only then can you win over more younger brothers and become the boss. Having more younger brothers means a faster learning speed, which means he will become stronger faster. So Ye Fan threw down his math textbook without hesitation. Start thinking about how to exercise, increase strength, and learn martial arts techniques such as boxing and swordsmanship. He currently knows nothing about these areas, especially how to effectively increase strength. Should I stand still or do push-ups? He tried to ask the system, how can I practice to increase my strength? Unexpectedly, the system responded quickly. The host can stand still for half an hour every day, and then do 200 push-ups. This way you can increase your strength by 0.01 caddies a day. After hearing this, Ye Fan was overjoyed. He guessed that if an average person follows this method, they can only increase their strength by 0.01 caddies per day. But he has a 200-fold exercise effect, which means he can increase 2 kilograms of strength in a day. This is an amazing speed. It may take an average person half a year, or even several years to gain a few or 10 pounds of strength. And he only needs 10 days to gain 20 kilograms, and 100 days to gain 200 kilograms. Combined with his existing basic strength of 90 kilograms, he will have a strength of 290 kilograms in 100 days. This is simply the power of a Hercules. In the world of young and dangerous, possessing such power, it would not be a problem for one person to beat 10, even if it was just brute force without any skills. And if he could learn some more martial arts skills. For example, Wing Chun and Bajikun perfectly combine strength and skills. Then his lethality will reach a terrifying level. Ye Fan's heart was filled with joy and he immediately began his training. He stood in the room, assumed a standing posture, and tried to maintain standard movements. But I couldn't hold on for more than 3 minutes and had to rest for a while before trying again. It took me 2 hours to complete the half-hour standard standing posture. But he was also very tired, and his legs were weak. After a 30-minute break, he started doing push-ups again, doing each one to the most standard. I could only do 5 push-ups and then I couldn't hold on any longer, so I needed to rest. Stand in a stance for half an hour and do 200 push-ups with standard posture. For Ye Fan, this is indeed a big challenge. After all, he had never been exposed to these exercises before. That night, Ye Fan was busy until 12 o'clock, which took more than 4 hours. I just completed the standard half-hour standing and 200 push-ups. He was exhausted, sweating, and panting, but his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, what puzzled him was that he didn't feel the increase in strength immediately, so he asked the system. The system told him that the effect of the day's training would only be reflected after he woke up the next day. After hearing this, Ye Fan suddenly realized that building strength and learning knowledge are different. Learning knowledge can be directly instilled into the mind and take effect on the spot. Strength training requires rest and recovery to gradually increase. So he took a shower, lay down on the bed exhausted, and fell asleep in less than 5 seconds. When Ye Fan woke up the next day, he immediately checked his personal attribute panel. Host, Ye Fan age, 17 strength, 92 caddies, normal person 100 kilograms. Physical fitness, 65, normal person 60. Agility, 62, normal, 60. Spirit, 68, normal 60. Rating, ordinary man skill, none other, none brother, 108. Girlfriend, 1. Learning effect multiplier, 200 times function expansion, to be developed. Sure enough, I found that my strength increased by 2 kilograms. He clenched his fists, feeling stronger than yesterday, and his heart was filled with surprise. What made him feel even more amazing was that, despite all the exercise yesterday, I didn't feel sore when I woke up today. You know, ordinary people who don't exercise regularly, if they exercise a lot one day, the next day I was absolutely sore all over. He speculated that this might be due to the system, allowing him to recover quickly after exercise. Ye Fan was very happy about this. After finishing his breakfast, he picked up his school bag. I said goodbye to my aunt and Gang Sheng and went to school. Gang Sheng followed his aunt to her own rice noodle shop to help. This shop is run by my aunt. It is very small and is located on a street in Choi Hung Estate. The money for opening the shop was also used from part of the compensation from Ye Fan's parents and uncle. After all, we can't live off our savings. Usually, the aunt is the only one cooking in the rice noodle shop. She doesn't hire anyone and closes the shop at night. Hong Kong students are very happy about this and feel at ease having something to do. Post views, 69. 012 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 012. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, 100 days had passed. Ye Fan goes to school on time every day and goes home to exercise in the evening. This semester is coming to an end and summer vacation is about to begin. A lot happened during these 100 days. On the third day, Ye Fan and his aunt took Gang Sheng to Gang Shen's aunt's house. Just like the plot, although her aunt knew that Gang Sheng was coming to see her. But they were unwilling to accept her because there were many children in their family and the place was small. Hong Kong students felt somewhat disappointed. Then he followed Ye Fan and his aunt back to Ye Fan's home and started a new life. But now that she knew the address of her aunt's house, she felt much more at ease. At the same time, Ye Fan and his aunt used some connections too. We found the hospital where Gang Sheng was born and luckily contacted the midwife at that time. Although the midwife no longer works there. But she left relevant information, so Hong Kong students can also apply for Hong Kong Island identity cards. When Hong Kong students got their Hong Kong Island identity cards, she was very excited. This means that she has become a member of Hong Kong Island and can live there with peace of mind. In addition, although Gang Sheng and Ye Fan have officially established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but they still lived separately and did not sleep together, which was their aunt's request. After all, Ye Fan is only 17 years old, and it would be appropriate to wait until he is 18. Ye Fan had no objection to this. What was important was to establish a stable emotional relationship with Hong Kong students. After all, he has learned 100 times faster because of this relationship. At the same time, at school, after making a bet with classmates, he performed magic at the school party on the third day and won the second prize. In addition, during these 100 days, Ye Fan's academic performance improved by leaps and bounds. Because of the 200-fold learning speed effect. In just 1 month, he mastered all the subjects in middle school to perfection. I even taught myself all the knowledge I needed at university. So just 1 month later, Ye Fan's grades jumped to the first place in the class and grade. This shocked Teacher He Min and the students. Teacher He Min was full of expectations for Ye Fan, often chatted with him, and cared about him very much. Ye Fan was of course very happy about this. Because Teacher He Min was the person in his plan, an extraordinary woman destined to become his sister-in-law. However, he had not yet asked Teacher He Min to bet on the magic show because the time was not right. In these 100 days or so, Ye Fan's strength has been increasing every day, which can be said to be a rapid progress. In the last 30 days, he began to occasionally visit places where hooligans gathered in Choi Hung Estate on Hong Kong Island. He then used his power to conquer many gangsters and unemployed young people. These people originally did not join any gang or faction. Under Ye Fan's powerful strength, he became his younger brother. There are always 10 formal younger brothers. It can be said that Ye Fan has become a veritable little big brother in Rainbow Village. This weekend, Ye Fan exercised at home alone. After the training, he had just reached the highest level of Bajiquan that he had recently learned. Buzz. Moment. A huge torrent of martial arts information flowed into Ye Fan's mind. All the exquisite moves of Bajiquan are integrated with Ye Fan. From this moment on, he became a master of Bajiquan. Ye Fan sat on the chair and skillfully picked up a pack of Marlboro from the desk next to him. I took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and blew out a few smoke rings. Cool. Open the personal system panel. Host, Ye Fan age, 17 strength, 300 Jin, normal person 100, note, 300 Jin is the basic strength, through the use of force skills, can burst out several times the strength. Physical fitness, 75, normal person 60. Agility, 75, normal, 60. Spirit, 76, normal 60. Strength evaluation, dark power skill, Bajiquan, Dachan. Others, none little brother, 118. Girlfriend, 1. Learning effect multiplier, 200 times function expansion, to be developed. I felt the powerful force surging in my body, and my heart was filled with joy. Now, Ye Fan has a strength of 300 kilograms, which is terrifying. You know, the strength of an average person is usually only about 100 pounds. And his 300 Jin strength is by no means the simple sum of the strength of 3 ordinary people. Even compared with the martial arts master Bruce Lee, Ye Fan's strength is not inferior. Bruce Lee's strength was about 157 kilograms, or just over 300 pounds. But Bruce Lee's greatness wasn't just due to his strength. It is more about his superb Wing Chun and Jeet Kune Do skills. These martial arts have definitely reached the level of perfection. Therefore, Bruce Lee's strength is definitely above Ye Fan's today. He is at least above the level of dark power, which is the level of transformation power. However, Ye Fan was full of confidence. His basic strength still has a lot of room for improvement. You can quickly reach 400 kilograms, 500 kilograms, or even 800 kilograms, 1000 kilograms, these are basic strengths. Moreover, the martial arts he learned, such as Bajiquan, still had huge room for improvement. The skills of the exercises are divided into 5 levels of familiarity, entry, proficiency, minor success, major success, and perfection. At a learning speed of 200 times. Ye Fan has been practicing Bajiquan for 100 days, which is equivalent to 20,000 days. 20,000 days is equivalent to 54 years of practice time. For a martial arts genius, such a long time is enough to practice any technique to perfection. Ye Fan spent 1,000 yuan to buy this copy of Bajiquan manual. Ye Fan didn't understand Bajiquan at first. It took several days of trial and error before the results gradually showed up. He practiced strictly according to the movements in the boxing manual, with a 200-fold learning speed bonus. After 100 days of hard work, I finally mastered Bajiquan to the highest level today. So now Ye Fan's strength has quietly stepped from the bright level to the dark level. Although he is not sure about his specific ranking among the underworld masters in Hong Kong. But he guessed that the dark power was at least higher than the bright power, which was definitely a powerful strength. He didn't know if there were any masters of the Grand Master level in Hong Kong Island. But even if there are, they may be few and far between. Moreover, Ye Fan believed that it wouldn't take long before he would be able to join them. It can be said that with the help of plugins. After these 100 days of sedimentation and accumulation, Ye Fan has grown into a true master, capable of going out on his own in the world. Just as he was immersed in the joy of self-improvement, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. "Brother Fan! This is bad. Some of Bobby's boys are causing trouble in your aunt's store. There are so many of them." Before the voice fell, people rushed to the door. Ye Fan stood up and opened the door, only to see his recently recruited younger brother, Wang Daqiang, standing at the door. Wang Daqiang is Ye Fan's first younger brother, and he is also an unemployed young man living in Rainbow Public Housing. Wang Daqiang is a tall, sturdy young man, but he only has strength and does not know martial arts. At that time, when Ye Fan was sparring with Wang Daqiang, he easily defeated him with only 10 moves. For Ye Fan, who had become a master of Ming Jin at that time, defeating Wang Daqiang was just a matter of about 10 moves. Wang Daqiang was also impressed by him and became his younger brother. Post views, 65. 013 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 013. Now I heard from Wang Daqiang that some of his little brothers actually dared to cause trouble in his aunt's store. When Ye Fan heard this, his brows furrowed and he hurriedly asked for details as he walked. Wang Daqiang explained as he walked quickly with Ye Fan. Brother Fan, this is what happened. My little brother Bobby saw the pretty Hong Kong girl in my aunt's shop and got lusty about her. Fortunately, I and a few brothers were nearby and stopped them in time. But those guys are too arrogant, and now we brothers are still confronting them. But they were outnumbered, 20 of them, and we only had 10, so I hurried back to find you. After hearing this, Ye Fan was furious. Humph, how dare you bully me? He knew this by, he was a famous supporting character in the Young and Dangerous movies, and he had a small gang under his command. But today is the day when his supernatural powers are perfected. They dare to come and bring bad luck upon themselves. Aren't they seeking their own death? So Ye Fan called Wang Daqiang, and the two of them quickly ran towards his aunt's shop. At this time, a large group of people gathered in front of Aunt Ye Fan's noodle shop, and the situation was tense. Ye Fan's 9 younger brothers stood nervously in front of their aunt's shop. He looked vigilantly at the 20 arrogant and domineering Bobby brothers opposite him. These gangsters are unscrupulous and aggressive, as if they will attack at any time. Ye Fan's aunt and Gang Sheng hid in the store, trembling with fear. Despite this, Hong Kong students showed great courage. She stood resolutely in front of her aunt. Although she was filled with fear, she remained steadfast in protecting her aunt. Auntie held Gang Shen's arm tightly, looking worried. Among Bai's 20 younger brothers, the yellow-haired gangster who leads the group is particularly arrogant. He provoked Ye Fan's younger brothers unscrupulously. He also looked at Hong Kong students with unscrupulous eyes, full of frivolity. On Ye Fan's side, one of his younger brothers is called Gao Ming. He is tall and thin. Seeing Huang Mao looking at Hong Sheng so rudely, he angrily shouted, "Huang Mao, what are you looking at?" But the yellow-haired man responded arrogantly, "What's wrong with me looking at her? Come and bite me and hit me." Gao Ming and the others were so angry that they gnashed their teeth and shouted loudly, "Humph! Wait until my brother Fan comes and digs out your eyes. See if you still dare to be so arrogant." Huang Mao, however, looked disdainful and sneered. "Brother Fan? I want to see how powerful he is. I'm waiting for him to come." As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, a loud and confident voice came from outside the crowd. "You're so anxious to see me, it seems you really want me to beat you up." As the voice fell, Ye Fan and Wang Daqiang pushed through the crowd and walked slowly over. Wang Daqiang walked in front, clearing the way for Ye Fan. Gao Ming and the other 9 younger brothers excitedly shouted, "Brother Fan!" Ye Fan smiled and nodded to them, then walked straight towards his aunt and Gang Sheng. "Auntie, Gang Sheng, don't be afraid, I'm here." Ye Fan's voice was gentle and firm, bringing great comfort to his aunt and Gang Sheng. Aunt looked at Ye Fan with mixed feelings. She knew that Ye Fan had recently had some interactions with some young people in Rainbow Housing Estate. But she didn't expect that he had already recruited 10 younger brothers, which made her realize that Ye Fan had already joined a gang. In this special Hong Kong island, there are many gangs and honest people are often bullied. In the past, Ye Fan's parents and uncle had all been bullied by gangs and even had a lot of money extorted from them. Therefore, she was very worried about Ye Fan's safety. "Fanzi, what should we do?" "Call the police, we can't beat them, they are outnumbered," my aunt said anxiously. Gang Sheng also looked at Ye Fan with a worried look on his face and said softly, "Ye Fan, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Ye Fan shook his head gently and said to Hong Sheng gently, "It's none of your business. Don't be afraid. I'm here, and no one can hurt you." Ye Fan knew in his heart that Gang Shen's outstanding beauty would naturally attract some unnecessary trouble. It's no surprise that Bobby's little brother Xiao Huangmao would target her. When the little yellow-haired boy saw Ye Fan appear, he not only did not restrain himself at all, but burst into laughter. He pointed at Gao Ming and Wang Deqiang and taunted, "You two guys are making me laugh to death." They actually recognized a student as their boss, and he looks like he's still breastfeeding. "You guys are just trash. If you hang out with him, you'd be better off following me." Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming were furious after hearing this and immediately retorted, "Huang Mao, you're talking bullshit. You'll know you're wrong in a moment. Brother Fan will never let you go." The yellow-haired man shook his head in disdain, and then turned his attention to Ye Fan. "Hey, student boy, instead of studying hard in school, you come out to mingle in society and become a boss? You are quite pretty. Is it because of this face that Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming recognize you as their boss? That's really strange, I've never seen it before. Okay, I won't talk too much with you. This girl is your girlfriend, right? I advise you to be sensible and give her to my boss, Bobby, and make her my boss's girlfriend and my sister-in-law." As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, his younger brothers started to make a fuss and laugh. This scene made Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming so angry that they gritted their teeth. As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, his younger brothers started to make a fuss and laugh, which made Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming so angry that their faces turned pale. After Ye Fan comforted his aunt and Gang Sheng, he turned around and looked coldly at Huang Mao and his 20 gangster brothers, a surge of anger in his heart. "How dare you mess with my aunt and Hong Kong student?" He slowly took out a Marlboro cigarette and took out one. Seeing this, Wang Deqiang quickly handed him a lighter. Ye Fan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled smoke rings. Then he walked straight up to the yellow-haired man and blew the smoke ring directly into his face. "Huang Mao, you are so brave. How dare you mess with me? Do you want to die?" Ye Fan's voice was cold and threatening. Huang Mao was angered by this action. He considers himself one of the core followers of Boss Bobby. He is a well-known figure in the Choi Hung public housing area. How could he be insulted like this? He roared and clenched his fist and swung it towards Ye Fan's face. However, Ye Fan just smiled contemptuously. He quickly blocked the yellow-haired man's fist with his left hand and held it tightly, preventing him from moving. Then, Ye Fan twisted it hard. Huang Mao suddenly felt a huge force coming and he was almost knocked over. But Ye Fan did not do that, instead he put the cigarette in his right hand in his mouth. Then he swung his right hand and slapped the yellow-haired man's right cheek with a loud slap. Then there was another slap sound on his left cheek. He slapped her 5 or 6 times in a row, each one sounding crisp and loud. Finally, Ye Fan gently loosened the yellow-haired man's fist with his left hand. With Ye Fan's strong swing, the yellow-haired man flew out. It crashed heavily into the 20 younger brothers behind him. 2 little brothers tried to catch the yellow-haired boy. He was instantly knocked to the ground by this huge force and fell on his back. Post views, 52. 014 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 014. The little yellow-haired boy was so arrogant just now, but Ye Fan easily subdued him with just one move. The yellow-haired man lay on the ground, feeling numbness in his mouth, burning pain in his cheeks, and blood slowly flowing out from the corners of his mouth. This tragic scene immediately caused exclamations from the people around. Soon, Huang Mao finally reacted, his mouth full of blood. He shouted to the 20 brothers behind him in fear and anger. "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and kill him!" Upon hearing Huang Mao's order, the 20 gangsters immediately looked fierce and rushed towards Ye Fan with their fists raised. Seeing this, Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming and other 10 younger brothers of Ye Fan were also eager to fight. Without hesitation, he prepared to engage in a fierce battle with Huang Mao and others. Ye Fan sneered, waved to Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming and others, and said loudly, "Don't move, I'm going to take care of them all by myself today. I'm going to take down 20 of them." After saying that, he held a cigarette in his mouth and quickly faced the 20 gangsters rushing towards him. The battle was imminent, but the outcome was no surprise. As a master of dark energy, these ordinary gangsters are a piece of cake for Ye Fan. He easily beat the gangsters to a pulp with just one punch. Ye Fan also deliberately controlled the strength and did not directly attack their vital parts, such as the head or heart, but chose relatively safe places such as shoulders, back or stomach. Every punch he threw would send a gangster flying, and even knock down his companions behind him. Facing the siege of 20 gangsters, Ye Fan seemed to be at ease. His moves were precise and every punch hit the target, and it took less than a minute. He knocked all 20 gangsters, including Huang Mao, to the ground. These gangsters lay on the ground wailing. Some covered their stomachs, some covered their shoulders, and some even had their hands and feet broken. Although Ye Fan did not kill them, he did not hesitate to break their hands and feet. The crowd around witnessed this scene and were stunned. They had never seen such a shocking battle scene, let alone such a powerful master. Ye Fan easily defeated 20 gangsters by himself. In just 1 minute, Ye Fan knocked all 20 gangsters to the ground. This scene shocked everyone present. Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and other 10 of Ye Fan's younger brothers were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Although they knew that Ye Fan was powerful. But it was only today that I truly witnessed Ye Fan's unfathomable power. Recalling their previous sparring with Ye Fan, they suddenly realized that Ye Fan had restrained most of his strength at that time. Especially Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming. Looking at Ye Fan's slightly thin back, he seemed extremely tall. For a moment, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and admiration when they looked at Ye Fan. Ye Fan's aunt and Gang Sheng were also shocked. They never expected that Ye Fan had such amazing strength. When my aunt saw Ye Fan's powerful appearance, she felt surprised, happy, and a little dazed. She recalled that she had previously made fun of Ye Fan for being thin and was worried that he would be bullied. Now it seems that those worries were unnecessary. Also in recent months, Aunt also noticed that Ye Fan often practiced fitness and kung fu in the room. She also advised Ye Fan not to practice these ghost skills because she was worried that he would want to become a gangster. But Ye Fan just smiled and told her that it was just a workout. Moreover, Ye Fan's performance in study also made his aunt very relieved. More than a month ago, she learned from the school that Ye Fan's grades had jumped to first place in the class and grade. This made her so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, and her aunt was secretly thinking in her heart. It would be such an honor for Ye Fan to become a lawyer or a teacher in the future. However, today's scene completely shattered her cognition. She never expected that Ye Fan actually possessed such amazing strength. Gang Sheng was stunned when he saw Ye Fan's thin but determined figure, and his heart was filled with shock. She realized that what Ye Fan had said before about his special abilities was not groundless, and that it might all be true. Then Hong Kong students' thoughts drifted back to when he first arrived in Hong Kong Island. She was once nearly bullied by a snake boss, and that experience still scares her. Now, seeing Ye Fan so powerful, a thought came to her mind. Should I let Ye Fan avenge me and beat up that snake boss? This thought only flashed through her mind, but she is Ye Fan's girlfriend now. In short, at this moment, Hong Kong students, looking at Ye Fan's thin figure, felt an incomparable sense of height and security. In an instant, her favorability and liking for Ye Fan soared, and her heart was filled with admiration and love for him. The confrontation just now has caused a commotion in most of the street. Many onlookers stood in the distance, watching the sudden conflict with curiosity. Young and dangerous people from other gangs also joined in the crowd to watch. They were all shocked to see Ye Fan easily knock down Huang Mao and 20 other gangsters in just 1 minute. Many of them knew Ye Fan, who was just an ordinary high school student in Rainbow Public Housing. At most, he is just an inconspicuous flying boy. I didn't expect that he would show such bravery today. People were talking about it. It seems that a fierce dragon is about to emerge from this Rainbow Public Housing estate. Those gangsters who are usually bullied by Huang Mao and others. At this moment, looking at Huang Mao and others lying on the ground wailing, I couldn't help but feel refreshed. However, some of the gangsters showed uneasiness in their eyes, as if they had a premonition that this would cause a bigger disturbance. Ye Fan smoked a Marlboro cigarette and slowly walked towards the yellow-haired man. He stopped, raised his right foot high, and stepped hard on the yellow-haired man's face with the sole of his sneaker. Ye Fan snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. "Humph, Huang Mao, are you still so arrogant? How dare you touch my woman and want to give her to your boss? How dare you? You're courting death." As he said that, he stepped hard on the yellow-haired man's face with his foot. But what is unexpected is, even though Ye Fan stepped on the ground, Huang Mao still remained stubborn and shouted arrogantly. "Ye Fan, you are awesome this time, but don't get complacent. My boss Bobby is not here. He went to Macau to play. When he comes back, we will definitely take revenge on you. So what if you can fight alone? When the time comes, we will send hundreds or even thousands of our men to besiege you and see how you can still be so arrogant. I just don't believe you can beat 20, let alone hundreds or thousands." Ye Fan was furious when he heard this. He took the half-smoked cigarette, pressed it hard on the yellow-haired man's face, and slowly put out the cigarette butt. Huang Mao screamed in pain from the burns, but he couldn't move and could only let Ye Fan do whatever he wanted. The people around were also frightened when they heard Huang Mao's screams. After Ye Fan put out his cigarette, he stood up and kicked the yellow-haired man in the stomach. Huang Mao flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, bumping into several younger brothers lying on the ground, wailing. Post views, 49. 015 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 015. Ye Fan walked over slowly, stepped on the yellow-haired man's face again, and asked in a cold voice, "Are you still arrogant?" After saying that, he picked up the cigarette and lit it, preparing to burn another mark on Huang Mao's left cheek. At this moment, Huang Mao had completely lost his arrogance. His snot and tears mixed together, and the pain on his right cheek almost suffocated him. He quickly shook his head and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. "I don't dare anymore, Brother Fan, Boss Fan, please let me go." Seeing this, the other gangsters also kowtowed and begged for mercy. Ye Fan felt bored when he saw Huang Mao and other gangsters were in such a miserable state. He knew that these minor characters were nothing but clowns. Then he kicked the yellow-haired man away again and yelled at them. "Get lost! If I see you guys coming here to cause trouble again, you'll lose your hands and feet." When those gangsters heard Ye Fan's threat, they dared not stay and quickly stood up while enduring the pain. He then helped up those younger brothers who could not stand, including Huang Mao, and fled away in a panic. Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and others were very excited when they saw this scene and shouted, "Brother Fan is mighty! Brother Fan is mighty!" The surrounding audience also burst into warm applause, including some who had been bullied by Huang Mao in the past. Ye Fan walked to Wang Deqiang, glanced at Gao Ming and the other 8 brothers, and nodded to them. Then he turned to look at Wang Deqiang and asked, "Deqiang, which gang is collecting protection money on this Rainbow Street, where my aunt's store is located? Tell me, how many gangs are there on Rainbow Street and how strong are they?" Wang Deqiang nodded seriously and said to Ye Fan. Brother Fan, the situation on Rainbow Street is a bit complicated. There are 3 gangs occupying it. Now the street where our sister-in-law's noodle shop is located still has 1/3 of the Rainbow Street area. It is controlled by a group called the Sky Monkey Society, which consists of about 50 people. Ye Fan nodded slightly after hearing this. Although he didn't know much about the specific situation of these gangs, he already had a general idea in his mind. The population of Rainbow Housing Estate is huge, about 50,000 to 60,000 people in total. The 6 streets surrounding it are almost all divided up by large and small communities. Among them, the most powerful gang is the one led by Ba Bai. They occupied 2 entire streets and had more than 100 core members under their command. If the Blue Lantern members on the periphery are included, the number of people gathered could reach thousands. The remaining 4 streets are occupied by other gangs, large and small. Some control half a street, while others occupy 1/3 of the area. In total, there are hundreds of gangsters making a living on these streets. Today is a special day for Ye Fan. Not only has his magical power reached perfection, but he has also encountered provocation from others. This made him realize that it was time to start occupying his own territory. So, he decisively said to Wang Deqiang, "Okay, then go find the leader of the Sky Monkey Society and have him come see me." When Wang Deqiang heard Ye Fan's instructions, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. So he shouted loudly, "Okay, Brother Fan." Then, he turned and looked in one direction among the crowd, and said in a louder voice, "Skinny Monkey, what are you looking at? Come here quickly, my brother Fan is looking for you." In the crowd, several gangsters were surrounding a thin guy, who was none other than Skinny Monkey. Hearing Wang Deqiang's shout, Xiao Erhao was shocked. He had just witnessed Ye Fan fighting 20 gangsters alone. And I was filled with awe at the feat of knocking them all down in just 1 minute. At this moment, hearing Wang Deqiang calling him, Skinny Monkey had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk out of the crowd and come to Wang Deqiang. He forced a smile and said apologetically, "Hey, Brother Deqiang, you're looking for me? What's going on?" Wang Deqiang looked at the Skinny Monkey with contempt, and a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Skinny Monkey, I'm not the one looking for you, it's my elder brother, Brother Fan, who's looking for you." As he spoke, he pointed at Ye Fan beside him. Ye Fan looked at the Skinny Monkey with interest, but there was a coldness in his eyes. The Skinny Monkey was frightened by Ye Fan's gaze. He knew that this young man was no ordinary person. So, he asked cautiously, "Hey, Brother Ye Fan, what do you want to talk to me about?" Ye Fan sneered and stared at the Skinny Monkey with sharp eyes. "Hey, you're the Skinny Monkey, right? I heard that your Sky Monkey Society has occupied 1/3 of this Rainbow Street? My aunt's shop is within your sphere of influence, right? Has she ever paid you protection money?" When the Skinny Monkey heard this, he was shocked. He touched his head awkwardly and said with an apologetic smile, "Hee, yes, Brother Ye Fan. How about this? I'll return all the protection money I collected from your aunt's shop. What do you think?" Ye Fan sneered even more, his voice was icy. "Humph, you still have the nerve to ask for protection money? My aunt paid protection money, but you failed to protect her and allowed other gangsters to bully her store and my people. You took the money but didn't do anything, how dare you join a gang?" When the Skinny Monkey heard this, he was frightened and felt that Ye Fan was really angry. Recalling Ye Fan's amazing skills, he quickly begged for mercy. "Hey, Brother Fan, spare my life. It's really because they have so many people and power that our Sky Monkey Club can't defeat them." Ye Fan looked at the Skinny Monkey's cowardly look and immediately lost interest. He sneered and said seriously, "Okay, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I am here to announce today that since you can't protect my aunt's store, then starting today, the Sky Monkey Club will be disbanded. The 1/3 of Rainbow Street that you originally occupied now belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" When the skinny monkey heard Ye Fan's words, he was immediately shocked. "I thought to myself, oh my god, Ye Fan has such a big appetite. Just because I couldn't protect his aunt's store, he wanted to disband my club. And you want to take away my territory? How can this be justified?" The expressions of the younger brothers behind him also changed drastically. If the society is really disbanded and the territory is lost, how will they make a living in the future? However, they did not dare to refute. Especially the skinny monkey, who was filled with fear when he recalled Ye Fan's amazing skills just now. He looked at Ye Fan tremblingly, as if begging for mercy. Ye Fan lost interest even more when he saw the skinny monkey's cowardly look. He waved his hand and said impatiently, "Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. It's settled. From now on, your Tianho society, including your little brothers, will be under my control and will follow me. You took protection money but couldn't protect them, so what kind of boss are you? You're so shameless. You will follow me from now on, what do you think? Any objections? Do you accept it or not?" When the skinny monkey heard this, he suddenly felt like he had risen from the abyss to heaven. "Follow Ye Fan from now on? Are you convinced? That's definitely something to be admired." He was secretly happy that he had the support of such a powerful boss like Ye Fan. "Maybe I can occupy more territory in the future, and my status will rise. Please give me 5-star ratings and good reviews, follow me, collect me, and urge me to update. Thank you all. Congratulations on making a fortune." Post views, 50. 016 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 016. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Then the skinny monkey's face was filled with unconcealable joy, and he said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, brother Fan, you have the final say. From now on, my Tianho club will be disbanded, and everything will belong to you. I will worship you as my big brother. It is my honor to be able to follow Boss Ye Fan. From now on, whatever you say is what I will obey absolutely." After saying that, he turned around and winked at his brothers behind him. Those younger brothers were also very smart. They immediately understood what Skinny Monkey meant and ran over. Skinny Monkey and his little brother also bowed respectfully to Ye Fan, and shouted loudly, "Hello, brother Fan." Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and 8 other younger brothers were also very excited when they saw this scene. They have finally waited for this day. Ye Fan is going to start to conquer territory and establish his own brand and society. They followed Ye Fan because they were attracted by his powerful strength and extraordinary demeanor. Now, Ye Fan is finally going to take this step, how can they not be happy? Ye Fan turned to Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming and said, "Okay, you two go hand over to Skinny Monkey. Take over the 1/3 of the territory they control and coordinate the finances. Also, give me a good review of their little brothers. Those who use drugs or have done anything harmful will be eliminated. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the skinny monkey quickly bowed and nodded, saying, "Brother Fan, I understand. Don't worry, all my subordinates are innocent. They don't take drugs and have never done anything harmful to the world. I will handle the handover properly with Brother Deqiang and Brother Jiaoming, don't worry." Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction. Then he said to Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming, "You two go and get busy." After saying that, he turned and walked towards his aunt and Gang Sheng. He whispered to his aunt and Gang Sheng, "Auntie, Gang Sheng, please don't open the shop today. Let's go back." Upon hearing this, Auntie and Gang Sheng both nodded. Today's scene really scared them. Fortunately Ye Fan arrived in time. Although Huang Mao didn't dare to snatch people in broad daylight. But it is also possible that he will come here to cause trouble, tease you, or do other bad things in the future. Ant and Gang Sheng looked at Ye Fan with mixed feelings. They were happy for Ye Fan because he had great strength and his own power. Joining gangs was very common in Hong Kong Island at that time, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it now. But they were still worried about Ye Fan's safety. After all, being in a gang always came with too many dangers. Afterwards, Ye Fan took his aunt and Gang Sheng home. On the way, the aunt held Gang Shen's hand tightly, while Gang Sheng snuggled up to Ye Fan. After returning home, Ye Fan chatted with his aunt and Hong Sheng. The two of them were indeed quite frightened today, so Ye Fan had to spend some time with them. Aunt looked at Ye Fan, her eyes full of worry. "Fanzi, you are indeed very impressive today. But joining a gang is not a good thing after all. It is too dangerous and there are fighting and killing all day long. Look at our Rainbow Housing Estate, how many people have been injured and had their limbs broken because of this." Hearing his aunt's words, Gang Sheng couldn't help but look at Ye Fan worriedly. Ye Fan smiled slightly and comforted her, "Aunt, Gang Sheng, don't worry, I will pay attention, I know what I am doing." Ye Fan certainly knew the dangers of joining a gang, but he also had his own plans. He is a person with a system, so naturally he is different from ordinary people. Of course, he also realized that few of his current brothers were really capable of fighting. If a fight really needs to happen, he has to take action, which is not a solution. It would be best if you have a group of brave younger brothers and powerful and expert younger brothers. This way he can plan and strategize behind the scenes without having to do anything himself. At the same time, Ye Fan also thought that family members who were involved in gangs were easily threatened or assassinated. He was worried about the personal safety of Gang Sheng, his other future girlfriends, and his aunt. He began to think about how to improve the strength of his family and younger brothers to ensure their safety. Ye Fan's mind moved, and he asked the system directly about this matter. Unexpectedly, the system gave him an answer that made him ecstatic. The system indicates that Ye Fan currently has a learning effect of 200 times. This benefit can also benefit his younger brother and girlfriend. But the learning speed they can enjoy will be 1/10 of Ye Fan as the system host. That is to say, if Ye Fan had a learning speed of 200 times, then his younger brother and girlfriend can get 20 times the learning effect. If Ye Fan has 1000 times, they can enjoy 100 times. By analogy, if Ye Fan reaches 10,000 times, they can also have a learning speed of 1000 times. But the system also sets a limitation. If Ye Fan's learning speed is 1000 times faster, then the total learning multiples of all his younger brothers and girlfriend cannot exceed 1000 times. This means that Ye Fan only has 10 places to allocate, and each person will enjoy a 100-fold learning speed. Ye Fan could cancel the quota and replace the player at any time. Hearing such restrictions still made Ye Fan very excited. However, the system then prompts: only those who are 100% loyal to Ye Fan, that is, the system host, can enjoy this exponential learning speed. Ye Fan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. The system explained that this was inevitable. Because only being 100% loyal to Ye Fan means having 100% trust in the system. The system will give them such special effects. After listening to the system's explanation, Ye Fan suddenly understood, and an indescribable joy surged in his heart. He realized that this setting of the system was not only reasonable but also full of wisdom. If his younger brother and girlfriend can have learning effect, that is undoubtedly a vivid embodiment of taking from the people and giving back to the people. And only those who are 100% loyal to him can enjoy this treatment, which makes him feel even more gratified. Because these people are his true confidants and the power he can trust and rely on. Ye Fan thought about what it would be like if he had a 100% loyal younger brother in the future. As the learning time of these younger brothers increases, their strength will become stronger and stronger, and their management capabilities will be improved day by day. This way, he can take control of the situation more easily. There is no need to worry about betrayal by younger brothers and internal divisions. In Hong Kong Island, where the underworld is rampant and young and dangerous people are everywhere, the betrayal of younger brothers and women is often what gang leaders and big brothers fear the most. But with the help of the system, Ye Fan can solve this problem perfectly. So Ye Fan asked the system curiously, "System, can you check my girlfriend, Gang Sheng, to see if she has reached 100% loyalty?" If Hong Sheng really has 100% loyalty, then Ye Fan plans to let her start practicing Kung Fu. Although you can only enjoy 20 times the learning effect at present. But as long as she practices long enough, her strength will gradually become stronger. At that time, she will not only be able to protect herself, but also become a great help to Ye Fan. Post views, 52,017 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 017. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. However, to Ye Fan's slight disappointment, the system directly gave the result. Hong Kong students' current loyalty to him is only 95, which does not reach the full score of 100. At the same time, none of Ye Fan's current subordinates has a loyalty level of 100. This made Ye Fan feel a little depressed. It seems that finding a 100% loyal friend or younger brother is not an easy task. However, Ye Fan is still very confident in Hong Kong students. After spending about 100 days together, Gang Sheng has developed a deep liking and admiration for him, and his whole heart is almost tied to him. Ye Fan didn't understand why Hong Kong students' loyalty had not yet reached full marks. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that it might be because he and Hong Sheng had not yet broken through the last step. In other words, Hong Kong students have not yet completely given themselves to him. Ye Fan knew very well that women attached great importance to their chastity. If Hong Sheng really gave her body to him, her loyalty would most likely reach 100%. Thinking of this, Ye Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It will take him more than half a year to turn 18. He also promised his aunt that he would wait until he became an adult before doing the things he loves to do, which is reasonable. Although he felt a little regretful about Hong Kong students' loyalty, Ye Fan did not dwell on it too much. So what he is thinking about now is how to motivate his subordinates. For example, Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and others, let them become his right-hand men and help him conquer the world. After all, it feels the best to have younger brothers to help you share the pressure. So Ye Fan stopped thinking about it and continued to chat with Gang Sheng and his aunt at home. After dinner, Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao came to Ye Fan's house. Wang Deqiang said directly to Ye Fan, "Brother Fan, Xiao Erhao's people have all been dealt with and handed over. Do you want to go over there and talk to the new brothers?" Skinny Monkey also nodded and agreed. "Yeah, Brother Fan, go talk to the brothers, you are our new boss. In addition, if you have any new rules, you can also talk about it with the brothers and us." Upon hearing this, Ye Fan felt that he should indeed establish some rules to manage the new brothers. So he nodded and said, "Okay, let's go together." Then he said hello to his aunt and Hong Kong students. He went to Rainbow Street with Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, Xiao Erhao, and others, to Xiao Erhao's former Tianhuo Society office. After arriving at the office, the skinny guy took out a box and opened it, which contained stacks of cash. "Brother Fan, this is the public funds of my original Tianhuo Society, a total of 260,000. In addition, I have 230,000 yuan in my personal account, and I am willing to take it all out." After hearing this, Ye Fan smiled and waved his hand and said, "No, just keep your original money. We'll all work together and the money will come naturally." In fact, when the skinny monkey took out the box containing 260,000 public funds, Ye Fan was already quite satisfied. According to common sense, Skinny Monkey could have kept the money for himself. But he didn't do that. Instead, he took it out on his own initiative, which was enough to show the Skinny Monkey's way of dealing with people. In Hong Kong Island in the 1980s, 260,000 was definitely a huge sum of money. The fact that Skinny Monkey was so generous in giving it to Ye Fan undoubtedly gave Ye Fan a great deal of face. This money was earned by Xiao Hao through running the Tianhuo Society. This includes the salaries of many younger brothers and the daily expenses of the society. At the same time, Ye Fan also realized his former younger brothers Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and others have never received any salary, which is obviously unreasonable. Now that he has money, he must give money to his younger brothers. Seeing that Ye Fan was so reasonable, the Skinny Monkey smiled happily and thanked him repeatedly. Then he took out another document from the box and continued. Brother Fan, this is a property certificate, which is the ownership certificate of our current 3-story detached building. I bought it to be the headquarters of the Skyfire Society. As for the other industries of Tianhuo Society, there was only one gambling den and one bar and nightclub, but both of those places were rented. The most important thing is that we collect protection fees from 1/3 of the merchants on Rainbow Street every month. That's pretty much the situation with regard to property and funds. After hearing this, Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction. Wang Deqiang teased the Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey, I didn't expect you only occupied 1/3 of Rainbow Street. With only one nightclub and one person shop, they managed to save so much money, 260,000 yuan. They are really good at financial management. The Skinny Monkey smiled proudly and said to Ye Fan and Wang Deqiang. Hehe, actually I'm different from other big brothers in the underworld. When they have money, they spend it lavishly, playing with women, gambling, buying luxury cars and mansions. As for me, I have no interest in those things and I don't have any family to take care of. I think it's better to save the money, and make sure my brothers get paid every month. I don't want to be like other gangs where the younger brothers can only drink soup. The big guys, however, eat and drink the best food, drive luxury cars, hug beautiful women, and live in luxury houses. When Ye Fan heard what Skinny Monkey said, he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. I think Xiao Hao's idea is very interesting and he is a good person too. He can be reused in the future. He nodded and said, Skinny Monkey, you are very good, this is a good idea. But sometimes money has to be spent where it counts. Don't worry, follow me from now on and you won't have to worry about money. As he spoke, Ye Fan took out several dozen bills from the cash box. The total amount was 60,000 yuan, which was then handed over to Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming. Ye Fan smiled and handed the money in his hand to Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming, saying, Gao Ming, De Qiang, divide this 60,000 yuan between you two and the other 8 brothers. 10,000 each for the 2 of you, and 5,000 each for the other brothers. Being able to stand in front of my sister-in-law's store to protect them immediately today is also a credit. After hearing this, Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming smiled happily and could hardly believe their ears. 10,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for them. They nodded in thanks, thank you, Brother Fan. At this moment, they finally experienced the joy of being in a club. They won the battle and made great efforts, and the boss rewarded them so generously. Ye Fan turned to look at the Skinny Monkey and said with a smile, Skinny Monkey, I won't give you any money. You still have more than 200,000 yuan on your card. The Skinny Monkey waved his hand and said, Oh, sir, I really don't need it. I was just afraid of being poor before, so I like to save money and don't dare to spend it recklessly. Ye Fan smiled, then said to the 3 of them, give each of you 1,000 yuan later. By the way, Skinny Monkey, how many followers did you have in the Skyfire Society? How many people did you kick out during the inspection today? The Skinny Monkey replied, Brother Fan, it turns out that our Skyfire Society has 52 members. But today we have checked it together with brothers Deqiang and Jiaoming. As I said before, none of the guys I recruited are drug addicts. I haven't done anything harmful to the world, at most I've just had a few street fights, you can rest assured about that. Please give me 5-star ratings and good reviews, follow me, collect me, urge me to update, and give me some love. Wish you good fortune. Post views, 52. 018 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 018. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After hearing this, Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "That's great. Then give each of the original 52 brothers 1,000 yuan, as I just said. Just consider it as a welcome gift from me, the new boss, to them." Xiao Erhao, Wang Deqiang, and Gao Ming were all very happy after hearing this. They also felt Ye Fan's generosity. In other gangs, it is rare for bosses to give money to their subordinates so directly. In fact, Ye Fan knew very well that he would need a lot of younger brothers in the future. But he doesn't want to be like other gangs. Other gangs basically rely on core members, while most of the younger brothers are peripheral Blue Lanterns. The Blue Lanterns can't actually be considered members of their own society. If you want to fight, you have to pay them temporarily to hire them. But Ye Fan will never do this again in the future. His invincible Big Brother system requires his younger brothers to sincerely respect him as Big Brother and call him Big Brother. This way he can enjoy more learning speed. At the same time, he can also pass on this benefit to his girlfriend and loyal brothers. In fact, Ye Fan doesn't care much about money. He believed that by giving money to his subordinates, they would be more loyal to him and more willing to work for him. This is something he thought very clearly about. What's more, it was the early 1980s in Hong Kong Island, and there were plenty of opportunities to make money. As long as you have the first pot of gold, a certain territory and followers, making money will be easy, right? He will slowly plan these in the future. The skinny monkey then suggested. "Brother Fan, all the brothers have gathered in the hall now. Do you want to say a few words to them?" Ye Fan nodded and stood up. Then he took Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao out of the conference room and came to the lobby on the first floor. In the hall, 52 former members of the Tianhuo Society and 8 of Ye Fan's original 10 members stood in a neat row. There are now a total of 62 younger brothers, plus Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao, a total of 65 people. Seeing Ye Fan coming out, the younger brothers clenched their fists as if they had received professional training and shouted loudly, "Hello, Brother Fan!" Then he bowed respectfully. Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao also shouted loudly. It turned out that these younger brothers had received simple training from Xiao Erhao, Wang Deqiang, and Gao Ming in order to welcome the new big brother. They also heard that Ye Fan showed his great power at noon today. One person can easily take on 20 yellow-haired gangsters. Some of the younger brothers witnessed the scene with their own eyes and were shocked and happy. Now that they have such a capable big brother, they believe that the new society will definitely grow stronger in the future. Maybe it can become a big gang or a big society, so they are very excited. Ye Fan quickly waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then he calmly and confidently stood in front of more than 60 younger brothers and said loudly, "Okay, brothers. Hello everyone. My name is Ye Fan, and I will be your new boss from now on. Since you call me Big Brother, I will give you a gift today. Everyone will receive 1,000 yuan today." Ye Fan's words had just fallen. Skinny Monkey, Wang Deqiang, and Gao Ming took the lead in clapping and cheering loudly, "Good! Brother Fan is so heroic." When the other brothers heard this, they were also very excited and shouted loudly, "Thank you, Brother Fan, you are so generous. I gave them money as soon as I became the new boss, and it was 1,000 yuan at a time. I was so happy." You know, their former boss, Xiao Erhao, only paid them 1,000 yuan a month. This is basically like getting an extra month's allowance. 8 of Ye Fan's original 10 younger brothers were also very happy at the scene. But they don't know it yet. Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming will give them an additional 4,000 yuan later, and they will definitely be even more excited then. Seeing so many younger brothers so happy, Ye Fan was also very satisfied. He raised his hand to silence the crowd's noise and continued. Okay, now let me tell you about my future rules. Although we are in gangs and act like gangsters, I have a few requirements that everyone must follow. That means you cannot take drugs, do anything that is harmful to others, or do anything immoral. Especially, you must not bully ordinary people. If anyone does these things, don't blame me for being ruthless. In addition, since we have collected protection fees from many merchants on Rainbow Street, we have the responsibility to protect them. In the future, if merchants are bullied by other gangs or gangsters, you must come at me without hesitation and fight back. At the moment, I only have these two requests. Do you understand? After hearing Ye Fan's words, the younger brothers shouted in unison, Yes, Brother Fan, I understand. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, then winked at Xiao Erhao, Wang Deqiang, and Gao Ming. They immediately distributed the prepared cash to the younger brothers present, 1,000 yuan each. As for Ye Fan's original 8 younger brothers, later, Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming will give them an additional 4,000 yuan each. Soon, everyone received the money and their faces were filled with joy. Ye Fan waved his hand and told them to go their separate ways and do what they needed to do. Afterwards, Ye Fan, Xiao Erhao, Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming returned to the conference room. Skinny Monkey spoke first, Brother Fan, our new club needs a resounding name. You can't call me the original Skyfire Society anymore, that's too unworthy of your status. Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming also nodded in agreement. Ye Fan took out a Marlboro, lit it, blew out a smoke ring, and said with a smile. Well, we must definitely establish a new brand name. However, I haven't thought of the font size yet. I'll think about it carefully. As for the club's rules, I will also carefully consider and formulate them in the coming days. Indeed, for Ye Fan, everything that happened today was a bit sudden. If he hadn't mastered Bajiquan, my aunt and Hong Sheng wouldn't have been bullied. He may not be about to grab territory today. He originally planned to wait until he became a master of Huajin before conquering territory and recruiting more followers. So, regarding the name and rules of the future club, he really hasn't thought about it deeply yet and needs to think about it carefully. When Wang Deqiang, Xiao Erhao, and Gao Ming heard what Ye Fan said, they all nodded to show their understanding. Please give me a 5-star rating, a good review, follow me, favorite me, urge me to update, give me a heart, and give me a reward. Thank you. Post views, 49. 019 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 019. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At this time, the skinny monkey smiled slyly, approached Ye Fan and said, Brother Fan, you see, there are 3 gangs on Rainbow Street now, and 1/3 of the territory is now under your control. What about the remaining 2/3 of Rainbow Street? Do you want to conquer them as well? Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they agreed. Wang Deqiang said excitedly. That's right, Brother Fan. The number of people in those 2 gangs is about the same as ours, around 50 each. If you take action, I believe we can deal with them quickly. I went to ask about it this afternoon and they are all very nervous. We are afraid that you will try to subjugate them, and they might even unite to fight against us. I think, why don't we just go all out and subdue them today? Xiao Erhao and Gao Ming kept nodding in agreement. Especially the skinny guy. He just went from being the boss to someone else's younger brother, so he naturally felt unbalanced. He thought about dragging the other 2 gangs on Rainbow Street into this, so that he would feel better. Ye Fan was speechless when he saw the eager expressions of the 3 people. He understood that they all thought they were powerful martial artists and that it would be easy to subdue the other 2 small gangs. But in fact, Ye Fan didn't want his subordinates to rely too much on him. So he laughed and scolded the 3 of them, Humph, you guys are just wishful thinking. It is indeed easy for me to subdue them, but do you want me to do it myself? Wouldn't that make you seem useless? Look at other big gangs, is there any case where the boss always goes to conquer the territory personally? So, don't think about it now. During this time, I will teach you Kung Fu. Especially you three, as the core members of the club, you must teach Kung Fu well. Also, from now on, you will have to practice in the hall with all your brothers for 4 hours every day. How can you fight without strength? How can you fight with other gangs? Like today, I can easily hit 20 by myself. So my plan is to wait for another 20 days or so, or at most a month. We are officially expanding our territory, understand? After hearing Ye Fan's words, Xiao Erhao, Wang Deqiang, and Gao Ming showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. They did think so just now, but now that Ye Fan had said it, they could only agree loudly. They understood at the time that being able to fight was important in the club. But how to fight is not something that ordinary people can do, and no one teaches them. Now that the new boss Ye Fan has said he is willing to teach them Kung Fu, they are also very happy. They were full of anticipation for learning Ye Fan's Kung Fu. After all, Ye Fan's Kung Fu is indeed very powerful. It would be very exciting if I could learn a few tricks. So they continued their meeting and discussed how to manage their younger brothers, how to teach them Kung Fu, and other arrangements. Ye Fan thought that he still had to go to school every day. Except for Saturdays and weekends, most of the time is spent in school. He planned that the semester would end in more than 20 days, and then it would be summer vacation. It is also the time for him to officially show his skills and conquer the territory. In fact, Ye Fan also thought about not going to school anymore and just focusing on joining the club. But he thought, no. There is still his beloved teacher He Min in school who has not been dealt with yet. Besides, maybe I can find more beautiful girls in school who are suitable to be my sister-in-law. He thought about his future plans again and decided to continue studying. Anyway, if I can really train a powerful younger brother by then, he could just stay behind the scenes, that would be the easiest thing. After the discussion, Ye Fan said to Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao, let's stop here for today. As I just said, you need to recruit some new members during this period, and you must recruit at least 100 people. Wang Deqiang and the other two nodded when they heard this. As for why Ye Fan must recruit 100 subordinates? Because 100 of his 200 learning multiples require 100 younger brothers. Moreover, after this semester, the status of his 61 classmates as his younger brothers will be invalidated. In addition, the more than 30 kids are not regular and will all be kicked out when the time comes. Therefore, Ye Fan must recruit 100 younger brothers. This is the most important thing. He paused and continued, by the way, you should keep a close eye on brother Bobby during this period. Didn't Huang Mao and the others say today that Bobby went to Macau for fun? You have to pay attention, as soon as Bai returns to Hong Kong Island, if he makes any moves later. You must tell me right away, understand? After hearing this, Wang Deqiang and the other two nodded loudly and said, okay, I understand, brother Fan. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction and went back directly. The next morning, Ye Fan picked up his school bag and went to school as usual. But the news of his feat yesterday had already spread throughout the Rainbow Housing Estate. He single-handedly took on 20 gangsters. Like a whirlwind that swept through the entire Rainbow Housing Estate, he became famous overnight. Many unemployed young people and hooligans from Rainbow Housing Estates were excited about this. You know, there are 6 streets near the Rainbow Housing Estate. Although the area is small, it is also full of gangs. But there has never been a big brother who truly came from Rainbow Public Housing. Now, a real dragon has finally appeared in Rainbow Housing Estate. And he is such a good fighter, how can they not be excited? Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao followed Ye Fan's instructions and began to recruit soldiers. They give priority to recruiting unemployed young people and hooligans from Rainbow Housing Estate. This information made the unemployed young people and hooligans in Rainbow Housing ecstatic. In just one day, 100 or 200 people came to sign up, and the scene was extremely lively. However, Wang Daqiang and his colleagues knew that there was not enough money in the society's account. Because Ye Fan's request was very clear. If you want to recruit real brothers, not those nominal Blue Lantern peripheral members. Each formal subordinate is paid 1,000 yuan per month. He already had more than 60 younger brothers, and their monthly salaries alone were more than 60,000 yuan. Given the current financial situation, we are unable to accept all of them. After careful selection, they finally accepted only the 50 best ones. We had no choice but to wait until Ye Fan got more funds and had new projects before hiring a large number of people. Post views, 48. 020 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 020. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. When the other two gangs on Rainbow Street learned that the skinny monkey from the Skyfire Society had been subdued by Ye Fan, they immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Especially when they heard that Ye Fan had single-handedly challenged 20 yellow gangsters, they became even more worried. The two gangs immediately formed an alliance and huddled together to resist Ye Fan's military conquest. So in just 20 days, they recruited soldiers like crazy, and the two gangs combined have expanded to more than 150 people. As for the yellow-haired man who had been taught a lesson by Ye Fan, he went back in disgrace and did not dare to cause trouble in Rainbow Street again. Now they can only wait for Brother Bobby to come back from Macau so that they can gather a large group of people to settle accounts with Ye Fan. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days have passed and this semester has officially ended. Ye Fan's sophomore year of high school came to an end. The identities of the more than 60 little brothers in the class were also lifted. Interestingly, many classmates still habitually call Ye Fan Brother Fan. In particular, some girls would shyly call him Brother Fan when they saw him. Obviously, these students have been completely conquered by Ye Fan. This semester, Ye Fan's grades improved by leaps and bounds, and he has been ranked first in the grade. Teacher He Min favored him very much. Not only did she often talk to him, but she also specially appointed him as the English class representative. Ye Fan naturally wanted it very much. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he went to He Min's office every few days. It is called asking for help with homework, but in fact it is to cultivate feelings. Of course, the little brothers of Rainbow Public Housing are gone too. We can't teach the kids bad things. During these 20 days, every day after school, Ye Fan would always go to the 3-story building of the Tianhuo Society where Xiao Erhao used to live. The first and second floors here have been converted into training halls. Various fitness equipment and martial arts equipment are neatly arranged throughout the space. The third floor is used as an office area. Every day in the training hall, Ye Fan personally taught Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, Xiao Erhao, and all his younger brothers to practice Kung Fu. As a master of dark energy, he is particularly adept at teaching. Under his careful guidance, the progress of more than 100 younger brothers was amazing. Especially Wang Daqiang, after 20 days of special training, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He was born with some strength, and after mastering the boxing routines, he became very powerful. He can now easily beat 3 versions of himself from 20 days ago. That was the morning of the 3rd day after the start of summer vacation. After Ye Fan finished breakfast with his aunt and Gang Sheng, he went to the training hall as usual. He first taught his younger brothers to practice boxing on the 1st and 2nd floors, and then went up to the 3rd floor alone. In his own private room, Ye Fan began to practice Bajiquan. When he practiced it for the 3rd time, buzz! A huge amount of martial arts information flooded into his mind like a torrent. In an instant, Ye Fan felt that all the subtleties of Bajiquan flooded into his mind like a revelation. He felt that the moves of Bajiquan had become more flexible. No longer stick to fixed moves and routines. Instead, he reached the state of there is no fist, there is no intention, and the true intention is in the unintentional. Ye Fan suddenly realized that his Bajikwan had finally broken through to the perfect realm. An indescribable joy welled up in Ye Fan's heart. From this moment on, he officially became a Bajikwan master, and his personal strength also reached a higher level. He picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then sat down at the table, took out a Marlboro and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled a few smoke rings. Then the personal system panel was opened. Host, Ye Fan. Age, 17 years old. Strength, 348 caddies, normal person 100, note, 348 caddies is the basic strength. Through the use of force skills, you can burst out several times the strength. Physical fitness, 95, normal person 60. Agility, 91, normal, 60. Spirit, 92, normal 60. Strength evaluation, Huajin. Kung Fu, Bajikwan, perfect, Wing Chun Chuan, great achievement. Others, none. Little brother, 115. Girlfriend, 1. Learning effect multiplier, 200 times. Function expansion, to be developed. The data on the system panel made him very happy. The strength has reached 348 pounds, and the 3 data of physique, agility, and spirit have also increased. As Bajikwan reached the perfect level, his strength evaluation was also improved to the Huajin level. This means that he has officially become a master of Huajin. Although the overall level of the masters in Hong Kong's underworld is still unclear. But the level of Huajin Grand Master is definitely rare. During these 20 days, Ye Fan also found a Wing Chun manual to practice. Surprisingly, his Wing Chun also reached the highest level of perfection. Ye Fan also understood that this was because of the principle of if you understand one law, you will understand 100 laws. The perfect state of Bajikwan made his understanding of other boxing styles much more efficient. Because of this, Ye Fan seemed to be at ease when learning Wing Chun. Coupled with the learning speed of 200 times, he was able to reach the great success level in just 20 days. This made him think a lot. If the learning speed can be increased by 1,000 times or even 10,000 times in the future, wouldn't it be possible to cultivate a technique to perfection in just 1 or 2 days? Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Ye Fan was certainly happy about the rapid improvement in strength, but there was one thing that always bothered him. Among the more than 100 subordinates under him, not one has achieved 100% loyalty so far. The system clearly states that a prompt will be given immediately once someone reaches this standard. Even his most promising people, such as Wang Daqiang and Gao Ming, were always one step short of the final goal. His girlfriend, Hong Sheng's loyalty level has been stuck at 95% for more than 20 days. In addition, during this period of time, Ye Fan has been thinking about the name of his club. After careful consideration, he finally made a decision. We are preparing to officially announce the name of the society and related rules at tonight's meeting. Just as he was lost in thought, Wang Daqiang's urgent voice suddenly came from outside the door. Brother Fan. It's bad. A little brother sent me a message that Brother Bobby has returned from Macau. He is now leading over 300 gangsters towards our Rainbow Street. P.S. Please give 5-star ratings, good reviews, favorites, urge for updates, follow up, love and rewards. Thank you all. Post views, 51. 021 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 021. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. There are so many gang leaders in Hong Kong Island that they change every few years. Hong Kong Island in this era. There are famous names such as Shinji, Ho Ho Bang, Helian Chen, Hong Xing, and Dong Xing. They are all powerful figures in the world. And under these big gangs, there are dozens of small and medium-sized gangs. He Hong Lian, a subordinate of Babij, is one of them. Although its name begins with the character, he, like the famous Wol Wensing in Hong Kong, it is no longer what it used to be. If this character could be ranked among the top 10 gangsters in Hong Kong a dozen or 20 years ago, its ancestors were indeed glorious. Unfortunately, it has declined now, with only about 100 people left. He was reduced to having to make a living in a poor place like Rainbow Housing Estate. When Ye Fan heard Wang Daqiang say that brother Ba Bai was coming with more than 300 people to kill him, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The last time he taught Babij's younger brother Huang Mao a lesson, it must have been that guy who exaggerated the matter and made a complaint. Brother Bobby brought so many people here specially, he must have heard that he is a very good fighter. But Ye Fan was not panicked at all. His Bajiquan had just broken through to the perfect level. Now he is a true master of Huajin. What's more, his 100 younger brothers have been practicing Kung Fu with him for more than 20 days. Everyone's skills are much stronger than before. Bobby brother thinks he can just pick a fight with 300 people? That's just wishful thinking. You've come just in time. Ye Fan put out the cigarette in his hand, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I want to see what kind of waves this outdated Hehonglian name can stir up. Ye Fan snorted coldly, with a sharp look in his eyes. This Bobby brother wants to do something to me right after returning from Macau? He's really bold. Wang Daqiang was also eager to fight, and gnashed his teeth and said, Brother Fan, the core members of that Bobby Pujaza group only have about 100 people. How dare you bring people to our Rainbow Street to cause trouble? Let's go and kill that bastard right now. Skinny Monkey and Gao Ming also surrounded them aggressively. After more than 20 days of hard training, they are no longer the same as before. Even the somewhat timid Skinny Monkey was ready to fight. Brother Fan, shall we go over and take them down now? Ye Fan turned to Gao Ming and asked, Did Ba Bai bring his men here to touch the merchants we are protecting? Gao Ming shook his head, not really. However, when more than 300 people stood on the street, all the customers on Rainbow Street were scared away. Now they are all gathered at Rongji Tea Restaurant, obviously waiting for us to come over. Ye Fan heard this and sneered. Well, since they've come to our door, let's go meet this Bobby brother. I want to see if he really wants to start a war with us with 300 people in broad daylight. After saying that, Ye Fan straightened his collar, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Wang Daqiang and others immediately straightened their backs, with fighting spirit burning in their eyes. When Ye Fan brought Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao to the first floor lobby. All the younger brothers at the headquarters have lined up neatly and are waiting. Except for those who were patrolling outside, everyone else learned that Bobby Ge had brought 300 people to kill them. The atmosphere in the hall was lively, and most of the young men were eager to try. After more than 20 days of hard training, they clearly felt that their strength had greatly increased and were eager to show their skills. However, a few of the younger brothers looked worried. After all, Brother Bobby is very famous in the Rainbow Housing Estate and even in the whole of Hong Kong. This time they came with more than 300 people and the outcome was unpredictable. But since I have already joined Ye Fan in the club, I can't be timid and must go ahead with it. Ye Fan looked around at everyone and said loudly, Brothers! That bastard Bobby dared to come to our territory and cause trouble, what do you think we should do? Cut him! Cut him! Under the leadership of core members such as Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao, the younger brothers were excited and their shouts shook the sky. Looking at his younger brothers with high morale, Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, Okay. Follow me. After saying that, he led more than 100 people out of the 3-story building. Then they went straight to the Rongji Tea Restaurant food stall which they controlled. Rainbow Street is about 200 meters long. The streets are lined with a variety of Hong Kong Island specialty snack stalls. Cart noodles, wan chai noodles, and beef balls are always bustling with people on weekdays. But at this moment, the whole street was surprisingly quiet, and not even a single person could be seen. Brother Bobby brought 300 gangsters to this station. Not to mention the customers, even the police stayed away from them. Babij has a bad reputation and no one dares to get close to him. At this moment, Bobby Ge was sitting at the dining table in front of Rongji Tea Restaurant. He occupied the entire table by himself. He was eating egg tarts with sweat all over his forehead, and a group of younger brothers surrounded him. The owner and employees of Rongji Tea Restaurant all looked worried. Today's business was completely ruined. A young employee came over timidly with a tray on which was a bowl of steaming soup. His hands were shaking violently and the expression on his face was uglier than crying. When Babij saw this, he immediately became furious. He had come there to cause trouble. He grabbed the soup bowl, slammed it to the ground, pointed at the young employee and cursed. "I fuck your mother. I'm here to take care of your business because I think highly of you. Who are you showing this ugly face to? What, do I owe you money?" The young employee was yelled at by Bobby Ge. He was so scared that his neck shrank and his hands were waving. Just as he was about to explain, he was kicked to the ground by Bobby Ge. A fat employee of Rongji Tea Restaurant rushed over and helped him up. The restaurant owner was so frightened when he saw this that his face turned pale and he quickly ran out to smooth things over. He nodded and flattered. "Brother Bobby, you are a magnanimous person. Ayan is still a child. Please don't argue with him. Today you can have the egg tarts at Rongji for free. Is that okay with you? As long as Brother Bobby is happy, you can come every day from now on." Babij laughed wildly when he heard this. "Oh, boss, your egg tart shop is doing good business. You said it. I'm giving you this favor, but..." He changed the subject and narrowed his eyes. "Send 50 egg tarts to my office every day, along with 50 servings of traditional Chinese soup." When the young employee named Ayan heard this, his eyes widened. "What, 50 egg tarts and 50 soups? Free every day?" Bobby's face darkened and he glared at Yin again. "Why? My brother Bobby has a big appetite and eats 50 egg tarts and 50 soups every day. Is that not okay?" After saying that, he turned to the restaurant owner and asked sinisterly. "Boss, you just promised it yourself, you're not going to go back on your word so soon, are you?" Mr. Huang, the owner of the tea restaurant, waved his hands repeatedly with a flattering smile on his face. "No, no, absolutely not." He secretly complained in his heart. "If I send 50 egg tarts and 50 bowls of traditional Chinese soup to Bobby every day, how can I continue this business? I'm afraid I'll close down tomorrow." Just when Boss Huang was in a dilemma, Ye Fan arrived with Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, Xiao Erhao and a group of younger brothers. Seeing this, Bobby's brothers immediately became agitated and made way for Ye Fan. Babij looked at Ye Fan who was approaching with cold eyes, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Post views, 47. 022 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 022. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Ye Fan sat down opposite Bobby Ge with his arms and legs crossed and looked around at the employees of the tea restaurant. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the timid young employee. "Isn't this He Jinyan from the movie King of Destruction? Looking at the name of this tea restaurant, it is indeed Rongji Tea Restaurant." Ye Fan understood it in his heart, but now was not the time to think about it. "Wow, Bobby bro." Ye Fan looked directly at Bobby Ge, his tone relaxed but sharp. "Why are you so interested in coming to my place to eat egg tarts today? But if you want to eat egg tarts, then eat egg tarts. Why are you so angry that you brought 300 brothers with you?" After saying this, he turned to He Jinyan and said, "Brother, bring me 2 bottles of iced soda. I want to help Bobby cool down." The tea restaurant employee named He Jinyan looked at Ye Fan timidly, then looked at the boss timidly. Seeing the boss nod, he hurried into the store and quickly ran to get the soda. Bobby's expression became increasingly gloomy. After a while, He Jinyan came back with 2 bottles of steaming cold soda. Bai looked at Ye Fan with a squint, and then his eyes swept over the more than 100 younger brothers behind him. Suddenly he grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Ye Fan, I never thought a student like you could become the leader of a club. Even the skinny monkey was conquered by you. Not bad, not bad, I like you very much. Ye Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He originally thought that Bobby would attack him directly when he saw that he brought so many people with him. I didn't expect the other party to be polite first. He took the soda from He Jinyan and chuckled. I'm so flattered that brother Bobby thinks so highly of me. As he said that, he unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. I also want to thank brother Bobby for taking care of my neighbor's business. Bobby's expression suddenly changed, and he slammed the table so hard that the egg tarts on the table jumped up. Ye Fan, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. He stared with his eyes as bright as copper bells, and his voice suddenly rose. I came here today to tell you that I can let go of the last time you bullied my little brother Huang Mao. I've taken a fancy to you. As long as you are willing to join my club in Honglian, I'll guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and glory. Before Ye Fan could speak, Wang Daqiang jumped out with murderous intent. I'll fuck your mother, brother Bobby. Just a bunch of weaklings in your club, you think you are worthy enough to let brother Fan take over? You are fucking dreaming. Bobby flew into a rage, his eyes wide open as he roared. Fuck. Who do you think you are? You have the right to interrupt here. He turned to Ye Fan, his face gloomy. Ye Fan, is this how you teach me? You don't understand the rules of the underworld. Not only did Ye Fan not blame Wang Daqiang, but he secretly praised him. This kid is courageous and dares to confront Bobby directly. He is a promising talent. He leaned lazily on the back of his chair and said slowly, Brother Bobby, you made a few mistakes. First, I haven't joined any club yet, nor have I established any membership, so there is no question of whether to transfer or not. Second, since you don't follow the rules of the underworld, then my little brother naturally doesn't need to follow any rules either. He took a sip of his soda and continued, to be honest, no matter how much you think highly of me, I won't join your club. But, Ye Fan suddenly changed the subject, if it's a business deal, I can consider it. Ye Fan suppressed his anger and maintained politeness on the surface. In the underworld of Hong Kong Island, the rule of using courtesy before force still needs to be followed, otherwise it will be bad for your reputation if it gets out. Ye Fan slowly pushed one of the bottles of soda in front of Bobby Ge. I picked up another bottle of Gudong and drank a few mouthfuls, sighing happily. Wow, so refreshing. Iced soda is so strong. As he said this, he smiled at He Jinyan who was standing beside him and said, Thank you. He Jinyan touched the back of his head flattered, a shy smile on his face. Putting down the soda bottle, Ye Fan looked directly at Bobby, his tone relaxed but unquestionable. How's it going? You've had your egg tarts, and I've treated you to a soda. If you don't have any other business to discuss, please leave my territory and don't interfere with my neighbor's business. He leaned back in his chair seemingly casually. In fact, the muscles all over the body are tensed, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Upon hearing this, Bobby flew into a rage and slammed the table. The soda bottle in front of him smashed to pieces with a bang, and glass shards flew everywhere. He pointed at Ye Fan's nose and cursed. Ye Fan! I gave you face, you are shameless. Remember this, no matter how good you are at fighting, you are still just a student. Then my little brother? Do you have more than me? Do you think you can beat 10, 20, 100, 200, or 300? You only occupy 1/3 of Rainbow Street now, it's your blessing that I respect you. Bobby became more and more excited as he spoke, spit flying everywhere. As a human being, you must be humble and know when to advance and when to retreat. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. I didn't come here to fuck you today, I just came to eat some egg tarts. As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed the egg tart on the table and smashed it hard on the ground, splattering cream everywhere. After hearing Bobby Ge's threat, Yefan sneered in his heart. He took another slow sip of his iced soda. His eyes swept over the broken glass bottles on the ground, and his face suddenly darkened. You idiot! There was a loud bang. Yefan didn't even look at him, he picked up the soda bottle in his hand and smashed it on Bobby Ge's head. The glass bottle exploded on Bobby's head, and blood immediately flowed from his forehead. Bobby was still pointing his finger at someone, completely stunned and not realizing what was happening. The air around them seemed to freeze, and everyone was stunned. Wang Daqiang had been holding a grudge for a long time. But he was also stunned by Yefan's sudden and ruthless move. Brother Fan is usually very low-key, but when he starts to fight, he is so brutal. Now that he has already made his move, Yefan will not give Bobby any more chances. He flipped over the table suddenly, and the heavy wooden table fell heavily on Bobby Ge, followed by another heavy kick. Bobby Ge was pinned to the ground, without even a chance to struggle. Yefan's movements were done in one go, so fast that it was dazzling. By the time everyone reacted, Bobby was already lying on the ground groaning like a dead fish. A cold light flashed in Yefan's eyes, and he shouted at Gao Ming. Gao Ming, hold down this bastard Bobby. Then he turned around and yelled at the guys behind him, what are you still standing there for? Beat them up. Before he finished speaking, Yefan had already pounced on the 300 little brothers brought by Bobby Ge like a tiger. Wang Daqiang was the first to react. He shouted with his blood boiling, and rushed forward with Skinny Monkey and his brothers. Gao Ming quickly controlled Bobby Ge and called his two younger brothers to drag him to a safe area. Bobby's brothers were stunned at first, then roared and fought back. I thought that with 300 people against 100 people, they should be sure to win, but the situation on the scene was shocking. The people on Yefan's side were extremely brutal, especially Yefan himself, who killed one opponent after another with every punch. He punched one of his younger brothers on the shoulder, and the man flew 3 or 4 meters away, knocking over several of his accomplices. The battle scene was extremely intense, and Yefan's brothers were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Post views, 47. 023 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 023. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. This scene is simply horrifying. Yefan is like a sword drawn from its sheath, and also like a human bulldozer. Wherever he passed, hundreds of Bobby's minions were swatted away like flies by his punches, and flew backwards one after another. The scene was even more exaggerated than the one in martial arts movies where masters bully weaklings, and it was astonishing to watch. Wang Daqiang, Xiao Hao, and Yefan's other brothers were immediately encouraged by seeing how brave Yefan was. They rushed into the sheepfold like a pack of hungry wolves. The hundreds of Bobby's younger brothers were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of them. All the skills I learned from Yefan in the past 20 days came in handy at this moment. Every move he made was performed with great vigor and power. But Bobby's 300 little brothers were in a miserable state. Facing the ferocious Yefan and his 100 wolf-like and tiger-like younger brothers. They are like sitting ducks. Fortunately, it was daytime and neither side brought knives or steel pipes. They only used fists to fight each other, so there was no tragic situation of broken hands or feet. Under Yefan's leadership, Bobby Ge's group of gangsters were so vulnerable. Especially when they saw that their boss had been knocked down and controlled, their morale plummeted to the bottom. In less than 5 minutes, all 300 little brothers were knocked to the ground, wailing one after another, their eyes full of fear. These usually arrogant and domineering gangsters are now mentally devastated. Is this guy still in high school? Why are students these days so brutal? What the hell is this world? They lay on the ground, looking at the young man with murderous look on his face, and for the first time felt what real fear was. These gangsters had long heard the rumor that Ye Fan single-handedly challenged 20 brothers 20 days ago. But after seeing it with my own eyes today, I realized that the rumors were true. This guy is 10 times more brutal than the rumors say. He alone was beating up 300 people, and each of his punches could knock one away and knock down several more. What's even more terrifying is that Ye Fan was obviously showing mercy. After all, if you get involved in gangs in Hong Kong and cause someone to die, you will go to jail. All gangsters know that unless it is a life and death fight, the rule is to stop when the time is right. At this moment, Bobby, who was held down by his 2 younger brothers, was completely dumbfounded. He stared with wide eyes at the 300 people he brought with him lying on the ground wailing. On Ye Fan's side, not even one of his brothers fell. Recalling the scene where Ye Fan rushed into the crowd as if he was in an empty space, Bobby felt a chill on his back. This high school student is simply not a human being. How could he be so stupid as to provoke such an evil star? The wound on his forehead burned with pain, and blood flowed down his cheek. For the first time, Bobby Ge experienced what fear was. The owner and employees of Rongji Tea Restaurant were all stunned. The merchants on both sides of the street also stuck their heads out, each of them with their mouths wide open in shock. This scene is so exciting. A high school student brought about 100 people and knocked down 300 gangsters in 5 minutes. The neighbors were also secretly happy. The amazing strength displayed by Ye Fan and his group of wolf-like and tiger-like younger brothers made the merchants realize. With such a powerful gang leader protecting us, we will no longer have to worry about other gangs causing trouble. In front of Rongji Tea Restaurant, the thin employee named He Jinyan looked at Ye Fan, who was showing his might, with shining eyes, his eyes full of admiration. He clenched the rag in his hand and thought, I wish I could have half of Ye Fan's skills. Every time he went to the elite center to deliver food, he was always bullied by those guys who had only learned some mediocre kung fu. If I could be as majestic as Ye Fan, I would definitely teach them a lesson. After the battle, Ye Fan dusted off his hands and took out a pack of Marlboro from his pocket. He slowly lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and blew out a few smoke rings. Amidst the smoke, he walked with steady steps towards Bobby Ge, who was pinned to the ground by Gao Ming and another younger brother. Bobby was in a miserable state at the moment, with the wound on his forehead still bleeding, and he had lost his previous arrogance. He watched in horror as Ye Fan approached step by step. His throat tightened and he wanted to say something but couldn't utter a word. Gao Ming pressed his shoulders tightly and sneered, "Brother Bobby, now you understand how powerful our brother Fan is, right?" Ye Fan walked over slowly, and Gao Ming and another younger brother immediately released their grip on Bobby Ge. Just when Bobby Ge was about to take a breath, Ye Fan suddenly raised his leg and delivered a fierce side kick that hit Bobby Ge in the chest. There was a crisp crack sound, and the sound of broken ribs was clearly audible, and Bobby let out a heart-wrenching scream. This kick contained a secret. Ye Fan cleverly sent a hidden force into Bobby's heart, keeping him dormant for the time being. He looked down at Bobby, who was curled up on the ground, with a contemptuous tone. "Humph, calling you Bobby is just a courtesy, you useless piece of shit." After saying that, Ye Fan turned around and walked to another table in Rongji Tea Restaurant, sat down, and crossed his legs. He hooked his finger at Gao Ming and said, "Gao Ming, go and pull off a piece of Bobby's nail for me." Gao Ming's eyes flashed with fanatical excitement when he heard this. He had been controlling Bobby Ge and was unable to participate in the battle, and he was already itching to fight. He grinned and turned to borrow a pair of pliers from the tea restaurant owner. I weighed it in my hand and it made a clicking sound. "Hey, Bobby brother, please don't move around." Gao Ming squatted down and waved the pliers in front of Bobby Ge. "If I accidentally pull out your teeth or your eyeballs, that wouldn't be good." His voice was as light as a child about to play a prank, but it made Bobby tremble all over. When Babai heard Gao Ming's words, his pupils suddenly contracted, he took a breath, and his eyes were full of fear. He ignored the severe pain in his chest and twisted his body desperately to avoid it. He could still endure having his ribs broken by Ye Fan, and was even planning to say a few harsh words. After all, he has a sworn brother, Liang Kun, who is the boss of the big gang Hung Hing. But pulling out nails? He had pulled out other people's nails before, and he knew the screams they made. That was a severe pain that went from fingers to heart. No! No! Babai screamed hysterically, his voice changing pitch. However, Gao Ming was not moved at all. He accurately clamped one of Babai's nails with the pliers and pulled it out violently. "Aah!" The shrill screams instantly resounded throughout the entire Rainbow Street. Bobby's eyeballs bulged out in pain, bloodshot, and he begged for mercy frantically from Ye Fan. "Brother Fan! I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me." "Ah!" The heart-wrenching scream shocked the younger brothers lying on the ground. They were originally groaning, but now they felt that their injuries were not worth mentioning at all. Everyone looked in horror at the young man who was sitting on a chair and smoking leisurely. This high school student is even scarier than the devil. Post views, 51. 024 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 024. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After a few minutes, Bobby's screams gradually subsided. He was sweating profusely, his face was as pale as paper, and he collapsed to the ground. Ye Fan signaled Gao Ming to drag Bobby Ge over and personally helped him sit on the chair. What was creepy was that Ye Fan's expression suddenly became as if he was basking in the spring breeze. He gently brushed the dust off Babai's clothes, his tone as kind as if he was greeting an old friend. "Brother Bobby, you're here for the egg tarts today, right? By the way, do you want me to take over?" Babai shook his head so violently that he almost broke his neck. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, his smile even brighter. "Very good, it seems we have reached a consensus." He patted Bobby's shoulder gently. "Just now you said you wanted to come here for egg tarts and soup. Are you satisfied with our egg tarts and soup?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied." Babai nodded rapidly, his voice trembling. "Egg tarts are the best." He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, fearing that Ye Fan would be unhappy and ask Gao Ming to pull out his nails again. The smile on Ye Fan's face became more and more gentle, like a spring breeze, but it made Bobby Ge feel cold all over. He said slowly, "Since Bobby Ge is enjoying his meal so much on my turf, isn't it time to pay the bill?" Then Ye Fan stood up again and looked around. "Also, you brought so many of your men here, disrupting the business of your neighbors. Shouldn't you pay them compensation?" He pointed to the smashed tables and chairs and said, "These losses must also be taken into account." His gaze turned to He Jinyan, who was huddled aside. "Also, you just kicked Yin. Not only do you have to pay compensation, you also have to apologize." Babai was trembling all over and quickly responded, "Brother Fan is right. I'll pay. I'll pay it all. No questions asked." Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, a sly look flashing in his eyes. "Very good. But," he deliberately drawled out his tone, "in addition to the actual losses, we also have to take into account the mental damages." "Mental damage compensation." Bobby's eyes widened and his voice changed. Ye Fan patted his shoulder with a smile. "Brother Bobby, I'm not bullying you. You also know that I collected protection fees from my neighbors and they were wronged. As the boss, I naturally have to seek justice for them." He leaned over and whispered in Babai's ear, "Shouldn't you double the compensation for bullying ordinary people?" Babai's face was pale and he was sweating profusely. Only then did he realize that this seemingly gentle high school student in front of him was much more terrifying than those gangsters who were shouting for war and killing. At this moment, Bobby almost wanted to die. Just pay the money, why do you want compensation for mental damage? I have to pay 5 times the compensation for the tables and chairs. But thinking of Yefan's terrifying strength and the severe pain in his body, he could only nod his head frantically and admit defeat. Yefan turned around and shouted to the owner of Rongji Tea Restaurant. Boss, come and calculate your losses. Brother Bobby wants 5 times the compensation. When the boss heard this, he felt as refreshed as if he had eaten a chilled watermelon in the dog days of summer. He quickly took out his calculator and started typing. After a while, the calculation was done. Brother Fan, the total is 2,800 yuan. Yefan took the calculator and added another 0, then it's 28,000. Yefan won't take a penny of the 28,000 yuan. He immediately asked Wang Daqiang and Gao Ming to divide the money among Rongji Tea Restaurant and nearby affected stalls. Although their business was affected today, these neighbors made a fortune out of nothing. Those merchants who were far away were jealous. Thunderous applause and cheers suddenly broke out at the scene, and the neighbors spontaneously shouted, "Brother Fan is mighty! Brother Fan is mighty!" The sound echoed throughout Rainbow Street. Those merchants who originally had objections to Yefan collecting protection fees were now secretly glad that they had cooperated. At this moment, Yefan's reputation soared like a rocket. He is no longer just an ordinary gangster or student, but a big brother in the underworld who has truly earned a good reputation. Bobby's face was filled with pain, and he cautiously tried to test it. "Brother Fan, I've paid all the money. Can I leave now?" Yefan blew out a smoke ring, smiled and shook his head. "Brother Bobby, don't be anxious, there is still one thing that is not finished." As he spoke, he waved to He Jinyin. He Jinyin came over tremblingly, his voice as soft as a mosquito. "Fan, brother Fan, are you looking for me?" Yefan looked carefully at the young man in front of him. This is the protagonist of his favorite Hong Kong movie King of Destruction in his previous life. The delivery boy who used the invincible Hot Wheels to roll the big brother around. But now, he is just a timid little employee. He has not yet met the devilish muscular man who changed his destiny, nor has he truly encountered Ali, the woman he dreams about. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Yefan's eyes. Ali from the elite center definitely meets the system's requirements for a sister-in-law. He must seize this great opportunity. As for He Jinyin, don't think about Ali. He should just stick to selling egg tarts. Yefan couldn't help but smile when he saw He Jinyin's honest look. This delivery boy in the movie of the previous life is still so honest now. It seems that we need to help him. "Yin," Yefan said gently, "Brother Bobby just kicked you and threatened you." Then he turned to Bobby and asked with a smile, "Bobby, do you understand what I mean?" Bobby looked at the timid delivery boy in front of him and cursed him in his heart, but he had to put on a smile. "Hey, little brother, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have kicked you, let alone threatened you." Then he gestured to his younger brother to hand over 5,000 yuan, "This small gift is my apology." He Jinyin was holding the money, completely stunned. He never dreamed that he would get 5,000 yuan in compensation for being kicked. The fat colleague Anyu next to him quickly pulled him aside. The other employees were so envious that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. "I am so lucky to be protected by a big brother like Yefan." "Okay, Yin," Yefan waved his hand, "since brother Bobby is so sensible, you can go and get busy." Seeing that the matter was finally settled, Bobby quickly put on a smile and asked, "Brother Fan, can I leave now?" With that fawning look, there wasn't even a shred of the majesty of a gangster left in him. Yefan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Brother Bobby, take care, you're welcome." After hearing this, Bobby Ge felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly called on his brothers to support each other and escape in a panic. Looking at their hurried backs, a deep light flashed in Yefan's eyes. This Bobby brother must be secretly glad that he escaped the disaster, but he didn't know that a bigger surprise was waiting for him. Post views, 49,025 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 025. As the conflict subsided, Rainbow Street gradually returned to its former bustle. Ye Fan was also preparing to leave amid the applause of all the neighbors, merchants, and vendors. All of his younger brothers had blazing eyes, and they made no effort to hide their admiration for him. From today on, Ye Fan is the real big brother in their hearts, a big brother worth following. They have never stood up straight and held their heads high as they do now. What made Ye Fan most happy was that a prompt sound suddenly came from the system. Ding! Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao's loyalty has reached 100%. Ye Fan was so happy after receiving the system prompt. I finally have 3 core brothers who are 100% loyal to me, and now I can be a behind-the-scenes boss with peace of mind. Let your younger brothers fight in the front lines, earn money to support the family, and you sit back and reap the fruits of their labor. Isn't that wonderful? Ye Fan's gaze fell on Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao. There was an almost fanatical adoration burning in their eyes. In the minds of these 3 people, Ye Fan today is like a god of war. Not only did he demonstrate amazing military power by defeating 100 enemies alone, he also displayed wisdom far beyond his age in his confrontation with Bobby Ge. How could a 17-year-old high school student display such a heroic aura? How could he not make people follow him wholeheartedly? When they saw Ye Fan looking at them with approval, the 3 of them straightened their backs immediately, and a hot sense of pride rushed from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. What they don't know is that it's because they've achieved 100% loyalty. Only then would Ye Fan look at them with approval and satisfaction. At this moment, He Jinyan suddenly rushed over with the 5,000 yuan in his hand, shouting excitedly and enthusiastically. "Brother Fan! Take me in! I want to hang out with you!" The fat colleague Anyu behind him was stunned at first, then seemed to remember something. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and rushed forward, shouting, "Brother Fan! And, there's me! My name is Anyu. I want to follow you too." The other employees in the tea restaurant were stunned. No one expected that He Jinyan and Anyu, who were usually honest, would suddenly make such a decision. Mr. Huang, the boss of Rongji Tea Restaurant, looked at the scene in amazement. "I kept wondering in my heart, what is this? I lost 2 employees for no reason. Especially He Jinyan, although he was just a low-level employee. But he is a good delivery man and is always willing to work hard. Now look what happened, he was seduced away by Ye Fan's arrogance." Boss Huang smiled bitterly and shook his head, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, on this Rainbow Street, who would dare to compete with Ye Fan for people? Besides, it was He Jinyan's good fortune that he could follow Ye Fan. Ye Fan couldn't help but smile as he looked at the enthusiastic He Jinyan and the honest Anyu in front of him. Especially He Jinyan, he is the protagonist in the movie King of Destruction, and now he wants to join his own gang? He Jinyan, Anyu, Ye Fan said with his arms folded across his chest, half smiling. "Are you sure you want to hang out with me? We are a club, and there will be fighting in the future. If you are afraid of fighting, we will not accept you." He Jinyan nodded fiercely, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. "Brother Fan! I don't want to work anymore. I want to hang out with you." He was so excited that his voice trembled. "You're such a great martial artist, can you teach me? I'm tired of being bullied. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west." Seeing this, Anyu standing by also straightened his chest and said, "Me too." When Ye Fan heard the answers from the 2, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and he was so happy that he was beaming with joy. "This is the takeaway Prince He Jinyan, and he actually wants to worship me as his big brother. This sense of accomplishment is simply too great." "Okay." Ye Fan smiled brightly, since you two are so sincere about wanting to hang out with me, I'll accept you." He Jinyan and Anya were overjoyed when they heard this. They quickly clasped their hands together, bowed respectfully, and shouted in unison, "Hello, brother Fan." Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, "Okay, okay, from now on you will be mine. I promise that from now on, no one will dare to bully you. As for learning Kung Fu, leave it to me." He Jinyan's face flushed with excitement. Suddenly, he stuffed the 5,000 yuan that Babaij had just compensated him into Ye Fan's arms. "Brother Fan, this money is my tuition." Ye Fan was stunned, then pushed the money back and said seriously, "Since you recognize me as your big brother, how can I accept your money?" He patted He Jinyan on the shoulder. "Keep this money for yourself, buy some nice clothes, and get a beautiful girlfriend in the future." He Jinyan's eyes became hot and she almost cried. He never thought that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, he would meet such a big brother. In short, Ye Fan's words made He Jinyan's eyes even more fiery. He nodded heavily, his voice booming, "Yes. Brother Fan, I'll listen to you." Seeing this, Anu, who was standing aside, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was just worried that Ye Fan would really accept He Jinyan's 5,000 yuan tuition fee. As a poor man, he has no way of showing his sincerity. "I didn't expect that Ye Fan not only didn't take the money, but also cared so much about his younger brother." This made Anya more determined to follow Ye Fan. What surprised Ye Fan even more was, just as he rejected He Jinyan's 5,000 yuan, a system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! "My little brother He Jinyan's loyalty to the host has reached 100%. This sudden reminder gave Ye Fan a shock. He Jinyan just worshipped him as the big brother, and his loyalty was immediately maxed out? Isn't this too exaggerated? But when he saw the pure admiration and gratitude in He Jinyan's eyes, he immediately understood the reason. Recalling He Jinyan in the movie, he is an honest man with a simple mind and a strong sense of friendship. Once you decide on something, you will stick to it like a stubborn bull. Today, when he was bullied by Bobby Ge, Ye Fan not only stood up for him, but also treated him so sincerely. This completely ignited He Jinyan's desire to become stronger and no longer be bullied. Ye Fan looked at He Jinyan's fiery eyes and understood. This is a simple and kind young man. Once he identifies someone, he will follow him wholeheartedly. In comparison, Anya's loyalty is only over 70, but Ye Fan doesn't care, take it slow. Okay. Ye Fan said to the two of them, "Go hand over your work to the boss first, and come find me when you're done." He Jinyan and Anu immediately straightened their backs and shouted in unison, "Yes. Brother Fan." Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction and left the tea restaurant with Xiao Hao, Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and other younger brothers. After returning to the three-story building, he stood in the middle of the first-floor lobby and looked around at the group of younger brothers who had performed well today. "Brothers, you've worked hard today," Ye Fan said loudly, "give each of you a 500 yuan bonus." "Brothers Ye Fan!" The younger brothers cheered, and their voices shook the floor. Today's victory boosted their morale. It was their first time winning a group fight so beautifully. Recalling the pain of the devilish training over the past 20 days, all of it now turned into admiration for Ye Fan. All those rigorous bench press, push-up, and standing training now seem worth it. Although many of the younger brothers were injured. But they don't care at all, instead they think these scars are medals of heroism. Ye Fan gave each of them 500 yuan, and this recognition made them ecstatic. Post views, 66. 026 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 026. Looking at this group of motivated younger brothers, Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction. Then he took Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Hao to the third floor. Walking up the stairs, Ye Fan thought to himself. None of the other 100 or so minions has reached 100% loyalty. This is no wonder. Most of these people just want to make a living. Which club can't they join? It just happened that he came under my command. But Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao are different. Wang Daqiang and Gao Ming were the first two younger brothers he recruited. They often practiced martial arts when they were in Rainbow Housing Estate and had a passionate pursuit of martial arts. Especially Wang Daqiang, who is naturally strong and happened to be the first core member of his team, so his loyalty is naturally easy to improve. After today's battle, I finally reached 100% loyalty. Skinny Monkey, the former leader of the Tianhuo Society. After being subdued by Ye Fan and experiencing this series of events, his mentality has undergone a drastic change. He secretly rejoiced that he had finally followed the right elder brother. When he was the boss in the past, he relied on spending money to win over his subordinates. In fact, he was timid and afraid of trouble, and did not dare to do it with real weapons. Now we have a boss like Ye Fan who is extremely powerful. He seemed to have seen a brighter future, and that's why he willingly reached 100% loyalty. Walking into the conference room, Ye Fan lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. In the smoke, he said to the three people. You saw it today too. In gang fights, having more people doesn't necessarily mean being stronger, the key is to see how good you are at fighting. He flicked the ash from his cigarette. I've been guiding you through the exercises for the past 20 days, and your progress is obvious, but you still need to work harder. Yes. Brother Fan. The three answered in unison, with determination flashing in their eyes. Ye Fan secretly asked the system to open the learning multiple permissions for the three people. Although each person's learning speed is only 20 times faster, only 1/10 of Ye Fan's. But with accumulation over time, it is not difficult to become a master within 2 or 3 years. Thinking about being able to train dozens of such capable people in the future, Ye Fan's mouth corners unconsciously rose. By then, his team will be absolutely invincible in Hong Kong Island. Ye Fan put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray, turned to the Skinny Monkey and said, Skinny Monkey, you are really good at managing money. You were able to save so much money by running the Tianhuo Society before, and even the bonus I gave you today was based on your savings. In addition to practicing, you should spend more time on financial management. The Skinny Monkey was delighted when he heard this and nodded repeatedly, Yes, Brother Fan. He is indeed not very interested in fighting and killing, but he is quite experienced in financial management. He was naturally very happy to be recognized and valued by Ye Fan in this regard. Ye Fan knew very well that a strong society needed talents from all walks of life. People like Wang Daqiang and Gao Ming can be trained to become brave warriors. Skinny people are more suitable for being responsible for finance and management. With the help of systematic learning, the learning process is multiplied. Whether they are learning martial arts or studying literature, they can grow quickly and become independent talents. At this time, Wang Daqiang interrupted. Brother Fan, didn't you say you were going to hold a meeting tonight to decide on the name of the new club? Is it still going to be held tonight? Of course we should open it. Ye Fan stood up, his eyes sparkling. We fought a good battle today, now it's time to officially establish our brand. Otherwise, the brothers won't even have a name when they go out, and people will laugh at them, won't they? He straightened his collar and said, It's settled. I'll come back after dinner. Now you should practice what you should practice, and do what you should do. Wang Daqiang and the other two responded in unison and respectfully escorted Ye Fan out of the meeting room. Ye Fan was walking on the way back to Rainbow Public Housing. When the neighbors saw him, regardless of age or gender, they all shouted enthusiastically, Hello, Brother Fan! The news of the battle where the outnumbered side won has spread throughout the entire Rainbow Public Housing community. Ye Fan brought 100 of his men to defeat BAIGE's 300 men. This achievement made the unemployed young people and hooligans in Rainbow Housing Estate go crazy with excitement. You know, Ye Fan's feat of challenging 20 people alone 20 days ago was already shocking enough. Today's battle further established his legendary status in Rainbow Housing. Walking on the familiar streets, Ye Fan couldn't help feeling a little dazed. In the past, the neighbors affectionately called him Fan Zhe, but now they all call him Fan Ge. Especially the uncles and aunts who watched him grow up. Suddenly being respectfully called Brother Fan made him feel uncomfortable. Can you imagine how it feels to have a white-haired old lady or old man calling you Brother Fan in a trembling voice? Uncle Wang, Aunt Li, Ye Fan waved his hands quickly. You two elders should just call me Fanzi. I can't bear the name Brother Fan. He had a sincere smile on his face, without any airs of a big brother. But when his peers or gang members called him Brother Fan, Ye Fan accepted it with peace of mind. After all, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, strength is everything. Today's battle has firmly established the name Brother Fan in Rainbow Public Housing. When Ye Fan opened the door, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Aunt and Gang Sheng were preparing dinner. When they saw him come back, they both stopped what they were doing. At the dinner table, my aunt's eyes were complicated and concerned. Ye Fan immediately understood from their hesitant look that they had heard about what happened today. Fanzi, Auntie finally spoke, her voice trembling, I know everything that happened today. I've felt you've changed a lot these days, but today is really too dangerous. She put down her chopsticks, tears in her eyes, you used to be such a good child. I'm really afraid that one day you'll be beaten or killed. How am I going to explain this to your parents and your uncle? You are the only male in our Ye family. Gang Sheng also looked at Ye Fan worriedly, stirring the rice in the bowl unconsciously with the chopsticks in his hand. Seeing this, Ye Fan smiled and picked up a piece of meat for each of them. Auntie, Gang Sheng, don't worry. His tone was relaxed, yet revealed unquestionable confidence. You all know my kung fu. Ordinary thugs can't hurt me at all, even if there were 100 of them. Seeing that the two were still frowning, Ye Fan added. No one can do anything to me unless they use a gun or dirty tricks. As he spoke, he deliberately made an exaggerated martial arts move, which made the Hong Kong students burst out laughing. Auntie sighed and finally picked up her chopsticks. You kid, be careful anyway. Ye Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks and said seriously. I'll take safety into consideration, don't worry. As the eldest brother, I can't do everything myself. I am now training a group of capable younger brothers, and I will leave the fighting and killing to them in the future. I will mainly be responsible for teaching them kung fu, and will be in charge of the overall planning from behind. He paused and continued to explain, but the club is just starting out, so as the eldest brother, I naturally have to lead by example. Once the foundation is solid, I won't have to do it myself. Post views, 45. 027 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 027. Aunt and Gang Sheng looked at each other, knowing that Ye Fan had made up his mind, and said no more. Ye Fan continued, don't go to the store recently, take a rest at home for a while. I'll send my men to guard nearby until the situation stabilizes. After dinner, Ye Fan watched TV with his aunt and Gang Sheng for a while. Hong Kong television was broadcasting Happy Tonight, and the cheerful atmosphere of the program made the three of them relax a lot. It's getting late, Ye Fan looked at his watch and said as he stood up. I have something else to do in a meeting. You don't have to wait for me to come back. Go to bed early. When he walked out of the house, Ye Fan found that the public area of Rainbow Public Housing was very lively. It was the leisure time after dinner, and neighbors were walking and chatting in groups of 3 or 4. Seeing Ye Fan appear, everyone respectfully called out Brother Fan. A group of unemployed youths and hooligans surrounded them, expressing their desire to follow them. Brother Fan, please accept me. Brother Fan, you are the most powerful big brother in our Rainbow Public Housing. Brother Fan, why doesn't your club have a name yet? Ye Fan had a gentle smile on his face, but he knew very well in his heart, it is easy to recruit younger brothers, but it is difficult to raise them. The funds in his account now can only cover the expenses of 100 subordinates at most. Everyone be quiet. Ye Fan raised his hand to signal. His voice was not loud but full of majesty. I know a lot of people want to follow me. But you also saw that last time we confiscated so many people because of limited funds. He looked around at everyone and said sincerely, Ye Fan, do things according to principles. We will pay my subordinates an IA salary, and we will never let them go hungry like other societies do. But don't worry, the situation will get better in a few days. Anyone who wants to follow me can sign up first. Once the funds are in place, I will select the best candidates. And these hooligans and unemployed youths shouted in unison. Brother Fan, I can hang out with you even without any wages. Yes, Brother Fan, we volunteer to help you. Ye Fan's mouth corners rose slightly, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. These people say they don't want money, but who doesn't know that they can earn 1,000 yuan a month by following them? You have to know about Hong Kong Island in the early 1980s. The average worker's monthly salary is only 800 to 1,000 yuan, blue-collar workers around 1,500 yuan, and white-collar workers just over 2,000 yuan. For these unemployed people, it is a great pleasure to be able to hang out with Ye Fan, who also came from Rainbow Housing Estate. Being able to get 1,000 yuan every month is simply a blessing in disguise. Okay, let's talk about this later. Ye Fan waved his hand and turned away. When they arrived at the three-story building, Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao had been waiting for a long time. What surprised Ye Fan was that He Jinyan and Anya were standing at the door. Anyu's full name is Tang Niu, a fat man who looks very similar to Tang Niuan, the god of cookery. There is always a simple and honest smile on that round face, and he is a replica of the Duishuan Chang in the movie. Brother Fan. As soon as the two saw Ye Fan, they immediately straightened their backs and greeted him respectfully. Ye Fan nodded gently. His eyes swept over He Jinyan and Tang Niu. Have you completed the handover at Rongji? Seeing the two nodding repeatedly, he turned to Wang Deqiang and said, Qiang, you will take care of Ian and Anya yourself from now on. As he said this, he looked at He Jinyan meaningfully. He Jinyan is a little thin now, but he has been marked by the system as being 100% loyal to himself. So Ye Fan enabled him to have a 20x learning effect without hesitation. Although He Jinyan looks weak now. But Ye Fan knew clearly that after his devilish training as a muscle man, he was a tough guy who could lock down the senior brother. He seemed to have already seen that he would have another powerful general under his command in the future. Yin, Ye Fan patted his shoulder, you must work harder in your training and don't be afraid of hardship. When He Jinyan heard this, a determined light shone in his eyes and he nodded vigorously. Then he looked at Tang Niu's round figure. Ye Fan couldn't help but laugh. Anyu, it doesn't matter if you don't like learning Kung Fu. He patted Tang Niu's shoulder. I heard you're a good cook? From now on, we brothers' meals will be in your hands. When I have enough money, I'll open a restaurant and let you be the chef, how about that? When He Jinyan and Tang Niu heard Ye Fan's arrangements, they both smiled with joy. Especially Tang Niu, his round face was full of relief. With all his fat, if he were to go into a fight, he would probably lose more than 10 pounds of flesh. So the two of them nodded solemnly, their eyes full of gratitude and determination. Ye Fan waved his hand with satisfaction and asked them to go to the lobby on the first floor to practice basic skills with other younger brothers. He took Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao directly to the third-floor conference room to finalize the important matter of the club's name. In the conference room, Ye Fan sat in the main seat with his arms and legs held high. He casually pulled out a pack of Marlboro from his trouser pocket, actually from the system space, and skillfully popped out a cigarette and lit it. Amidst the smoke, he leaned back in his chair comfortably. This system space is so convenient. It can not only store personal items. It also safely keeps the remaining hundreds of thousands of funds, which is more reliable than any safe. But, Ye Fan blew out a smoke ring, seeming to be thinking about something. I'll have to prepare a special bag and have a younger brother carry it so it's more natural when I need to hand out bonuses on the spot. Ye Fan looked around at Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Ho, and tapped the table lightly. Today's meeting is to decide on the name of our club. He paused for a moment and said solemnly, I thought about it for a long time and decided to call him Minghua. Minghua. Wang Deqiang and the other two looked at each other in confusion. The skinny monkey had graduated from junior high school after all, and he frowned as he thought. Wang Deqiang scratched his head and asked, Brother Fan, what are these two characters Minghua? What do they mean? Ye Fan shook his head helplessly, picked up a pen and paper from the table, and wrote the word Minghua in a flamboyant manner. Ming means bright and upright, and Hua means Chinese. He put down his pen and said earnestly, You guys. In addition to practicing martial arts, you must also find time to read some books. When the eldest brother can't even read, what will he do if his younger brother tamper with the account book in the future? Wang Deqiang and the other two touched the back of their heads awkwardly and smiled foolishly. The skinny monkey said awkwardly, Brother Fan, we're really not good at studying. Unlike you, I heard you're top of the class now. He gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Fan is really a man of both civil and military talents. Yes, Brother Fan is the incarnation of the god of war and literature, Gao Ming praised. Yes, Brother Fan is the god of war. Wang Deqiang nodded. Ye Fan was flattered by the three people and was in a state of confusion. He waved his hands and said, all right, remember what I said, you must make time to study in the future. He glanced at the three of them and said seriously, Xiao Hao, you will be responsible for the finances and management of the club in the future. How can you do that without learning some knowledge? Don't think that the club is small now. When it grows bigger, there will be more people to manage and more business. How can you help me? The skinny monkey nodded repeatedly when he heard this, sweat oozing from his forehead. Yes, Brother Fan is right. I will study hard. Wang Deqiang and Gao Ming also quickly expressed their opinions. Don't worry, Brother Fan, we will also try to read books and study. Please give 5-star rating, praise, follow up, collect, and urge for more updates. Post views, 48. 028 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 028. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, picked up the pen and paper on the table, and circled the word Minghua. The character Ming is composed of sun and moon, meaning illuminated by the sun and the moon. He paused. You all know about our China's Ming dynasty, right? This time, the three of them nodded in unison. Finally, they had some historical knowledge that they knew. Skinny Monkey even excitedly interjected, I know this. It was built by Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Seeing the three people nod, Ye Fan continued to explain. Yes, the Ming dynasty is one of the greatest dynasties of our Chinese nation. The sentence wherever the sun and the moon shine, all is Han territory. It represents that the Ming dynasty at that time was the center of the world and the celestial empire. His voice gradually became more excited, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table. I chose the word Minghua. Ming means illuminated by the sun and the moon. Hua represents splendor and nobility, and also refers to our Chinese nation and Chinese brothers. Speaking of this, Ye Fan's eyes became deep. As you all know, it was still the 1980s, and Hong Kong Island was still under the rule of the British Hong Kong government. Ye Fan's tone was a bit heavy. To put it bluntly, we are now living in a colonial life ruled by Western barbarians. Compared to Orthodox mainland Chinese people, we are now just considered Chinese. When it comes to Chinese identity, there are still many of them around the world. Whether it is the current Hong Kong Island or AO Island, or other parts of Southeast Asia, Europe, and America. Ye Fan tapped the table with his fingers, his voice low and powerful. The name Minghua embodies my expectations for the community. My first small goal is He suddenly raised his voice. Let Minghua become the most powerful gang in Hong Kong's underworld. Wang Daqiang and the other two straightened their backs unconsciously, and their breathing became rapid. Then, Ye Fan stood up and put his hands on the table. We want to be the strongest in Southeast Asia, the strongest in East Asia, and ultimately. He looked around at the three of them and spoke word by word. Wherever the sun and moon shine, our Minghua brothers will be there. Minghua is the most powerful gang in the global underworld. Ye Fan's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of Wang Daqiang and the other two. They never imagined that Ye Fan, who had just defeated Babai's small club today, had such grand ambitions. The skinny monkey's hands were shaking unconsciously, beads of sweat appeared on Wang Daqiang's forehead, and Gao Ming clenched his fists tightly. What? Are you scared? Ye Fan chuckled and sat down again. Now you understand why I insist that you read more books? Without sufficient vision and perspective, how can you be worthy of the name Minghua in the future? Hearing Ye Fan say this, Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming and Xiao Erhao stood up suddenly. The three of them looked at Ye Fan, their eyes flashing with fanaticism, and were impressed by Ye Fan's soaring heroic spirit. They all shouted in unison, "We are willing to die for Brother Fan, so that the Minghua flag can be planted all over the world." Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction and continued to arrange. "Okay, it's settled. From today on, our club will be called Minghua." He looked around the somewhat shabby three-story building. "This will serve as our headquarters for now. Once we grow and prosper, we'll move to a more prestigious building." His eyes fell on the skinny monkey. "Skinny monkey, you are responsible for designing the club's iconic items, flags, badges, clothing, etc. In addition, the club rules are as I said before. I focus on 2 points. First, drug use is strictly prohibited. Second, bullying of ordinary people is prohibited." Ye Fan paused, tapped the table with his fingertips, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "As for gambling, brothers who are interested in this can play in our own area. But you can only gamble on small things, cigarettes, soda, melon seeds, and the like, just for fun. For other rules, please refer to the charters of existing associations in Hong Kong Island and draw up a framework for me to review." After hearing this, the skinny monkey straightened his back and patted his chest to promise. "Don't worry, Brother Fan. I'll take care of this." As a veteran who has been in the gang for many years, he knows all the rules well. Brotherly loyalty, no betrayal, and the family rules of 3 cuts and 6 holes are all easily mastered. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, stood up and said, "Let's go down and announce it to the brothers." He brought the 3 of them to the first-floor lobby and called down all the younger brothers who were training on the second floor. About 100 people lined up in an orderly manner. The entire hall was silent, with only the sound of heavy breathing coming one after another. Standing in front of the crowd, Ye Fan's voice was sonorous and powerful. "From today on, our club is officially named Minghua." He picked up the chalk and wrote these 2 big words on a mobile whiteboard. Ming is like the sun and the moon shining brightly, and Hua is the glory of China. As Ye Fan explained word by word, the younger brother's eyes became brighter and brighter. When hearing the grand goal of planting Minghua's flag all over the world, the whole hall instantly boiled over. These gangsters who were originally just trying to make a living seemed to have a fire burning in their hearts at this moment. He Jinyan was shaking with excitement, and a rare solemn look appeared on Tang Niu's round face. In short, all the younger brothers clenched their fists. In the hall, the eyes of many younger brothers looked at Ye Fan with increasingly fanatical eyes. Under the light, Ye Fan's tall figure seemed to be coated with a layer of sacred light. They truly felt that the boy in front of them was only 17 years old. He is destined to become a powerful hero. He has both the military power to sweep away thousands of troops and the wisdom to plan strategies. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Ye Fan's mind. Ding! Brother Luo Shan's loyalty to the host has reached 100%. This unexpected surprise made Ye Fan's heart excited. Luo Shan was one of the first 10 younger brothers to follow him, and now he has finally achieved absolute loyalty. Through observation during this period, Ye Fan gradually figured out the trick to improve the loyalty of his subordinates. Or show your unrivaled strength, such as taking on 20 gangsters alone. Or show a heart of unparalleled benevolence and righteousness, like standing up for his younger brothers and distributing bonuses today. And just now, when we announced the grand vision of Minghua, that kind of domineering attitude that can swallow mountains and rivers makes his younger brothers loyal to him. Ye Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his eyes swept over every excited brother present. He knew that as Minghua grew stronger, more and more 100 loyal confidants would appear. By then, his power will grow rapidly like a snowball. Ye Fan was about to announce the disbandment. A patrol officer rushed into the hall, his face filled with excitement. "Brother Fan! Great news! Brother Bobby is dead!" The whole hall was instantly boiling. Wang Daqiang stood up suddenly, and the chair fell to the ground with a clang. Gao Ming's eyes widened, and the teacup in his hand shattered with a bang. The skinny monkey was so shocked that the account book in his hand fell to the ground. All the younger brothers showed expressions of disbelief, and then burst into cheers. Post Views, 51:029 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 029. A barely perceptible smile flashed across Ye Fan's eyes. All this was within his calculations. The hidden force of his kick today planted a time bomb in Bobby's heart. As long as Bobby Ge gets emotional, his hidden energy will explode and he will surely die. Why didn't he just kill Bobby directly at that time? Because this is the world of gangsters. But if he beat Bobigo to death on the spot, the Hong Kong police would also arrest him. So he used this method, which not only eliminated the biggest threat to him, but also did not leave any handle. "Oh!" Ye Fan raised his eyebrows in surprise, his voice just right with doubt. "How did Bobby die?" The little brother who reported the news looked around at everyone mysteriously and smiled. "You will never imagine how Bobby died." Then he said loudly, "I heard he died of pleasure on a woman." There was an uproar in the hall. The younger brother described it vividly. "This afternoon, after brother Bobby came back, he was so angry that he beat up the troublemaker, and I heard he even had him tied up and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Not satisfied with that, Bobby found 2 little girls and locked them in the room to play with them." The younger brother made a face and said, "Halfway through the game, the 2 women suddenly screamed. They found that Bobby died while having fun." "Ha ha!" For a moment, the whole hall erupted in deafening laughter. Wang Daqiang slapped his thigh and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. This bastard deserved it. He died on a woman's belly. What karma! Gao Ming held his stomach and couldn't straighten his back, and the skinny monkey laughed so hard that tears came out. The guys all believed the story of Bobby's death. Ye Fan also laughed, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This was exactly the effect he wanted to make everyone think that Bobby died suddenly from excessive indulgence. Who would have thought that it was his hidden kick that took his life? Then Ye Fan looked around the hall, his eyes like torches, his voice sonorous and powerful. "Brothers, this is a godsend. With the death of Bobby Ge, his Hehonglian is leaderless. This is a great opportunity for us Minghua to expand our territory. Everyone, get ready. Tomorrow night we will invade Hehonglian's territory. Fight for territory! Fight for territory!" The younger brothers were so excited that they shouted in unison, and the sound waves shook the windows. The fighting spirit burned in everyone's eyes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just as Ye Fan expected, Bobby's sudden death caused the already declining Hehonglian to completely fall apart. This once glorious society now has only 100 or so core members left, and the rest are peripheral blue lanterns like fence-sitters. What's even more ridiculous is that 4 or 5 small leaders in the society are fighting each other for the top spot. But they were overthinking it and had no idea that a crisis was coming. There is also the scandal of brother Bobby died on a woman's belly. It spread like wildfire through the 6 streets surrounding Rainbow Housing Estate and some adjacent streets. Dozens of small gangs are ready to make a move and are gearing up to divide up Honglian's territory. But what they didn't know was that Minghua had already been ready to swallow this piece of fat meat in one gulp. According to underworld customs, gangsters always fight for territory at night. So on the second night, Ye Fan led Minghua's younger brothers and rushed towards He Honglian's territory like a tiger descending from the mountain. To everyone's surprise, the battle ended after only 1 hour. When Ye Fan rushed into He Honglian's territory with his murderous brothers, the opponent's resistance was simply unbearable. When the younger brothers from Honglian saw Ye Fan, their legs went limp with fear. Yesterday, 300 people couldn't beat 100 people. How can they beat them today? What's even more ridiculous is that after Bobby Ge's death, the only people left who can really fight against Honglian are the core 100 or so people. The rest are just blue lanterns who follow the wind and will not risk their lives without money. Soon, Minghua's flags were planted on the 2 streets occupied by He Honglian. With this battle, Minghua's reputation was completely established. But the story is not over yet. That night, not only the Minghua gang set their sights on this piece of fat meat, but other gangs also wanted to get a piece of the pie. Especially since the other 2 gangs in Rainbow Street also sent people to seize territory. Unfortunately, as soon as they showed up, they were beaten to a pulp by Minghua's brothers. Ye Fan and Wang Deqiang, along with a group of younger brothers, brought those ignorant little gangs under control one by one. The flags were raised until dawn, and no one in the entire Rainbow Street area dared to attack these 2 streets. Especially the 2 remaining gangs on Rainbow Street. He was terrified to see Ye Fan leading Minghua's younger brothers to sweep through 8 armed brothers' territory like wolves and tigers. Before they could react, Ye Fan had already turned his guns around and subdued both gangs that night. So far, 3 of the 6 streets around the Rainbow Housing Estate have been hoisted with Minghua flags. The news spread like wildfire throughout Hong Kong, causing an uproar. The next day, dozens of small societies heard the news and wanted to take advantage of the death of 8 armed brothers to get a piece of the pie. Although the area around Rainbow Housing Estate is not considered wealthy, but the combined monthly revenue of around 500,000 yuan from the 2 streets is still an attractive piece of fat for these small communities. But how could Ye Fan let them succeed? For 3 consecutive nights, he led Wang Deqiang and others to beat the invading enemies back to their hometowns one by one like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. After witnessing Minghua's ruthless methods, those small societies that were ignorant of the consequences of their actions fled with their tails between their legs. After this incident, the Minghua society became famous and became well known in the Hong Kong underworld. The names of Ye Fan and his generals Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao also spread. From now on, 3 streets of Rainbow Housing Estate will completely belong to Ye Fan. In fact, Ye Fan and Minghua's reputations are only spread among small and medium-sized communities in Hong Kong Island. But for Minghua, taking over the 3 streets means much more than that. These 3 streets also bring in more than 700,000 yuan in revenue every month. In addition, there are public funds left by Babij and the money handed over by the 2 gangs that were conquered. Minghua received more than 1 million in one night, which instantly replenished the society's funds. More importantly, as the territory expands, the number of subordinates will also experience explosive growth. According to the rules of the underworld, to annex territory, one often has to take in the other party's subordinates. But they only accept a small part. After all, it costs a lot of money to raise younger brothers. As for the younger brothers of the defeated club, they just live in the club. If they are not recruited, they will have no choice but to go elsewhere and join other gangs. Ye Fan's invincible Big Brother system requires the support of a large number of younger brothers, so he directly recruits soldiers on a large scale. However, he has his own principles, those who are drug addicts or have committed serious crimes will not be accepted. Ye Fan did want a lot of younger brothers, but he would not accept just any mob. Post views, 49,030 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 030. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Those unemployed young people and gangsters in Rainbow Public Housing who once longed to follow Ye Fan have finally got their wish. In just 3 days, the number of Minghua's followers exceeded 500. These 500 men are not peripheral blue lanterns, but are all real and formal core men. Of course, there are also many blue lanterns who follow voluntarily. They said that if there is any problem, they can pay them. On this day, Ye Fan sat in his personal room in the new headquarters, looking out the window and smoking a cigarette. The new headquarters 5-story building replaced the original 3-story building, and each floor is spacious and bright. This 5-story building is also on Rainbow Street and is the property of one of the other 2 gangs that originally ruled Rainbow Street. Ye Fan used the 1st and 2nd floors as places for his younger brothers to practice martial arts. The 3rd floor is used as a place for his younger brothers to have fun. The main entertainment options include mahjong, cards, table tennis, etc. The 4th and 5th floors are mainly used as office areas. After all, many industries will be expanded in the future. In addition, a public canteen is specially planned on the 1st floor. Tang Niu is in charge. In the future, if the younger brothers want to eat, they can cook for themselves. It is clean and safe. Of course, the 3-story building originally on Rainbow Street was also put to use. The 1st floor can be used as a shop, and the 2nd and 3rd floors are used as places for my younger brothers to practice martial arts. After all, there are more brothers now, and there is not enough space for practicing Kung Fu in Minghua's new headquarters. When Ye Fan thought that he already had 500 younger brothers, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. If he recruits 500 more followers, it means that his learning multiplier will soon exceed 1,000 times. But at the moment, there is still not enough money to support 1,000 subordinates, so I can only wait a little longer. What made Ye Fan even happier was that as the Minghua group unified the 3 streets, Minghua became famous. Another little brother has achieved 100% loyalty to him. He was also one of the first 10 younger brothers he recruited, named Lin Feng. So far, he has a total of 6 minions, all of whom have reached 100% loyalty. They are Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, Xiao Erhao, He Jinyin, Luo Shan, and Lin Feng. The 6 of them will become Ye Fan's confidants and the backbone of Minghua. Brother Fan, the 400 new recruits have been arranged. The skinny monkey walked in holding the account book, his face full of excitement. According to your instructions, everyone is registered and their wages are paid regularly every month. Ye Fan nodded. With these 500 core members, Minghua's strength cannot be underestimated. Notify them, Ye Fan turned and said to the skinny monkey. Starting today, all new recruits will undergo training. I don't want a ragtag group, but an elite division. That night, Ye Fan first instructed his younger brothers to practice in the training room of Minghua's new headquarters, and then came to his office to practice. He had just practiced the last 3 sets of Wing Chun combos. Buzz! Another wave of martial arts information flooded into his mind. Ye Fan suddenly understood. And his Yang Chun fist also broke through to the perfect realm. In an instant, Ye Fan felt that all the exquisite aspects of Wing Chun fist flooded into his mind like a revelation. He felt that Wing Chun, like Bajiquan, had become more flexible. No longer stick to fixed moves and routines. Ye Fan was happy in his heart, his personal strength was improved to a higher level. Then he sat in the chair, picked up a Marlboro, took out a cigarette, and lit it. Take a deep breath and blow out a string of smoke rings. Then he opened the personal system panel again. Host, Ye Fan. Age, 17 years old. Strength, 360 catties, normal person 100 kilograms. Physical fitness, 99, normal person 60. Agility, 98, normal, 60. Spirit, 98, normal 60. Strength evaluation, Peak of Hwajin. Kung Fu, Bajiquan, perfect, Wing Chun Chuan, perfect. Others, none. Little brother, 505. Girlfriend, 1. Learning effect multiplier, 200 times. Function expansion, to be developed. The data on the system panel made him delighted. His strength rating has actually risen to the peak of transformation level. I'm so happy. Just then, Wang Daqiang ran over in a hurry. Brother Fan, there is a new situation. Wang Daqiang wiped his sweat. A tough guy suddenly showed up and started taking over the remaining 3 streets of Rainbow Housing Estates. I heard he's pretty aggressive. Ye Fan raised his eyebrows. Oh? Who is so fierce? It's a gangster named Luo Tianhong. Wang Daqiang lowered his voice. I heard he used to hang out on the streets of our Rainbow Housing Estate, but then disappeared for a while. I heard he went to learn swordsmanship. He took down an entire street in just one night last night, subduing several small gangs and many of their followers. When Ye Fan heard the name Luo Tianhong, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the Hong Kong film The King's Avatar that he had watched in his previous life, this was a ruthless character who wielded a sword like a god. I didn't expect him to show up here and also to stake his claim at the Rainbow Housing Estate. Interesting, Tianhong, Luo Tianhong. Ye Fan narrowed his eyes and tapped the table unconsciously with his fingers. Wang Daqiang rubbed his hands together and asked, Brother Fan, should we start now? Take over the other 2 streets as well. Ye Fan chuckled, shook his head, and blew out a smoke ring. No rush. Since Luo Tianhong is such a good fighter, let him test the waters first. He stood in front of the window, and the light stretched his figure very long. When he takes over those 3 streets, I will meet him in person. Ye Fan raised a meaningful smile. Maybe I can recruit him and get another powerful general. Tell the brothers to keep a close eye on it. Ye Fan turned around and ordered. I want to know his every move, especially after he takes over 3 streets. I want to see if he dares to challenge our Minghua. Wang Daqiang nodded in understanding. I understand. I'll arrange for my brothers to keep a close eye on his every move. After Wang Daqiang left, Ye Fan leaned back in the leather chair, the cigarette between his fingertips flickering in the dim office. He recalled the character Luo Tianhong from the movie The King's Avatar that he had watched in his previous life. He is a swordsman obsessed with martial arts, and he only respects those who are stronger than him. It was precisely because Lien Hailong was good at fighting that he joined Zhang Xinyi and brought his own territory as a token of his allegiance. It seems that Luo Tianhong is just beginning to develop his swordsmanship and needs a piece of land to prove himself. Ye Fan muttered to himself, a gleam in his eyes. Now that I've met Luo Tianhong, I must bring him under my wing. Luo Tianhong is now a true master, and can be used directly after being subdued. The next step is to wait until Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, He Jinyin, Xiao Erhao, Luo Shan, Lin Feng and other absolutely loyal brothers grow up. He can then truly retreat behind the scenes and become the boss of the society who plans and directs the affairs. The real boss of a club doesn't always have to be at the front. That's not a real boss. Ye Fan blew out a smoke ring, watched it slowly dissipate in the air, then turned off the lights and went home. Please give 5-star rating, good comments, follow us, collect, and urge for updates. Thank you all. Post views, 49. 031 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 031. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. He returned to normal life in the next few days, but kept an eye on Luo Tianhong's movements. Luo Tianhong lived up to expectations and swept and unified the remaining 3 streets in just 3 days. Ye Fan also received this information first. Just as Ye Fan was about to personally go out and subdue Luo Tianhong, Wang Deqiang hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in. "Brother Fan! Luo Tianhong actually challenged you." He held a gold-embossed letter in his hand, and his voice trembled with excitement. "After he conquered 3 streets, he actually challenged you to a fight." Wang Deqiang handed Ye Fan a golden letter of challenge, his face full of indignation. "Brother Fan, Luo Tianhong is too arrogant. He said that your kung fu skills are exaggerated by others and he wants to challenge you in a duel. Whoever loses will be recognized as the boss, and all his territory and subordinates will belong to him." Ye Fan took the letter of challenge and saw the following words written on it. "Ye Fan, I heard you can fight 100 people alone? I, Luo Tianhong, don't believe it. Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight? The loser admits his mistake and the winner becomes the boss. The handwriting is so powerful that it can be seen through the paper, and an arrogant aura is overwhelming." "Interesting," Ye Fan chuckled and flicked the letter of challenge with his fingertips. Gao Ming suddenly slammed the table and stood up. "Who the hell is that Luo Tianhong? How dare he be so arrogant with just a broken sword?" Veins popped out on his forehead. "Brother Fan, let me go meet him first." Skinny Monkey also echoed with a gloomy face, "That's right. He can't even imagine how powerful Brother Fan is." Ye Fan waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. He walked to the window and looked in the direction of Luo Tianhong's territory in the distance. Luo Tianhong's skills are indeed amazing. He turned around, a playful smile on his face, "But, that's exactly what I want." Wang Deqiang hesitated, "But Brother Fan, he has a sharp sword." "I've seen it too. It's quite sharp." "It's okay, I was just about to go find him." Ye Fan threw the letter of challenge on the table. "Since he wants to play one-on-one, I'll play along." His voice was very soft, but Wang Deqiang and the other 2 could feel a chilling murderous aura. Although Wang Deqiang and others were filled with righteous indignation, they were actually unsure about what to do. In the past few days, they had secretly witnessed Luo Tianhong's swift sword skills. With a flash of cold light, the opponent's hands and feet were gone. It was so sharp. Although Ye Fan is very good at boxing and kicking, he has never used weapons. It's hard to say who will win this match. "Don't worry," Ye Fan waved his hand, looking calm, "we'll meet at the playground of Rainbow Housing tomorrow to compete. Since Luo Tianhong has taken the initiative to challenge me, how can I back down?" Seeing Ye Fan so confident, Wang Deqiang and others immediately felt relieved. In their minds, Brother Fan's courage to fight means he is confident. If we can take this opportunity to defeat and subdue Luo Tianhong, Minghua will be able to unify the 6 streets of Rainbow Public Housing in one fell swoop, and its reputation will surely reach a new level. The next afternoon, the setting sun dyed the playground of Rainbow Housing Estate golden. Ye Fan only brought 6 absolutely loyal confidants, including Wang Deqiang and 20 elite brothers. Since it's a one-on-one fight, there's no need to mobilize a large force. These days, Wang Deqiang and his colleagues have made rapid progress with the help of a 20-fold learning speed. Ye Fan also wanted these core members to watch the battle with their own eyes and learn from the battles between masters. "Brother Fan, that's Luo Tianhong." He Jinyan pointed to the center of the playground. "I saw a yellow-haired young man in a white windbreaker standing proudly, holding a long sword in his hand. In the setting sun, his figure was stretched out very long, and his whole body exuded a sharp sword energy." Ye Fan walked forward slowly, the hem of his windbreaker swaying gently in the breeze. He Jinyan followed behind Ye Fan, his palms sweating with excitement. This was his first time going on an expedition with Ye Fan. Although Ye Fan only came to challenge him to a one-on-one fight, the feeling of honor made him feel warm all over. He deliberately put on his newly bought black suit and combed his hair back, looking meticulous and cool. He looked nothing like the loser delivery boy from a few days ago. His idea was not to embarrass Brother Fan. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun shines obliquely on the playground of Rainbow Housing Estate, where young students on summer vacation are playing ball. Seeing Ye Fan and his group coming, they all stopped and respectfully called out Brother Fan. Those idle thugs nodded and bowed, making way for them. Today, Ye Fan is already a gang boss who controls 3 streets and has 500 followers. Minghua's name is well known in this area. Look! Brother Fan is here. I heard that we're going to duel with that new guy Luo Tianhong today. Now we're going to have some fun. The crowd talked a lot and automatically made way for them. Ye Fan walked calmly in front, his windbreaker swaying gently in the breeze. In the distance, Luo Tianhong had been waiting for a long time, surrounded by more than 30 younger brothers. He leaned against the basketball hoop, playing with an 8-sided Han sword that gleamed with cold light in his hand, with a sneer on his lips. When Luo Tianhong saw Ye Fan coming with a dozen of his younger brothers, he slowly stood up. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his stern face, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The young man in front of him who looks younger than himself is actually Ye Fan, who swept across 3 streets? He gripped the 8-sided Han sword tightly in his hand, and the sword shone with a captivating cold light under the setting sun. Ever since he returned with his sword skills mastered, he had heard of Ye Fan's reputation. He fought against 20 of Bobby Ge's brothers alone, killed 300 people with 100 men, and took over the territory of Hehonglian, among other legendary achievements. This made Luo Tianhong, who was obsessed with martial arts, excited. Luo Tianhong has always admired Lien Hailong, the leader of Zhongxinyi, because he is a good fighter. Originally, he wanted to take over a few streets and then become Lien Hailong's disciple. But now he wants to subdue Ye Fan and unify the 6 streets near Rainbow Public Housing. Then you can join Lien Hailong or set up your own business. Ye Fan. Luo Tianhong tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his sword, his voice cold. I heard you're a good fighter? I, Luo Tianhong, want to test your strength. Ye Fan looked at the swordsman in front of him with interest. His gaze lingered for a moment on the cold, 8-sided Han sword, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I didn't expect you to take over 3 streets in just 3 days. Not bad. He looked around, his eyes sweeping over the 30 or so eager younger brothers behind Luo Tianhong. Luo Tianhong, tell me, how do you want to fight? However, before Luo Tianhong could answer, Ye Fan suddenly raised his voice, and his voice echoed in the playground. How about this, either a one-on-one fight, just you and me, or a group fight, you and your little brothers together? He paused, a hint of amusement in his eyes. But, if you get seriously injured, don't blame yourself for being useless. There is a reason why Ye Fan is so arrogant at this moment. As the helmsman of the Minghua society, he understands his status. If he had to personally accept the challenge of just any random person, wouldn't that be too cheap? If this time the opponent was not of Luo Tianhong's level, he would not have bothered to pay attention at all. A sneer appeared on Ye Fan's lips. At this moment, more and more thugs gathered around. He just wanted to act arrogant and domineering in front of everyone. First, severely provoke Luo Tianhong, and then defeat him with thundering means. This will not only shock everyone present, but also subdue this unruly opponent. P.S. Thanks to Wang Chen, who loves Lao Gan Ma diced eggplant, for the gift. Post views, 46. 032 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 032. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. More importantly, he wanted to set the rules. Anyone who wants to challenge the leader of the Minghua group in the future must first defeat his subordinates. Whether it is Luo Tianhong who is about to be conquered, or future masters such as Wang Deqiang and He Jinyan who are being trained. You're looking for death. Luo Tianhong's forehead was bulging with veins and his eyes were blazing with fire. He never expected that Ye Fan would dare to look down on him like this. Having just returned from special swordsmanship training, he was a tough guy who swept through 3 streets in just a few days. Ye Fan, you have succeeded in irritating me. He gritted his teeth, his knuckles cracking. But I, Luo Tianhong, have always acted with integrity. If I say I will fight one-on-one, I will fight one-on-one. I will never bully the weak with my numbers. Today I will show you what true strength is. You'd better think it through carefully, Luo Tianhong said with a cold light in his eyes. Since you dare to stand here today, don't even think about walking out standing. He slowly swung the 8-sided Han sword. If I say I'll let you lie down for a month, it definitely won't be 29 days. A day less or more will be considered incompetent by me, Luo Tianhong. He looked at Ye Fan with empty hands and said. I won't take advantage of you. Tell me, what weapon do you want to use? You can choose a knife, a gun, a stick, or a club. Seeing Luo Tianhong's fighting spirit rising to the sky, Ye Fan stretched out his hands, smiled and shook his head. I don't need those to deal with you. My hands are enough. Good. Very good. Luo Tianhong was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and flames of rage were burning in his eyes. Ye Fan, you asked for this. Don't blame me for being ruthless later. He suddenly pulled open his coat and threw it to the ground, revealing his muscular upper body, his bronze muscles shining in the sun. The onlookers retreated at the same time, clearing a space on the playground. The air was filled with suffocating tension, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 people in the center of the field. Just then. Make way! Make way! A clear female voice suddenly broke through the solemn atmosphere. The voice was like a yellow oriole singing out of a valley, but it revealed an unconcealable anxiety. Ye Fan! Are you fighting? Stop it! Ye Fan's brows jumped suddenly. He was very familiar with this voice teacher He Min. He turned around in disbelief, only to see the crowd automatically parting into a path, and He Min jogging towards them. How did she find this remote Rainbow Highway playground? Ye Fan cursed in his heart, this is really, hell. The originally tense atmosphere was instantly broken by the sudden female voice. The crowd of onlookers parted like a tide. I saw the tall teacher He Min struggling to push through the crowd. She was wearing slim-fit jeans and a light blue shirt today. Her graceful figure is perfectly outlined, and her whole body exudes a capable and elegant temperament. Ye Fan hadn't seen teacher He Min for several days. When he saw her at this moment, he couldn't help but feel happy. When he noticed the bag tightly clenched in He Min's hand and the anxious look on her face, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He winked at Luo Tianhong and quickly stepped forward. Teacher He. How did you find yourself here? There was a hint of helplessness and concern in his voice. As soon as He Min saw Ye Fan, she immediately trotted forward and grabbed his wrist. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of Luo Tianhong holding an 8-sided Han sword behind Ye Fan. The cold sword shone with a chilling light in the sunlight. He Min was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he screamed, Ye Fan! He has a sword! She instinctively hid behind Ye Fan, her slender fingers tightly grasping Ye Fan's sleeves. But after just a few seconds, He Min forced himself to calm down. She took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to stand in front of Ye Fan again. She tugged at his arm, her voice trembling slightly with anger. Student Ye Fan! What on earth are you doing? Those almond-shaped eyes were filled with worry, anger, and confusion. Ye Fan sighed helplessly and lowered his voice. Teacher He, please keep your voice down. There are so many people watching us. You are not a teacher if you shout like that. He Min's eyes widened when she heard this, and she grabbed Ye Fan by the collar. You dare to say that to me? She was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Just now I heard the neighbors talking at the street corner, saying that you have become the boss of a gang. Ye Fan, do you know what you are doing? There was a sense of pain in her voice that she was disappointed with her child. You have such good grades, why not become a lawyer or a doctor in the future? Why do you have to go down this crooked path? She became more and more excited as she spoke, and her slender fingers were shaking. Back in school, when you asked your classmates to call you Big Brother, I thought you were joking. I didn't expect you to actually. When she said this, her eyes became red. Ye Fan smiled bitterly and scratched his head. Teacher isn't it summer vacation now? Why are you suddenly? I'm leaving you alone during summer vacation. Min suddenly interrupted him, her voice rising suddenly, causing the thugs around to laugh. She then realized her loss of composure and quickly lowered her voice, but her tone was still stern. Ye Fan, listen to me. As long as you still call me teacher, I have the responsibility to pull you back on the right path. Come back with me now. As she spoke, she was about to pull Ye Fan's arm, but he gently dodged it. You think you can do whatever you want during the holidays? I'm telling you, I'll be watching you every day this summer. At this moment, Luo Tianhong impatiently slammed the tip of his sword on the ground, making a crisp clang sound. Fuck! Women are trouble! He spat rudely, and pointed the cold and gleaming eight-sided Han sword in his hand directly at Ye Fan. Ye Fan, are you going to fight or not? Does today's challenge still count? Are you scared? You arranged this on purpose. Ye Fan turned to look at Min, and said in a softer tone, Teacher please wait for a moment. I'll explain it to you after I've dealt with this matter. He tried to break free from her hand. No. Min's voice was filled with tears, and her nails almost dug into Ye Fan's muscles. Can't you see he's got a sword? Someone could die. She desperately pulled Ye Fan. Follow me, now. Ye Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Min suddenly felt her hand lighten. Ye Fan's aura suddenly changed. His originally gentle features were now as sharp as a knife. And his entire body exuded a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Teacher his voice was low and dangerous. Whatever you have here today, wait until I finish this fight. He waved his arm lightly, and Min involuntarily let go of his hand. Either you just stand by and watch, or get out of here now. Min staggered back 2 steps, looking at the stranger Ye Fan in disbelief. In her eyes, Ye Fan was that polite fair-skinned boy. He is the good student who helps the teacher move homework books and is polite to classmates. This semester, his grades have improved by leaps and bounds and he has a bright future. But how could this young man in front of her, who exuded a dangerous aura, look like the student she was familiar with? The person standing in front of her at this moment has become a man with sharp eyes and imposing aura, the boss of the gang? Post views, 49. 033 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 033. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Just when Min was stunned, Ye Fan pushed her aside gently with a clever move. He winked at Xiao Hao, He Qiang, and others. Wang Deqiang immediately understood and quickly formed a protective circle with a few of his brothers. Protect Min in the middle. After all, there are thugs around who are eyeing her covetously. Teacher Ye Fan turned around and reminded, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. Just stand here and don't move. My people will keep you safe. After saying that, he turned around and strode towards Luo Tianhong, with a calm smile on his face again. Brother Tianhong, please don't mind the little incident just now. Now, shall we get started? The solemn and murderous atmosphere that had been interrupted was instantly condensed again. The crowd tacitly stepped back a few steps, clearing a larger space on the playground. Ha, okay. Luo Tianhong suddenly let out a strange laugh. The eight-sided Han sword in his hand drew several sharp cold rays in the air. He suddenly flashed, the sword followed him, and he rushed towards Ye Fan like an arrow. The sword moves were extremely fierce. If an ordinary person faced such an attack, he would probably not be able to withstand even half a move. But at this moment Ye Fan is no longer an ordinary person. As a martial arts master who has mastered Bajikwan and Wing Chun, how sharp is his eyesight! He could spot several flaws in Luo Tianhong's sword moves at a glance. Luo Tianhong's sword moves were gorgeous and dazzling, and the eight-sided Han sword danced in his hand like a silver streak. He leaped into the air, and the sword blade slashed straight into Ye Fan's chest with a sound of breaking through the air. The speed was so fast that only an afterimage was left in the eyes of the onlookers. The thugs gasped and thought that if it were them, they would be covered in blood before they could even react. Ah! He Min screamed in the protection circle of Wang Daqiang and others. He subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands, but couldn't help but peek through his fingers. At this critical moment, Ye Fan's figure flashed to the right like a ghost. His movements seemed understated, but in fact they were as fast as lightning. His agility now far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and Luo Tianhong's sharp sword seemed to be replayed in slow motion in his eyes. Just as the sword passed by, Ye Fan's right hand spit out the tongue of a poisonous snake. He accurately grabbed Luo Tianhong's right wrist holding the sword, and at the same time, his left fist blasted out like a cannonball. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the playground. Ye Fan's punch hit Luo Tianhong's chest solidly, and the force of the punch was so strong that it even stirred up a circle of air waves visible to the naked eye. His Luo Tianhong took a breath of cold air, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The fatal sword that he was so proud of just now was dodged by Ye Fan so easily. What's even more terrifying is that at the moment when he had not yet retracted his sword, Ye Fan's iron-like hand had already tightly grasped his wrist. Immediately afterwards, a huge force like a tidal wave exploded from his chest. Bang! Luo Tianhong felt that his internal organs were trembling, and his chest seemed to be hit by a 1,000-pound hammer. He staggered back 6 or 7 steps. At the same time, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and a little blood almost gushed out, but he swallowed it back. Such a terrifying force, Luo Tianhong wiped the corner of his mouth, and looked at Ye Fan with a bit of fear in his eyes. He finally understood that the god of war Ye Fan that was circulated in the underworld was not a false reputation. But then, the fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. In order to master this sword technique, he once practiced shirtless in the cold winter until his hands were frozen and cracked. What was this little setback? Come again! Luo Tianhong shouted, waving the 8-sided Han sword in his hand and rushing forward again. The sword blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Ye Fan stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of admiration in his eyes. The moment they fought just now, he had already figured out Luo Tianhong's background. His cultivation level was in the late Ming Jin stage. Combined with the sword skills that have reached the highest level, he has the strength of the early to middle stage of dark energy. But in front of him, a master of the realm of transformation, he is still too naive. Ye Fan's figure flashed like a ghost, easily avoiding Luo Tianhong's sharp sword. His right hand emerged like a snake from a cave and accurately grabbed Luo Tianhong's sword-holding wrist again. This time, his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force like iron clamps, and his knuckles dug deeply into Luo Tianhong's wrist meridians. Crack! With a crisp sound, Luo Tianhong's entire right arm was paralyzed instantly. Ye Fan took advantage of the situation and pushed Luo Tianhong forward. The 8-sided Han sword that was shining with cold light had changed hands. Swish, swish, swish. Ye Fan's wrist shook slightly. The sword edge drew several graceful silver arcs in the air, and finally rested steadily on Luo Tianhong's neck. The sharp sword blade shone coldly in the setting sun, causing Luo Tianhong's Adam's apple to tremble slightly. In an instant, the entire playground fell silent. The younger brothers brought by Luo Tianhong opened their eyes wide, with disbelief written all over their faces. Their boss, who swept through 3 streets in 3 days and whose sword skills were as fast as lightning, couldn't even survive 2 moves from Ye Fan. The thugs watching around swallowed their saliva unconsciously, and cold sweat seeped out of their backs. They expected to see a fierce fight between dragons and tigers. After all, Luo Tianhong's achievements in recent days are obvious to all. He once fought against dozens of experts alone. But the scene before him, Ye Fan's strength is simply unfathomable. Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, He Jinyin, Xiao Erhao and others were so excited that their faces turned red and their fists were clenched tightly. They were secretly worried that Brother Fan might suffer a loss. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Ye Fan grabbed the sword with his bare hands and put Luo Tianhong's 8-sided Han sword on the other's neck. Brother Fan is awesome! He Jinyin couldn't help but shout out, with admiration shining in his eyes. He has been learning martial arts from Ye Fan these days. Although his progress is not fast, he can already feel the changes in his body. Seeing Ye Fan so brave at this moment, he became more determined to practice martial arts hard. When his strength improves, he will definitely go to the elite center to settle accounts with those who bullied him. He Min carefully released the fingers that were covering her eyes. When she saw this scene through her fingers, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. She couldn't believe her eyes. The top student who is usually gentle and polite in the classroom. At this moment, he actually put the sword against his opponent's throat so fiercely. Is this still the Ye Fan I know? He Min murmured to herself, her red lips slightly parted. She looked at Ye Fan's tall figure in the sunlight. His sharp eyes and calm demeanor made him completely different from the boy in the classroom who always had a gentle smile on his face. At the same time, my heart suddenly skipped a beat for some reason, and my cheeks felt inexplicably hot. Ye Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Luo Tianhong, whose face was as pale as death. How is it? Luo Tianhong took a deep breath, his face full of frustration. I lost. He straightened his back, his voice hoarse but firm. As agreed, I, Luo Tianhong, will recognize you as my elder brother from now on. The 3 streets and all my brothers are under your command. Good. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. You are indeed trustworthy. He suddenly changed the subject and spun the 8-sided Han sword in his hand into a beautiful sword flower. But I see you haven't quite reached your full potential yet. Aren't you feeling a bit unconvinced? As he spoke, Ye Fan actually turned the hilt of the sword forward, handed the weapon back to Luo Tianhong, and took 2 steps back to create some distance. He hooked his finger, the fighting spirit in his eyes rekindled. Come, let's fight again. P.S. Please give me 5-star rating, good comments, follow me, favorite me, urge me to update, love me, and give me rewards. Thank you all. Post views, 45. 034 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 034. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Luo Tianhong's pupils suddenly contracted, and his originally dim eyes instantly brightened. He was a martial arts fanatic by nature, and he admitted defeat just now purely out of compliance with the rules of the martial arts world. Seeing Ye Fan taking the initiative to challenge him, his blood immediately boiled, so who cares about whether there is a bet or not? Okay. Luo Tianhong took the sword, his aura rising suddenly, then let's do it again. He took a starting stance, the tip of the sword trembled slightly, drawing cold stars in the setting sun. At this moment, all the territories and subordinates were thrown out of the window. The only person in his eyes was the opponent in front of him who was worth fighting with all his strength. Luo Tianhong took a deep breath and twisted his neck left and right, making a cracking sound. He shook his right arm, which was numbed by Ye Fan's pinch, and the 8-sided Han sword drew several sharp arcs in the air. The sword blade reflected the afterglow of the setting sun, like a silver snake spitting out its tongue. Ha! He suddenly shouted and rushed out like an arrow. This time, he used his best skill, the 3 strikes of astonishment that his master had repeatedly warned him not to use lightly. These 3 sword techniques were extremely sharp. He practiced hard for 2 years before he could barely master them. Once used, the result would be either death or injury. But facing an opponent like Ye Fan, he didn't dare to hold back at all. The sword light was like a waterfall, with dots of cold light. Luo Tianhong seemed to be one with the sword, and the sword's momentum was so fast that it even left after images in the air. The thugs watching unconsciously took a few steps back, fearing that they would be hurt by the sword energy. However, in Ye Fan's eyes, this so-called great sword move is nothing special. As a master of the realm of transformation, his understanding of martial arts has long exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. What's more, the 19-year-old Luo Tianhong is far from reaching his peak. He is still far from the unrivaled war god in the movie, who is around 25 years old. Ye Fan's body moved slightly, and his right hand stretched out like a butterfly flying through flowers. He accurately passed through the numerous sword shadows and grabbed Luo Tianhong's wrist again. This time he exerted a little more force, and Luo Tianhong felt his entire arm was numb and sore, and the eight-sided Han sword fell to the ground with a clang. Luo Tianhong stood there in a daze, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He realized bitterly that Ye Fan had shown mercy just now. If it was a life-and-death fight, he would probably have been defeated in the first move. This gap in strength shocked him. At the same time, the light in his eyes became even brighter. Isn't this the kind of master he has always been pursuing? What a blessing it is to be able to fight with such a master. Ye Fan also keenly caught the change in Luo Tianhong's eyes. This unruly young man has completely immersed himself in the pursuit of martial arts. He had long forgotten the previous challenge bet. This is exactly the effect Ye Fan wanted. He deliberately gave Luo Tianhong one or two more chances, not only to convince this martial arts fanatic. It is also to intimidate all the thugs present who are ready to make a move. Come again. Ye Fan hooked his finger, his eyes flashing with excitement. Luo Tianhong was cheered up upon hearing this, and his fighting spirit burned like a raging fire. He directly picked up the eight-sided Han sword on the ground and swung the sword at Ye Fan. He changed his sword moves again and again, sometimes as fierce as a storm, sometimes as tricky as a snake emerging from its cave. But no matter what unique skills he used, Ye Fan could always break it within 2 moves. Gradually, Luo Tianhong's breathing became heavy and sweat soaked his clothes. But Ye Fan enjoyed the fight more and more. He can effortlessly combine the fierceness and dominance of Bajikun with the agility and swiftness of Wing Chun. This was the first time since he mastered martial arts that he encountered an opponent who could withstand 1 or 2 of his moves. Although Luo Tianhong's strength is far from enough, he is at least much stronger than those thugs who can't even withstand a single move. The more Luo Tianhong fought, the more frightened he became. As a martial artist, he naturally recognized that Ye Fan was performing authentic Bajikun and Wing Chun. But what shocked him was that Ye Fan's mastery of these boxing techniques had reached a superb level. Every move and every form was natural and the power was far beyond his imagination. He even suspected that even if his master came, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against Ye Fan. Bang! Another top elbow from Bajikun, Luo Tianhong was knocked back several steps again. Thinking of the huge gap between himself and Ye Fan. So Luo Tianhong suddenly put away his sword and stood up, and the eight-sided Han sword in his hand was inserted into the ground with a clang. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Ye Fan. No more fighting. Brother Fan, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. His voice was loud and firm, echoing in the playground. After saying that, he knelt on one knee and pounded his chest with his right fist, making a dull sound. From now on, my life, Luo Tianhong, belongs to Brother Fan. Even through mountains of swords and seas of fire, I won't frown at Brother Fan's request. After saying that, he turned his head abruptly and shouted at the dumbfounded brothers behind him. What the hell are you guys still standing there for? Come over and meet Brother Fan. This shout was like a thunderclap, scaring the younger brothers so much that they woke up as if from a dream. So they hurriedly ran to Ye Fan, knelt on one knee, and shouted in unison. Greetings, Brother Fan. Hello, brother Fan. The sound echoed in the empty playground, and the scene was spectacular. Ye Fan looked at this scene, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Finally, the unruly Luo Tianhong was completely defeated. Ye Fan was filled with joy and quickly stepped forward to help Luo Tianhong up, patting his shoulder vigorously. Okay. Tianhong, from now on we are brothers. He looked at the martial arts fanatic with sharp eyes. I see that your love for Kung Fu has reached the level of obsession. Feel free to contact me if you want to learn from me in the future. I can also teach you a few tricks and we can improve together. Thank you, brother Fan. Luo Tianhong grinned like a child. He was trembling with excitement. As if he had found the direction of his life. You know, his biggest wish was to join Zhonggai Xin and follow Lien Hailong. Now meeting Ye Fan, who is stronger than Lien Hailong, is simply a godsend. Ye Fan also said that if you want to learn from him, you can find him at any time and he can teach you a few moves. At this moment, Luo Tianhong felt his blood boiling. He couldn't wait to start learning from Ye Fan, and his eyes were full of enthusiasm when he looked at Ye Fan. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Ye Fan's mind. Ding dong! My little brother Luo Tianhong's loyalty to the host has reached 100%. Ye Fan was even happier, with a pleased smile on his face. Okay, Tianhong, you take the brothers back first. He turned to Wang Daqiang and others and said. Daqiang, Jiaoming, Xiao Erhao, He Jinyin, go with Tianhong and help him organize his men. His expression suddenly became serious. Remember, those who use drugs, gamble, or do anything that harms others, don't accept any of them. We at Minghua won't accept those people. His voice was so powerful that it echoed in the playground. Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, and Xiao Erhao immediately nodded in understanding. They are very familiar with this process and they have to carry out such reorganization every time they recruit new members. They all understood that Ye Fan still had personal matters to deal with. After all, teacher He Min was still waiting there. Post views, 46. 035 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 035. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Teacher Ye Fan walked to He Min and his face returned to the gentle and polite look of a student. It was as if the all-powerful gang leader had never existed. Come on, I'll treat you to some egg tarts and some soda. If you have anything to say, let's talk while we eat. He Min pursed her lips and looked at Ye Fan with complicated eyes. The thrilling duel just now was still vivid in her mind, but at this moment Ye Fan turned back into the student she was familiar with. She sighed softly and finally nodded. At least Ye Fan was not hurt. As for persuading him to stay away from the club, maybe talking about it while eating later would be a good opportunity. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the two of them, and He Min followed Ye Fan out of the playground. Around 5 in the afternoon, the streets of Rainbow Housing Estate gradually became lively. Workers getting off work and students leaving school make the 6 streets full of life. Although it is a slum, there are all kinds of shops on these streets. Ye Fan took He Min through the bustling crowd and walked directly to the Rongji Tea restaurant on Rainbow Street. Hello, brother Fan. Good afternoon, brother Fan. Along the way, neighbors greeted Ye Fan one after another. When we arrived at the tea restaurant, the waiter and the owner greeted us warmly. Brother Fan, you're here. Please come in. He Min followed Ye Fan and looked at this student who was usually well behaved in front of her. But at this moment, he was being treated with respect like a real gangster, and he felt mixed emotions. Especially when I think of the thrilling fist and sword duel I just witnessed. Her fingers gripping the strap of her bag tightened unconsciously. Ye Fan ordered a large plate of freshly baked egg tarts and 2 cups of tea. The golden egg tarts exude an enticing aroma, and the pastry is still steaming. He picked one up himself and placed it carefully on the plate in front of He Min. Teacher He, try some. Rongji's egg tarts are the most famous around here. He Min hummed softly, sprinkled some sugar on the egg tart, and took a small bite. The crispy crust and tender egg filling melted in her mouth, and the sweet but not greasy taste made her squint her eyes unconsciously. It's definitely better than anything I've had elsewhere. There was a hint of surprise in his voice. Ye Fan smiled gently, with a warm light in his eyes. Teacher He, you should know that real delicacies are often hidden in small street shops like this. There are many special snacks on Rainbow Street. If you want to try them in the future, I can take you to try them one by one. He-min couldn't help but smile as she looked at the student in front of her who suddenly became so considerate. Ye Fan, I find that you are quite good at taking care of people. She blinked mischievously. Don't you often do this to cheer up other girls? No way, Ye Fan chuckled and shook his head, his eyes sincere and focused. If you want to comfort me, then you should only comfort Teacher He. You are so beautiful and gentle. Who in school doesn't like you? He-min's cheeks immediately flushed, and she said coquettishly, oh, it's not as good as you say. She patted Ye Fan's arm gently, and a sweet feeling arose in her heart. In school, many male teachers were courting her. But those stereotyped compliments like Teacher He is so beautiful. Compared with Ye Fan's meticulous praise, it is a world of difference. She thought of Ye Fan, who was the English class representative this semester and always gave her different surprises every time they met. Today he compliments her skirt on how it complements her skin tone, tomorrow he compliments her new hairstyle on how elegant it is, and the day after tomorrow he says her eyelashes are just the right curl. Every word of praise was so natural and appropriate that she couldn't help but feel happy. He-min had unknowingly become addicted to the feeling of being carefully praised by Ye Fan. Although the other person was her student, the feeling and sweetness made her unable to stop. For Ye Fan, these words of praise were just something he came up with easily. As a modern man who traveled from 2025, he has seen too many techniques for picking up girls in short videos. In Hong Kong in the early 1980s, this kind of delicate compliment was a sure win for girls. This is not only true for Mr. Ho, he also treats Hong Kong students the same way. Now the girl waits eagerly for his praise every day. A simple sentence like "today's hairpin suits you very well" can make her happy all day. Of course Ye Fan was happy to cooperate. After all, if he could make people happy just by talking, why not do it? After finishing the third egg tart, Ye Fan wiped the corner of his mouth and asked seriously. Teacher He, why did you suddenly come to see me today? Why did you go to the playground of Choi Hung Housing Estate? You know, it's a very dangerous place with all kinds of people. He-min rolled her eyes at him when she heard this. How dare you say that? She put down the egg tart in her hand and her voice unconsciously rose a few degrees. I originally wanted to see you about something, but ended up asking you at Rainbow Housing. The neighbors are saying that you are the gang leader now, and you are going to challenge someone to a fight today. When she said this, her voice trembled slightly. I was so worried at the time, how could I care about whether it was dangerous or not? She suddenly grabbed Ye Fan's wrist, with an earnest light in her eyes. Ye Fan, listen to the teacher's advice and quit the club, okay? You have such good grades, you can become a lawyer or a teacher in the future. Why do you choose this path? Seeing He-min say this again, Ye Fan was a little speechless. He had to use some tricks to deceive her. After all, He-min is a teacher and is the best at preaching, so we have to use magic to counter magic. So Ye Fan gently put down the teacup in his hand and adjusted his mood. Then he looked at Teacher He-min sincerely. Teacher He, thank you so much for caring about me. His voice was low and sincere. Actually, I understand what you're saying. But there are some things that you may not understand the real situation in Hong Kong Island right now. He leaned forward slightly, tapping his fingers on the table. Do you know how many people are involved in gangs in Hong Kong Island now? How many gangsters are there on the streets? There are so many of them, and these gangs, the gangsters, are generally very bad. Take the Rainbow Public Housing where I live for example. Which neighborhood hasn't been bullied by gangs? Sometimes you can't live a peaceful life just because you want to be a good person. Hemin's expression gradually became serious. She had indeed never had a deep understanding of the current situation of the lower classes of society. Ye Fan noticed the change in her expression and continued to persuade her patiently. Teacher, you come from a wealthy family, so you may not be exposed to these things. But there are now more than a dozen large social groups in Hong Kong Island, such as Hung Hing and Tung Sing, with tens of thousands of members. There are also quite a few medium-sized and small societies, and countless younger members. Ye Fan's eyes gradually became deep and firm, and his fingers unconsciously stroked the edge of the teacup. These gangs fight and kill each other all day long for territory and profit. How many innocent people have suffered because of this? My parents and uncle have all been deeply affected by this. His voice became low and had a sense of vicissitudes. Post views, 44. 036 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 036. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. His voice became low and had a sense of vicissitudes. I grew up in this environment, and I know these dark moments better than anyone else. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to be stronger than others. And this chaos has always existed, disturbing the lives of the vast majority of residents. Under the dim light of the tea restaurant, Ye Fan's profile lines appeared particularly firm. Hemin held her breath unconsciously, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes staring at him without blinking. Ye Fan also noticed Hemin's expression and continued to fool him. So, Ye Fan suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp. I have always had a dream. He paused, his voice strong and powerful. I want to clear out this foul mess in Hong Kong Island. Let this land return to peace. Hemin was so startled that the egg tart in her hand fell onto the plate with a bang. She looked in disbelief at the student in front of her who had suddenly become a stranger, her red lips slightly parted but she could not utter a word. Seeing that Hemin was listening attentively, Ye Fan raised a bitter smile. This process will inevitably involve fighting and bloodshed, but someone has to do it, right? At this time, Ye Fan's eyes were as firm as iron. If I don't go to hell, who will? This is the responsibility of a true man. Ye Fan's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a dull sound. Do you think the British Hong Kong government in the 1980s would care about this? His eyes were as sharp as a knife. Hong Kong Island is just their colony. They are only concerned with making money. How can the people living here have any dignity? He picked up the teacup and looked at the tea swaying in it. I've investigated these days, and the extent of corruption among those officials is simply beyond imagination. Suddenly, he put the teacup down heavily, and a few drops of tea splashed out. My ideal is to unify all the social groups on Hong Kong Island, mobilize the people, and take back our own happy life. Hemin's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the napkin in her hand had been unconsciously crumpled by her. She had never thought that her student had such great ambitions. She breathed rapidly and stared at Ye Fan with her beautiful eyes wide open. Ye Fan also felt the change in Hemin's expression. So our ancients were right, Ye Fan's voice suddenly became solemn. Cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. Hanqua's 4 lines are even more evocative: establish a mind for heaven and earth, and a destiny for the people. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Although I'm just the leader of a small society now, I must shoulder this responsibility. After finishing speaking, Ye Fan raised his head slightly and looked out the window at 60 degrees. At this time, the light from the tea restaurant cast a deep shadow on Ye Fan's resolute profile. Hemin looked at him and suddenly found that the student's figure looked so tall under the light. Teacher Ye Fan suddenly turned to her and his voice softened. You are such an excellent and rational teacher. Do you understand me now? I have good grades. As you said, I can easily become a doctor or a lawyer and become a successful person. But these are not what I pursue. The egg tart in teacher He-min's hand fell to the table with a pop. And the cream filling splashed on the white napkin. Her fingers trembled slightly and her voice trembled. Fan, how could you have such an ideal? The words came to her lips but she couldn't finish them, and she felt her throat tighten. She looked at the 17-year-old boy in front of her, and seemed to see a faint halo surrounding him. Fan's words just now echoed in her ears, making her tremble all over. The ambition that transcended his age and the sense of responsibility that no one else could take on made her both shocked and inexplicably fascinated. You are only 17 years old. He-min was still unable to form a complete sentence and was so shocked that she stuttered. She had never imagined that this student in her class had such profound feelings. Fan looked at He-min, who was so shocked that she lost her composure, and laughed in his heart. He pretended to be serious and took a sip of tea before speaking slowly. Teacher He, my parents, uncle and aunt all came from the mainland. Although life in mainland China is still difficult, it's where we, the Hong Kong people, truly have our roots. The setting sun outside the window dyed the tea restaurant golden, and Fan's profile looked particularly resolute in the light and shadow. My compatriots in mainland China can live with dignity, free from the manipulation of Western powers. This is what I yearn for. Fan's voice was deep and powerful, and was particularly clear in the slightly noisy environment of the tea restaurant. Hong Kong Island is now nothing more than a colony of the British Hong Kong government. Look at the places like Choi Hung Public Housing Estate. How many Hong Kong Island residents are struggling to make ends meet in such cramped spaces? And what about those high-ranking officials and capitalists? They live in mansions and drive luxury cars. But they have never been willing to properly develop Hong Kong Island to provide decent living conditions for the people. He-min unconsciously looked at the Rainbow Public Housing Estate through the glass window of the tea restaurant. The densely packed public housing complexes in the distance looked like matchboxes. Although the lights were bright, they seemed particularly depressing. Fan's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a dull sound. Social gangs are rampant. Is that something they can't control? Fan sneered, and the teacup shook slightly in his hand. No, they just don't want to care. As long as the money goes into their pockets, who cares if the people live or die? Fan took a deep breath and said in a low and firm voice. For example, the 6 streets along Rainbow Highway were once divided among more than a dozen gangs, with daily fighting and killing for profit. Loan sharks, gambling dens, drugs, these evils have tormented our neighbors unbearably. Fan's tone gradually calmed down, but now it's different. From today on, there will only be one voice in these 6 streets, that is my voice, Fan. When he said this, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. I will set rules: no gambling, no drugs, no usury, no oppression of the people. At least on these 6 streets, I want to give the neighbors a peaceful life. Suddenly, his tone became low again, with a hint of helplessness. Unfortunately, my current abilities are too limited. I can only protect this small area. His voice suddenly rose a few notches. But no matter what, we can only rely on ourselves. Only when Hong Kong Island returns to the embrace of the motherland can we truly regain the dignity and confidence of the Chinese people. Teacher He-min stared at Fan in a daze, not even noticing that the teacup in her hand had already gone cold. The lights in the room gave him a golden edge, making him seem to be glowing. Her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. The young man in front of her suddenly became so tall, and those words hit her heart like a hammer. Fan, He-min sighed softly, a complex look flashing in her eyes. It's me. I'm too narrow-minded. Her voice was soft, but it carried an unprecedented seriousness. You're right, perhaps, this is the true righteousness. After He-min finished speaking, she suddenly winked playfully, with a sly smile on her lips. Fan, I just realized now that you are my teacher. She tilted her head and looked at Fan. You are glowing. P.S. Please give me 5-star ratings, good reviews, follow me, favorite me, urge me to update, love me, and give me tips. Thank you all. I wish you all great fortune. Post views, 41,037 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 037. Ye Fan suppressed his laughter and lowered his voice in a serious tone. Teacher this is the first time I'm telling anyone these words, and I'm only telling you. His eyes suddenly became serious. This is a secret between us, okay? Then he smiled again, you don't have to worry about my safety. My kung fu is really good now. I can beat 100 people like you with one hand. What a boaster. He Min burst out laughing and gave Ye Fan a coquettish look. She gracefully picked up an egg tart and took a small bite. For some reason, I feel that this egg tart is sweeter than before. Ye Fan looked at He Min eating with relish and suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Mr. He, you haven't told me why you came to see me today. He blinked mischievously, are you missing me? 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on He Min's cheeks, and she glared at Ye Fan in pretended anger. But then he lowered his head and spoke softly. Actually, it's because I'm your homeroom teacher this semester. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with pride. Even though you worked hard to get first place in the grade, the school still recognized my work. He Min gently stirred the milk tea in the cup and spoke softly. The school held a meeting today and decided to transfer me to a key class as a teacher and head teacher next semester. She sighed helplessly. It's actually a class for those rich kids. I couldn't refuse, so I had to agree. When she said this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Ye Fan, you are now the top student in the grade. Do you want to transfer to my class? Upon hearing this, Ye Fan curled up his lips into a playful smile. Teacher do you want me to go or not? His eyes were a little mischievous, flashing with cunning light under the light. Humph! He Min glared at him in pretended anger, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Are you coming or not? You're my class representative. Go, of course. Ye Fan nodded readily, with a hint of seriousness in his voice. Teacher, he invited me, how could I refuse? Besides, he suddenly lowered his voice. My current outlook on life is not quite right yet, and I still need your guidance. You're such a smooth talker. He Min couldn't help but laugh and scold, but her cheeks unconsciously flushed. The light from the tea restaurant cast a soft halo on her delicate profile. After the two of them enjoyed the egg tarts, Ye Fan paid the bill neatly. When we walked out of the tea restaurant, night had already fallen quietly. Rainbow Street is brightly lit and bustling with people. Ye Fan protected He Min and blocked oncoming pedestrians for her from time to time. Rainbow Street is brightly lit at night and bustling with people. Ye Fan and He Min walked side by side, and from time to time, the passing gangsters and prostitutes cast awe-inspiring glances at Ye Fan. The matchup in the afternoon that shocked the entire district. The news that Ye Fan defeated Luo Tianhong, who had just swept across 3 streets, with just 2 moves had spread throughout the entire neighborhood. Hello, Brother Fan. Good evening, Brother Fan. Greetings echoed in the streets. In the short 200-meter-long Rainbow Street, people would greet Ye Fan respectfully almost every few steps. The uncle selling fish balls, the aunt setting up the stall, and the merchant watching the store. Those gangsters who usually acted arrogantly now bowed their heads and greeted Ye Fan with a humble look. He Min followed Ye Fan and felt the awe from the people around him. She suddenly remembered what Ye Fan said in the tea restaurant, and her heart was filled with ripples. Perhaps this student is really pursuing some great ambition. Just as the two were about to walk out of Rainbow Street, a thin young man walked over quickly. He is Lin Feng, one of Ye Fan's most loyal brothers. He bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle and said in a loud voice, "Hello, Brother Fan." "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Feng was originally following Wang Deqiang, He Jinyan and others to take over Luo Tianhong's territory. I had to turn back for something urgent, and unexpectedly ran into Ye Fan and He Min at the intersection of Rainbow Street. "Hello, sister-in-law." These 3 words were like a bolt of lightning, striking He Min instantly. Her fair cheeks flushed red all the way to her ears. My heart was pounding in my chest, as if it was about to jump out. She wanted to explain, but found that her tongue was tied and she couldn't utter a word. Ye Fan laughed heartily and patted Lin Feng's shoulder in appreciation. "Good boy, you have good taste. You are worthy of being my most handsome little brother." He deliberately emphasized the word most beautiful. Lin Feng was flattered and his eyes lit up. As Ye Fan's 100% loyal younger brother, receiving such praise from the boss makes me happier than winning the lottery. He was already thinking about how to show off to Wang Deqiang and the others later. "By the way, Lin Feng," Ye Fan suddenly said seriously. "Inform Deqiang, Xiao Erhao and Tianhong that there will be a meeting at Minghua headquarters at 9 o'clock tonight." After Lin Feng left excitedly, He Min finally couldn't help it. She stomped her feet with a humph and glared at Ye Fan angrily with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. "Why didn't you explain it clearly just now?" There was a hint of anger in her voice, but also a hint of shyness inexplicably. Under the street lights, He Min's flushed cheeks looked like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Ye Fan spread his hands cheerfully. "Teacher, he just said it casually, why bother to take it seriously?" Under the street light, his eyes flashed with cunning. "Besides, you're going home now, so you won't be able to hear it again. You are a considerate teacher, so please be more generous." He deliberately exaggerated and made a funny expression. "Do you want me to catch him and beat him up now?" He Min was so angry at this twisted logic that she stamped her feet, but she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She gave Ye Fan a coquettish look, and her heart was still beating unnaturally fast. The night wind blew her hair, which glowed softly under the street light. At this moment, Ye Fan suddenly remembered the request he won from playing magic. He looked at He Min's particularly moving profile in the moonlight and almost blurted out, "Teacher, be my girlfriend." But his reason soon prevailed. The situation with Hong Kong students has not been completely resolved yet. If we act rashly now, we might end up backfiring. What's more, He Min is his teacher, and this kind of close yet distant relationship is even more wonderful. He also believes that there will be better opportunities later. Besides, he is studying at Edinburgh High School now. A meaningful smile appeared on Ye Fan's lips. He is also looking forward to the days after transferring to another class. Maybe some interesting stories will happen like in the movies. So find a good time to confess to He Minja and make your request. It's not too urgent anyway. Besides, he has now subdued Luo Tianhong and his younger brothers. After unifying the 6 streets, Minghua's finances are definitely much better. If he recruits another 500 younger brothers, he will have 1,000 younger brothers, and his learning speed will be 1,000 times faster. Post views, 45. 038 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 038. At this moment, as I walked out of Rainbow Street, I saw a green taxi slowly approaching. He Min was quick-witted and immediately waved to stop him. Ye Fan leaned over and gave the driver a few brief instructions, then watched He Min get in the car and leave. The car gradually moved away until it disappeared from sight. Ye Fan was in a very happy mood and his steps seemed particularly brisk. It was time to go home for dinner. After dinner, he still needs to rush to Minghua headquarters for a meeting. At the same time, a series of future plans for the Minghua society emerged in his mind one by one. When Ye Fan opened the door, warm lights and the aroma of food immediately hit him. On the dining table, my aunt had already prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Gang Sheng was like a kitten waiting for its owner to come home. As soon as he saw Ye Fan, he pounced on him and hugged his arms tightly. After dinner, the 3 of them snuggled up on the old sofa in the living room. Hong Sheng curled up in Ye Fan's arms like a lazy cat, and the faint jasmine scent from her hair lingered around Ye Fan's nose. As my aunt looked at this heartwarming scene, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes relaxed and the knitting needle in her hand moved rhythmically. Ye Fan, Gang Sheng suddenly raised his little face, his big watery eyes filled with worry. Today, everyone in the neighborhood is talking about your duel with that Luo Tianhong. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and her slender fingers unconsciously tightened the corner of Ye Fan's clothes. My aunt also put down her knitting and looked over worriedly. I heard Luo Tianhong is very powerful. He cut down 3 streets in 3 days. Ye Fan chuckled and rubbed Gang Shen's hair, then patted his aunt's calloused back of the hand. Don't worry, his skills are not good enough for me. His voice was gentle but full of confidence. If you hadn't shown mercy, this could have been solved in one move. Gang Shen's eyes suddenly turned red, and he gently punched Ye Fan's chest with his little fist, his voice filled with tears. Do you know how worried we are? I heard that his 8-sided Han sword is very sharp and has already injured many people. My aunt couldn't help but wipe her eyes and said, my mother and I are so restless at home, afraid of you. He swallowed the words back when they came to his lips, fearing that it would be unlucky. Gang Sheng buried his face deeply in Ye Fan's chest, his arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Ye Fan felt the person in his arms trembling. He stroked her long hair gently, then turned to give his aunt a reassuring smile. Auntie, Gang Sheng, you really don't have to worry. I have always been sensible in what I do and never fight a battle that I am not sure of winning. Now all 6 streets of Rainbow Public Housing Estate have been brought under the control of Ming Hua. Luo Tianhong later became one of my most capable assistants. Ye Fan gently held Gang Shen's hand and looked at his aunt again. From now on, Ming Hua has established a firm foothold on Rainbow Highway. With capable people like Luo Tianhong and Wang Deqiang, I no longer have to do everything myself. You also know how hard life has been for the residents of Rainbow Housing Estates over the years. Those gangs fight for territory all day long, engage in usury, run casinos, and sell drugs. Speaking of this, Ye Fan's eyes became sharp. But it's different now. I will completely transform this neighborhood, crack down on all illegal activities and give the neighbors a safe and secure living environment. Gang Sheng snuggled in Ye Fan's arms and nodded gently. Ye Fan felt her movement, gently stroked her hair, and continued. From now on, the Ming Hua Society will operate peacefully as long as others don't provoke us. We are living a good life in the Choi Hung public housing area, you really don't need to worry too much. Now Ye Fan had no choice but to comfort them like this. Sure enough, Auntie and Gang Sheng looked much more relaxed. Ye Fan's words did make them feel more at ease. By the way, Ye Fan suddenly sat up straight. Auntie, Gang Sheng, I'm now the boss of the Ming Hua Society, and I'm quite famous in the Choi Hung public housing area. You guys should just close that noodle soup shop. He paused and looked at the two of them seriously. Ming Hua will run many legitimate businesses in the future and will not get involved in gambling, loan sharking, and the like. I want you to help me manage the most important part of the society, the finances. After all, you are my closest relatives and the ones I trust the most. My aunt opened her eyes wide in surprise, and her wrinkled hands unconsciously clenched the edge of her apron. Fanzi, how can we understand the finances and business you mentioned? All my aunt has done in her life is make some noodle snacks. Her voice was filled with uneasiness and hesitation. Gang Shen's slender fingers twisted Ye Fan's sleeves nervously, his brows slightly furrowed. Ye Fan, those financial tasks sound like something you would do in a big company. They must be difficult, right? She raised her little face, her eyes full of anxiety. Or, why don't you find someone else to do it? Actually, it's pretty good for my aunt and I to run a noodle soup shop together. Hong Sheng is a girl with no ambition. Now she has legal identity in Hong Kong Island, an aunt who loves her, and her beloved Ye Fan. She was already so satisfied that she could work steadily with her aunt in the noodle soup shop that she didn't dare to ask for more. Ye Fan chuckled softly, and his slender fingers gently combed Angshen's soft hair. "Silly boy, it's not as complicated as you think." His voice was as gentle as the spring breeze. "It's just about managing money, much like keeping accounts at home, saving whatever you earn. If someone wants to spend money, just come and apply. You just need to review it and sign it. If you don't know, you can ask me." As he spoke, he became slightly more serious, his eyes moving between his aunt and Hong Sheng. "You know, I founded Minghua. How can I hand over the financial power to an outsider?" Having said that, he smiled helplessly. "Besides, if you still run that little noodle shop, who among the neighbors would dare to go there to eat? Let them order my relatives around, my subordinates will be the first to disagree." The Hong Kong student was amused and burst out laughing, with a look of coquettishness in his eyes. Ye Fan touched Gang Shen's hair and smelled the fragrance. He thought that it didn't really matter whether his aunt worked or not. But Hong Sheng and his other future girlfriends must become his most capable and best assistants. In his plan, as long as his girlfriends achieve 100% loyalty, they will gain the amazing learning ability given by Ye Fan. By then, they will have grown into independent talents, whether in martial arts training or business management. Thinking of this, Ye Fan's mouth corners unconsciously rose. He seemed to have seen the future operation of the Minghua society. The close female friends stay in charge and manage the affairs of the society in an orderly manner, the loyal and capable younger brothers expand the territory outside. He himself was strategizing in the rear, living a carefree life. This was the life of a true invincible boss. More importantly, as long as they all learn good kung fu, you no longer have to worry about the relatives of big bosses being held hostage and threatened by others as shown in Hong Kong movies. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Ye Fan's eyes. Post views, 47. 039 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 039. "Okay, Fanzi." Aunt's voice brought Ye Fan back to reality. She patted her knees, her eyes flashing with kindness and determination. "Now that you say that, of course our family should work together." She turned to look at Gang Sheng, and they smiled at each other. Gang Sheng twisted gently in Ye Fan's arms, nodded gently, found a more comfortable position, and snuggled up to him like a lazy cat. Ye Fan was very happy to see that his aunt and Gang Sheng both agreed. His fingertips gently ran through Angshen's soft hair, and the faint scent of jasmine lingered at his nose. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction and said softly, "Okay, it's settled. I'll fix Minghua in a few days. You can go over there and start working. I will teach you step by step and I guarantee you will learn it right away." Aunt and Gang Sheng smiled at each other and nodded. At this time, the clock on the wall also reached 8:45. So Ye Fan patted Hong Sheng, then stood up and straightened his collar. "Gang Sheng, Auntie, I have to go to Minghua headquarters for a meeting. Don't wait for me tonight. Go to bed early." The lights on Rainbow Street were dim in the night. Ye Fan put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards Minghua headquarters. If passers-by recognize him, they will respectfully greet him with "Hello, Brother Fan." They soon arrived at Minghua headquarters, and Wang Daqiang and others were already waiting at the door. Luo Tianhong's figure standing with a sword in his arms was particularly eye-catching under the light. When he saw Ye Fan coming, he immediately bowed respectfully. After entering the conference room, Ye Fan scanned the faces of every younger brother in the room. Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, Xiao Ho, Luo Shan, Lin Feng, He Jinyin, Luo Tianhong. "Please sit down." Ye Fan sat down in the main seat with a smile on his face. The incandescent lights in the conference room cast a bright halo above everyone's heads, making the faces of the 7 loyal brothers particularly clear. Ye Fan's fingers tapped the table lightly, making a crisp sound, then he looked at the 7 people and said, Those who can sit here tonight are the core members of our Minghua, and are also brothers that I, Ye Fan, trust 100%. Ye Fan's gaze slowly turned to Luo Tianhong, with a meaningful smile on his lips. Tianhong, even though you just joined Minghua today, I have complete confidence in you. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, yet it carried unquestionable power. Because I can feel that you are following me sincerely. After hearing what Ye Fan said, Luo Tianhong stood up quickly. His chest heaved violently, his eyes gleamed with fiery light, and he was very excited. Brother Fan! I, Luo Tianhong, am putting this down. Even if it means facing mountains of swords and seas of fire, as long as you give the order, I will not frown. In fact, Luo Tianhong was quite touched. Ye Fan actually trusted him so much on the first day of joining him, he said that he was 100% confident in him. This level of trust made him look at Ye Fan with great enthusiasm. Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, Xiao Erhao, Luo Shan, Lin Feng, He Jinyan and others exchanged knowing glances. Looking at Luo Tianhong's fanatical look, they seemed to see their former selves. This was exactly the effect Ye Fan wanted, so he specifically pointed out Luo Tianhong. He wanted to let the other subordinates know that in Minghua, the most core subordinates were also fanatical about him. Loyal, passionate, unreserved. Looking around at everyone's eager eyes, Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction and raised his hand to signal Luo Tianhong to sit down. Ye Fan picked up a Marlboro, took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he turned his gaze to the skinny monkey, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table. Xiao Erhao, Daqiang, today you and Tianhong are handing over his former territory and subordinates. Tell us what happened. The skinny monkey grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth, and pulled out a stack of documents from the file bag. Brother Fan, today we followed Tianhong to take inventory of all the properties on his 3 streets. He flipped open the document and spoke slowly. In terms of cash, we received a total of more than 1.2 million. In terms of industry, there are 3 gambling dens, 2 loan companies, and 4 bars and nightclubs, but they are all small in scale. Then he pushed the file in front of Ye Fan and said, in addition, there are about 200 brothers who have been accepted after screening. Then he brought a bulging black travel bag from the corner of the conference room to the table. With a rustle, the zipper opened, revealing the neatly stacked banknotes inside. Ye Fan nodded slightly, his eyes lingered on the purse for a moment, then turned to the skinny monkey. Now that we have all 6 streets in the Rainbow District under our control, let's talk about how many properties Minghua has in total. How much is the protection fee income each month? The skinny monkey grinned when he heard this, with a shrewd gleam in his eyes. It was obvious that he was already familiar with this data. Brother Fan, we now control the 6 streets. There are a total of 8 nightclubs and bars, 6 gambling dens, 6 loan companies, and 6 3-story property buildings. These are all industries that have been integrated from various community groups in the original 6 streets of Rainbow Housing Estate. He continued reporting while counting on his fingers. Based on the current business situation, including protection fees, we earn a steady income of around 1.5 to 1.6 million yuan per month. After saying this, Skinny Monkey rubbed his hands unconsciously, obviously quite satisfied with the number. Wang Daqiang, Gao Ming, Xiao Erhao, Luo Shan, Lin Feng, and He Jinyan also had smiles on their faces. Ye Fan nodded slightly. This number was almost the same as his estimate. The 6 streets surrounding the Rainbow Housing Estate are already slums, so having such an income is already quite considerable. At the same time, he was calculating rapidly in his mind. If you have 1,000 subordinates and each of them gets a basic salary of 1,000 yuan per month, that would be 1 million yuan. Add to that the high salaries of leaders at all levels, and there won't be much surplus left. Today we must make clear some of Minghua's future plans. So Ye Fan looked around at everyone in the conference room, put his hands on the conference table, and spoke in a steady and powerful voice. The main purpose of gathering everyone today is to announce several important decisions. First, he held up a finger. Now that the 6 streets have been unified, we will recruit 300 more core members within 3 days. Remember, these are real brothers who can fight and compete. Not those peripheral Blue Lantern members. You can give priority to choosing from the young people in Rainbow Housing Estates. After all, they are all one of us. In short, we must ensure that Minghua has 1,000 brothers. Everyone nodded and patted their chests to assure, "Don't worry, Brother Fan, we'll take care of this." Ye Fan nodded slightly and continued, "The second thing is very important." His tone suddenly became serious. "Those gambling dens and loan sharks that Xiao Erhao just mentioned, shut them all down." There was an uproar in the conference room. Ye Fan raised his hand to signal for silence. "We at Minghua will not touch these harmful activities. All those shops will be transformed into legitimate businesses." He turned to the skinny monkey and said, "Especially loan sharks. Any money borrowed by Rainbow Housing residents will be void. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone shouted in unison. Wang Deqiang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Fan is kind and righteous. This is what our Minghua should be like. P.S. New book recommendation, please give 5-star rating, good comments, follow the update, collect, urge the update, click love and reward. I wish everyone good fortune. Post views, 45. 040 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 040. Ye Fan slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and the grey-white smoke swirled in the conference room. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and spoke in a deep, powerful voice, "The third thing is about Minghua's organizational structure. The headquarters will still be in this building, but the society will be reorganized." His eyes swept over everyone present, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "We have established a core department, the War Hall, which will be responsible for all external conflicts and serve as the military backbone of Minghua." Having said that, Ye Fan's eyes fell on Luo Tianhong, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "The chief leader of the battle hall will be Tianhong." As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes turned to Luo Tianhong. This man who was entrusted with such an important task right after joining the society is indeed qualified. His strength is second only to Ye Fan, and he commands the battle hall, and no one dares to object. The battle hall consists of 4 teams, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and Kirin. Ye Fan tapped the table with his fingertips and read out 4 names each time. Each team has 200 people, led by a commander. He raised his hand and pointed, "Wang Deqiang, you are the commander of the Qinglong army. Luo Shan, you will be the commander-in-chief of the Suanwu army. He Jinyin, you will be the commander-in-chief of the Suzaku army. Gao Ming, you will be the commander-in-chief of the Kailan army." Seeing everyone's solemn expressions, Ye Fan continued. Each team is further divided into 2 battalions, each with 100 people. Below the battalion, every 10 people form a squad. His voice was steady and clear. "Clear hierarchy, strict enforcement of orders. Do you understand?" In the conference room, Luo Tianhong slammed the table, and the solid wooden tabletop buzzed from the vibration of his palm. His eyes were red, his muscles were tense, and his voice echoed in the room like thunder. "Brother Fan, I, Luo Tianhong, guarantee with my life that everyone in the battle hall will go through fire and water for Minghua." Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, He Jinyin, and Luo Shan stood up almost at the same time. The chair scraped harshly on the floor. Their eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit, and they shouted in unison, "Zhan Tang is invincible! Minghua is invincible!" The noise was so loud that it almost blew the roof off, and everyone's face was flushed with excitement. Names like Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and Kailan make one's blood boil just by hearing them. Ye Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, and motioned them to sit down. Then he slowly added, "and set up a special force." Although the voice was soft, it made everyone quiet down instantly. I have decided to form a guard. He looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze. The Royal Guards are specifically designed to protect my aunt, Hong Kong students, and the families of everyone here. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly changed. The eyes of the men who were originally full of passion suddenly softened. These men who live on the edge of a knife are most concerned about their families. We can only give it a try if our families are safe. Ye Fan's voice was filled with rare warmth. He turned his gaze to Lin Feng in the corner. The most handsome young man he had ever commented on. Lin Feng, Ye Fan said with a smile. The Royal Guards are yours. Initially, select 100 brothers, and we'll add more as the society expands. When Lin Feng heard Ye Fan's arrangement, he stood up excitedly and responded in a loud voice, "Yes, Brother Fan." His eyes sparkled with excitement. When I heard about the appointment of the 4 main generals in the war hall just now, he was not among them, and I felt a little disappointed. But when he learned that he would be in charge of the Minghua Guards, that feeling of loss instantly disappeared. This is an important task to guard the rear of the base camp. Ye Fan entrusted the safety of his brothers' families behind the scenes to him. This trust was more precious than anything else. So Lin Feng took a deep breath and said loudly in a hoarse but firm voice. "Brother Fan, don't worry. As long as I, Lin Feng, am still alive, I will never let any of my brothers' families suffer a single hair." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate for his clever move of calling He Min's sister-in-law today. This incident was enough for him to brag about in front of Wang Deqiang and others for several years. Ye Fan looked around at Lin Feng, Luo Tianhong, He Jinyin, Wang Deqiang and 6 others with satisfaction. These 6 main generals are the core fighting force for Minghua's future expansion. Regarding the selection of captains for the battle hall, Ye Fan's voice echoed in the conference room. "Once we have recruited 1,000 men, all of them will be required to participate in a 2-month unified training program." He raised his index finger for emphasis. A tournament will be held in 2 months, with the strongest candidates serving as captains and squad leaders. He glanced at everyone and continued, "From now on, we will hold a challenge competition every month. Any younger brother can openly challenge the current captain, and the competition mechanism of survival of the fittest is violated." Ye Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and scanned everyone with a sharp gaze. This challenge mechanism is designed to give every younger brother a chance to counterattack and rise to the top. His voice was sonorous and powerful. Little brothers can challenge squad leaders, and squad leaders can challenge big leaders. Having said that, he paused deliberately, his eyes becoming sharp. "Even if the captain wants to challenge you, the commanders, you must accept the challenge. If you are defeated, you must give up your position." Ye Fan dragged out the tone meaningfully. "So, do you have any objections to this arrangement? Do you have the confidence to keep your position as the main general?" Luo Tianhong, Wang Deqiang, He Jinyin and others heard this. Instead of showing any fear, they shouted in unison with high morale, "No problem, Brother Fan." Their voices made the conference room buzz. These days, without them realizing it, they are enjoying 20 times the learning effect every day. The speed of his kung fu improvement even surprised himself. How could an ordinary little brother threaten their status? But what they don't know is that after recruiting 1,000 younger brothers, Ye Fan's learning speed will be 1,100 times faster. And these core members will also be able to get a 110-fold improvement, and by then, any challenger will be no problem. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction, "Okay. This is exactly the momentum I want." His eyes became deep. "But you must remember that Kung Fu is a never-ending process. You must study and practice diligently." Ye Fan placed his hands on the conference table and looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze. In addition to the 4 departments of the War Hall, Minghua will also establish a development department. The development department, as the name suggests, is responsible for the development and growth of Minghua. He paused deliberately, and the conference room suddenly fell silent, waiting for Ye Fan to continue. Although we are a gang, we can't always make a living by collecting protection fees and running nightclubs. Ye Fan's words were loud and clear. My goal is to lead everyone to not only conquer the territory but also make a lot of money through legitimate business. As soon as the words fell, the conference room exploded. The skinny monkey widened his eyes, Luo Tianhong looked stunned, and He Jinyan opened his mouth wide. They're in gangs. Going into legitimate business? Isn't that just a fantasy? Post views, 45. 041 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 041. Ye Fan looked at everyone's shocked expressions and shook his head helplessly. The current vision of these young men is still too limited. As a time traveler, he knew all too well what a golden age Hong Kong Island was in during the 1980s. From textile wigs to real estate finance, from film and television entertainment, electronics to ocean shipping, there are wealth-making myths everywhere. Wasn't it during this period that the Superman Lee who made later generations grit their teeth rose to prominence? Do you think joining a gang is all about fighting and killing? Ye Fan sneered, how much money can you make from collecting protection fees? He drummed his fingers on the table. Remember, times have changed. What we need to do is to take advantage of the booming economy of Hong Kong Island and ensure that every brother can earn money and support their family with dignity. Of course, Ye Fan Minghua also understood that all Minghua's current assets were only 1.5 million yuan. If you can't do a big business yet, you can start small. Ye Fan then looked around at everyone and said, I have always emphasized that brothers should read more. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. If you don't study, you won't see the opportunities in the outside world. I didn't tell you this before because the time wasn't right. At this point, Ye Fan's voice suddenly rose, but now it's different. We have unified Rainbow 6 Street and have a solid base. It's time to plan for greater development. There was a glint of ambition in his eyes. Recruit followers, conquer territory, make money. Recruit more followers, conquer bigger territory, make more money. This is the virtuous cycle that we at Minghua want to follow. Although everyone was confused, they were infected by Ye Fan's passion and responded in unison. Yes. Brother Fan. We must study hard. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze to Xiao Erhao. Xiao Erhao, the development department is now in your hands. He raised his lips slightly. You're good with finance and accounting. I've probably been reading a lot of books on the subject lately, right? The skinny guy was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. This was a position tailor-made for him. The skinny monkey stood up suddenly, his voice rising an octave with excitement. Brother Fan. To be honest, I've been reading books like management and business administration lately. At the same time, he continued with an incredible look on his face. I used to find these things like incomprehensible, but now I find them surprisingly easy to understand. Maybe I have some talent in this area. Ye Fan almost laughed out loud when he heard this. With a 20-fold learning effect, even a pig can become a top student. Once Skinny Monkey enjoys a learning speed of 110 times, he will probably become a business genius in less than a month. Very good. Ye Fan suppressed his smile and said seriously. Regarding the development of the department, I have considered several businesses that are suitable for our current stage. He took out a pen and drew a circle on the whiteboard. First, convert all those gambling dens and loan sharks into arcades. Arcade. Everyone looked at each other, obviously unfamiliar with the concept. Seeing everyone's confused looks, Ye Fan was about to explain. At this time, He Jinyan touched his chin thoughtfully, his eyes lit up. Is that what Brother Fan is talking about, that new place that opened in Causeway Bay with a big machine that shakes back and forth? I saw one there once while delivering food, but it seems there aren't many of them in the whole of Hong Kong Island. He said this while imitating the moves of playing games. Ye Fan's eyes lit up, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table. Yes, Arcades are still a new thing in Hong Kong Island, and not many people know about them. He looked around at everyone, his tone firm. But in island countries and the West, this thing is already quite popular. I guarantee that within a year or two, Hong Kong Island will also be swept by an arcade craze, and we can quickly develop this business. He turned to the skinny monkey and spoke faster unconsciously. My plan is to open 1 or 2 arcades on each of our 6 streets. Buy some machines and let the youngsters play with coins. Ye Fan made a coin insertion gesture while speaking. Ye Fan felt that arcade halls were the same as internet cafes in later generations. Skinny monkey, I'll leave this matter to you. Ye Fan said seriously. First, look into the business model in this area. Second, find out where these machines can be imported. Remember, this is definitely a business that is sure to make money. Once our territory expands, we'll be a big hit wherever we open our doors. Although Xiaohao still has a vague concept of arcade machines. But seeing Ye Fan's confident look, he nodded heavily. Don't worry, brother Fan. I will take care of this. Ye Fan crossed his arms on the conference table, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Second thing, Skinny Monkey, send some smart minions to check out the construction sites around Hong Kong Island tomorrow. His voice gradually rose. The focus is on investigating how the workers get their lunch. Do they bring their own food? Do they get meals provided by the construction site? Or do they order takeout? Looking at the bewildered expressions of Xiaohao and the others, Ye Fan explained slowly. Hong Kong Island now has a population of 6 to 7 million, and construction sites are everywhere. Those workers go out in the morning and have to eat cold rice for lunch or rely on small restaurants nearby. There was a sudden gasp in the conference room. Luo Tianhong's eyes widened. Brother Fan is saying, we should start a lunchbox business. That's right. Ye Fan clapped his hands and said, now a box lunch sells for 7 to 10 yuan, and the cost is only about 3 to 5 yuan. If we can secure the catering rights for a dozen construction sites. He deliberately didn't finish his words, leaving room for everyone's imagination. The light reflected on the skinny monkey's glasses, and he was already quickly calculating in his mind. Wang Daqiang touched his chin, as if selling lunch boxes was more profitable and easier than collecting protection fees. There was a shrewd gleam in Ye Fan's eyes, and his fingers tapped the table rhythmically. Although Minghua is a social organization, we actually have an inherent advantage in the lunchbox business because of this. His voice gradually rose, filled with excitement that was difficult to conceal. Think about it, Ye Fan counted on his fingers. We can buy seafood directly from fishermen, negotiate wholesale prices with vegetable farmers, and even, he lowered his voice. We even sail directly to the mainland to purchase the freshest vegetables. By this calculation, the cost of a lunchbox can be reduced to 2 or 3 yuan. There was a burst of exclamations in the conference room. The skinny monkey's glasses reflected the gleam of light, and he had already begun to calculate the profits rapidly in his mind. Ye Fan continued to paint a blueprint. Nowadays, large construction sites in Hong Kong Island often employ hundreds or even thousands of workers. If I can sell 1,000 copies a day and make $5 per copy, he paused deliberately. That's a net profit of 150,000 yuan a month. If we can sell 10,000 copies a day. Luo Tianhong slammed the table and stood up. Brother Fan, this makes much more money than collecting protection money. That's right. Ye Fan said with a smile, so now that other gangs haven't reacted yet, it's the perfect time for us to seize the market. Ye Fan knew that in his previous life, the Hong Kong community fought desperately to grab the box lunch business. Because the club can earn 1 or 2 million a month just by delivering boxed lunches. Post views, 42. 042 in Hong Kong Variety Show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 042. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Ye Fan looked around at everyone and said sincerely. Also, the lunchbox business can solve the employment problems of some of my brother's families. Secondly, it allows the workers to eat cheap and hygienic meals, so everyone benefits. In short, the principle behind boxed lunches is the same as that of takeout in his previous life. At this time, the delivery boy Yin suddenly stood up excitedly. Brother Fan is absolutely right. I used to deliver food at a tea restaurant, so I know a lot about this. In addition, I learned that many workers on construction sites only eat a few bites in the morning and 2 cold steamed buns at noon. If we can provide cheap and clean boxed lunches, we will definitely be able to make money. Ye Fan nodded approvingly. Yin is right. He turned to Xiao Hao and said in a serious tone, Xiao Hao, send people to scout each construction site tomorrow. Oh, by the way, he suddenly remembered something. Yin, tell Anyu that he used to be a chef at Rongji. He is definitely good at this, so you can let him take charge of this matter in the future. Skinny Monkey and Yin immediately straightened their backs and responded in unison, understood, Brother Fan. Ye Fan looked at them with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with ambition. This seemingly insignificant lunchbox business has become a gold mine in his eyes. He seemed to have seen Minghua's delivery fleet shuttling between major construction sites on Hong Kong Island. This is much more respectable than collecting protection fees with a machete. Ye Fan put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the skinny monkey with a sharp gaze. There is a third business. He paused deliberately, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow you go find someone to register a magazine called Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard. Puff Wang Daqiang spat out a mouthful of tea and choked, coughing, Fan, Brother Fan. His eyes widened and his voice rose an octave. You want to start a magazine? I can understand game arcades and boxed lunches. But talking about publishing a magazine, isn't that too pretentious? We're a club. The skinny monkey also frowned and reminded cautiously. Yes, Brother Fan, the magazine industry in Hong Kong is very competitive right now. Except for the old major newspapers such as Ming Pao and Oriental Daily, other small magazines are struggling. We are just gangsters. If we publish a magazine, we will definitely lose a lot of money. How can we defeat those literati? He Jinyan seemed to be thinking about something, with a shrewd glint in his eyes. Brother Fan, what you're going to publish, shouldn't be just an ordinary serious magazine, right? He Jinyan's question made Ye Fan's eyes light up. He looked at He Jinyan, who appeared to be honest in the movie, with great interest. I thought, could it be that this kid He Jinyan is not only good at martial arts, but also has a quick mind? Yin is right. Ye Fan smiled and patted the table. Those of us who hang out in gangs are just country bumpkins in the eyes of those intellectuals. So he deliberately dragged out his tone and looked around at everyone. So what we're going to publish isn't some serious magazine, but a pornographic magazine. Men like that. As soon as the words fell, the conference room exploded. Even Luo Tianhong, who usually had the least interest in this, widened his eyes. Wang Daqiang and the others were laughing so hard that they were bent over, with the expressions on their faces as obscene as they could be. Ye Fan couldn't help but smile as he looked at the reactions of this group of people. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "Don't just be happy. If this business succeeds, you can earn at least 1 million per month." There was a gleam in his eyes. After he traveled through time, he had done some research and found out that there were no such magazines in Hong Kong Island. Once Minghua launches Dragon Tiger Leopard first, they will definitely make a fortune. He recalled the information he had learned before crossing over. The magazine with the same name in Hong Kong in the 1980s was called Dragon Tiger Leopard. Once published, it sold like hotcakes, easily earning 1 million a month. This opportunity now is tailor-made for him. Moreover, Ye Fan used the name Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard without hesitation. Ye Fan's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said without hesitation, "The name Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard must be chosen." He seemed to have already seen the magazine becoming popular all over Hong Kong. Turning to Xiao Hao, Ye Fan spoke faster unconsciously. Xiao Hao, go find the relevant talent immediately. No matter what method you use, register the journal name first. He counted on his fingers: photographer, editor, typesetter. These talents can be found in Rainbow Housing or other places. Send my subordinates to inquire about them and hire them with a high salary. The skinny monkey wiped the sweat from his forehead and answered loudly, yes, Brother Fan. He secretly complained in his heart the arcade, the box lunch business, the magazine company, all these new businesses made him breathless. At this time, Wang Daqiang came over with a wink and said with a lewd smile, Skinny monkey, you better work harder. Once Dragon Tiger Panther is completed, you will be the benefactor of all the perverts in Hong Kong Island. He gestured exaggeratedly, when the time comes, everyone will have to build a shrine for you. Gao Ming also cheered on the side, yes, yes, Skinny monkey, you are doing a great deed. The conference room suddenly erupted in laughter. The skinny monkey blushed and shook his head helplessly, you filthy bastards. But there was a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. The laughter in the conference room gradually subsided, and Ye Fan said seriously, the development department will be Ming Hua's core department in the future, responsible for formal business operations. Try these businesses now, and you can slowly add more later. He glanced at everyone present and spoke in a serious tone. Skinny monkey, starting tomorrow, you can select those current members who are interested in doing business. You can also look for suitable candidates among the newly recruited brothers. The skinny monkey straightened his back and answered loudly, understood, Brother Fan. Ye Fan nodded and continued to deploy. The development department is tentatively scheduled to have 100 people, specifically responsible for business operations. He paused for a moment, then changed the subject, also, the society must establish a disciplinary hall. I am currently the head of the hall, and you are responsible for supervising the execution. Ming Hua also has a finance department. My aunt and your sister-in-law Gang Sheng will come to the company to take charge at that time. Remember, all future expenses, whether it is the salary payment for my younger brothers or the income and expenditure of the society, everything has to be approved by them or me personally, do you understand? Yes. Brother Fan. Everyone answered in unison. They had no objection to this. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction. After nearly half an hour of detailed discussion, the new organizational structure of the Ming Hua Society has been basically established. He stood up and said, this concludes today's meeting. Starting tomorrow, we will execute the plan we agreed upon. Understood. Brother Fan. Everyone responded in unison again. Ye Fan looked at his watch and waved, it's getting late, let's go back and rest. Post views, 40. 043 in Hong Kong Variety Show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 043. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After all the younger brothers left one after another, he picked up the bag of cash that Xiao Erhao and Luo Tianhong had handed over and slowly walked out of Ming Hua headquarters. In the darkness of night, Ye Fan was walking alone on his way home. After confirming that there was no one around, he had an idea. The purse in his hand disappeared instantly. It had been stored in the system space. Feel the sense of security brought by this magical space. Ye Fan's mouth corners slightly raised, it's convenient to have a system space. The day after the meeting, the Ming Hua Society began to recruit new members in full swing. The news caused a sensation in Rainbow Housing Estate and the 6 surrounding streets. Have you heard? Ming Hua is hiring, the monthly salary is still 1,000. Ming Hua has strong men like Ye Fan and Luo Tianhong in charge, so it definitely has a bright future. Similar conversations are happening one after another on the streets. There was a long queue at the registration office from morning to night. Many young people and gangsters heard the news and rushed to join this emerging society. After all, a fixed salary of 1,000 yuan per month was rare in the Hong Kong underworld at that time. What is even more attractive is that Minghua has a group of powerful people such as Ye Fan, Luo Tianhong, and Wang Daqiang in charge. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this emerging community has a bright future. As Minghua took over the 6 streets around the Rainbow Public Housing Estate, Ye Fan's name became well known in the Hong Kong underworld. Compared to his previous record of defeating Babaij and taking over 2 streets, this success has made his reputation even higher. Nowadays, even the leaders of several major old-established social organizations in Hong Kong Island have begun to pay attention to this rising star. Especially when these underworld bosses learned that Ye Fan, the leader of the Minghua Society, was less than 20 years old, they were all moved. Upon hearing this, Hongxing leader Zhang Tiansheng couldn't help but sigh, the young people nowadays are truly amazing. The young are truly formidable. The bosses of old-established societies such as Sheng Lian and Dong Xing. They also remembered the name Ye Fan and the pen name Minghua firmly in their hearts. For a time, the stir that Ye Fan caused in the Hong Kong underworld made all the seniors take notice. The Minghua Society is emerging in the underground world of Hong Kong Island at an alarming rate. Although the Minghua Society rose rapidly, expanded its territory and became famous, hidden crises also followed. The biggest hidden danger is Brother Bobby, who was killed by Ye Fan. This person is a sworn brother of Liang Kun, one of the 12 leaders of the Hongxing Society. As a time traveler, Ye Fan is well aware of this connection. He clearly remembered that in the original plot, the so-called brotherhood between Bobby Ge and Liang Kun. It's just because Brother Bobby owes Liang Kun 20 million in debt. This bad debt has now become a sword hanging over Minghua's head. Humph, Liang Kun. Ye Fan stood in front of the window of Minghua headquarters. Looking at the neon-lit night scene of Hong Kong Island, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was not worried about this potential threat at all. In another month or 2, Minghua will complete the training plan for 1,000 younger brothers. By then, the strength of the entire society will undergo a qualitative leap. 1,000 core followers is considered the size of a medium-sized gang in the Hong Kong underworld. More importantly, after special training, each of these members will become an elite who are capable of fighting. In addition, Luo Tianhong and other 7 powerful generals are in charge. Even if Liang Kun personally brought more of his men to attack, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Ye Fan believed that it would not be long before Minghua's reputation would be on par with those of the old established societies. Another heavyweight in Hong Kong's underworld, the loyal and righteous Lien Hailong, is also paying attention to Minghua's rise. However, what he cared more about was Luo Tianhong's movements. This loyal and righteous leader remembered it clearly. Not long ago, Luo Tianhong came to him in person and expressed his desire to join Zhang Xinyi and follow him. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, this powerful Luo Tianhong was defeated by Ye Fan himself and was intercepted by Ye Fan. The young are really promising. Lien Hailong put down the cigar in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Coincidentally with Zhang Tiansheng, this underworld boss also had the idea of recruiting Ye Fan to join his team. In his opinion, this young man has shown extraordinary potential at such a young age. If he could recruit him, he would definitely add a powerful member to his club. However, they were all wrong. How could Ye Fan be willing to be inferior to others? Minghua, which he founded, was meant to carve out a niche for itself in the ever-changing world of Hong Kong. In fact, in the huge Hong Kong Island, new gangs emerge and old gangs disappear every day. Although the turmoil Ye Fan has caused in recent days has attracted attention. But in the eyes of people in the world who are used to the ups and downs of life, it is just an ordinary thing. 3 days later, Minghua Society's recruitment work was completed in excess. The original plan was to recruit 300 younger brothers, but in the end the total number of Minghua younger brothers reached 1,066. It was also when Minghua broke through 1,000 followers. Ye Fan's system also ushered in a qualitative leap. His learning speed increased by 1,100 times. 1000 times basic bonus plus an additional 100 times provided by Hong Kong students. This amazing learning speed also shocked Ye Fan himself. After testing, Ye Fan found that the learning efficiency of 1100 times was beyond imagination. Whether it is martial arts moves or cultural knowledge, the speed of mastery is comparable to that of a supercomputer. He can recite obscure classical Chinese classics by heart with just a glance. Complex martial arts theories can be mastered in an instant. Ye Fan also immediately gave his 7 core brothers a learning speed of 110 times. Ye Fan was looking forward to the growth of his 7 younger brothers. Luo Tianhong, a martial arts genius with extraordinary talent, with the 110-fold bonus, is expected to break through the dark energy to the transformation energy in a short period of time. He Jinyin, his martial arts talent and potential are definitely great. After all, he is the protagonist, and his growth rate will be beyond imagination. Although Xiao Erhao, Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, Lin Feng, Luo Shan and others are not geniuses, they will grow rapidly. Especially for skinny guys, they are mainly learning management and financial management now, so they should learn at 110 times the speed, but not too fast. At a learning speed of 110 times, the 7 little brothers gained more than 1 kilogram of strength every day. It is estimated that in 200 days, combined with its own strength, it will reach 300 kilograms of divine power. It can be predicted that in half a year, Minghua will have a terrifying fighting force composed of dark energy masters. Combined with traditional martial arts such as Bajikun and Wing Chun, each member can defeat 100 enemies alone. By then, we will not be afraid even if we face the human wave tactics of Hong Kong's old and large social groups. Ye Fan came to the edge of the training ground and looked at the members who were training hard, with a confident smile on his face. He knew that it wouldn't be long before Minghua would rewrite the power structure of Hong Kong's underworld. This elite force created by the system will surely become a force that all societies fear. Thinking of this, Ye Fan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. But then he frowned again. As the Minghua society expanded, providing training grounds for more than 1,000 members became a major problem. However, he quickly made arrangements to disperse his younger brothers to Minghua's property building on Lujiao Street as a training ground. The space above the second floor is mainly used, and the commanders of each battle hall are responsible for daily teaching and training. He also went to teach his younger brother his kung fu every day. But Ye Fan soon felt a new trouble. It was really boring to guide his younger brother to practice martial arts every day. As the leader of the club, I can't always be bothered by these trivial matters. He urgently needs a professional martial arts instructor to take charge of training affairs. In a flash of inspiration, Ye Fan thought of becoming He Jinyin's master. Isn't the devil muscle man Uni Iota the most ideal candidate for an instructor? He acted immediately. After touring the headquarters that day, Ye Fan went to the Global Elite Center alone. He remembered that right near the Elite Center was the Devil Muscle Man's Coward Buster's shop. Walking on the road, Ye Fan began to think about how to impress the Devil Muscle Man. P.S. New book recommendation, please give 5-star rating, good comments, follow the update, collect, urge the update, click love and reward. I wish everyone good fortune. Post views, 41. 044 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 044. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Ye Fan stood at the intersection of Rainbow Street and raised his hand to stop a taxi. To the Global Center of Excellence, he said briefly. The taxi drove through the busy streets and soon drove into the parking lot of the Elite Center. Ye Fan paid the fare and got out of the car. From afar, I could see the big words Global Elite Center on the magnificent building shining in the sun. There were people coming and going in the parking lot, including students in training uniforms and center staff. Ye Fan was about to take a step when suddenly a heart-wrenching scream pierced the sky. My Armani! My Armani! The sound was so shrill as if one's own father had died, attracting everyone's attention. Ye Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly man in a neat suit and disheveled hair holding a pair of broken glasses. He wailed in agony, his dark face full of disbelief. "Isn't this the Black Bear Commander?" Ye Fan raised his eyebrows. Opposite the Black Bear stood a hot woman. Her long, shiny black hair fluttered in the wind, and her fashionable outfit outlined her graceful curves. At this moment, she was blinking her big eyes innocently. Ye Fan was stunned. This scene, isn't this the classic scene from Lord of Destruction? The famous scene where Ali slaps Black Bear's Armani glasses and breaks them. Interesting, Ye Fan's mouth curled up slightly, what a coincidence. The Black Bear Commander was furious at this moment. Veins popped out on his dark face as he pointed at Ali and cursed. "Bitch! Do you know how expensive these Armani glasses are? I bought it specifically to pick up girls. If you don't pay me back today, don't even think about leaving." Ali would never sit there and wait for death. She took advantage of the Black Bear's roar and tried to escape. Seeing this, Black Bear's 2 followers immediately surrounded him. Unexpectedly, Ali had also learned some self-defense skills at the elite center, and she forced the 2 men back with a beautiful roundhouse kick. "Humph!" Ali raised her chin proudly. But she was a weak woman after all, and was quickly subdued by 2 prepared followers. Black Bear approached with a smirk, and his big, fleshy hands began to rub impatiently. "Girl, let Brother Xiang teach you a lesson today." At this critical moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded. "Stop! Let go of that girl!" Black Bear and his 2 followers were stunned and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a young man in casual clothes striding towards me, his figure standing tall and straight like a pine tree in the sunlight. Ali also raised her tearful eyes, and what came into view was a handsome face, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and clear contours. Although he looks like a college student, there is an aura of majesty between his brows. "Oh, a hero saving a beauty." The Black Bear came back to his senses and sneered disdainfully. "Kid, do you know who I am? Get out of here if you know what's good for you." Black Bear and his 2 younger brothers suddenly had sarcastic sneers on their faces. Ali looked at the young man who stepped forward in front of her with both surprise and worry. His handsome face was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Although he was dressed simply like a student, his awe-inspiring righteousness made people feel inexplicably at ease. "Hey! Student brother!" Ali couldn't help but shout. Her voice full of anxiety. "Thank you. But you better leave quickly, you can't beat them." She knew too well the strength of the Black Bear, and she would feel bad if this kind young man got hurt. When Black Bear heard this, the flesh on his face trembled and he snorted in disdain. He turned to Ye Fan, who was getting closer and closer, and threatened viciously. "You little bastard! How dare a student pretend to be a hero and save a beautiful girl? Are you tired of living? Do you know who I am? I'm the Black Bear Commander. I'll beat you so hard your mother won't even recognize you." Ye Fan stopped a few steps away from them. He first gave Ali a soothing look and looked at her closely. The girl is indeed stunningly beautiful, with plump red lips that are sexy and seductive. Her curvy figure exudes the charm of a mature woman, which is completely different from the youthful and pure beauty of Hong Kong students. Ali exudes the rich fragrance unique to mature women. Those big watery eyes and plump red lips made Ye Fan swallow his saliva involuntarily. He finally understood why Black Bear was so obsessed with this girl. "Oh? It seems you are quite capable." Ye Fan looked at the Black Bear with a smile and hooked his finger provocatively. "Didn't you say you were going to beat me so hard my mother wouldn't recognize me? Come on, give it a try." The Black Bear suddenly became furious. He clearly noticed the fiery look in Ye Fan's eyes when he looked at Ali. This was the prey he had been eyeing for a long time. How dare a fresh-faced student set his sights on Ali? "You two keep an eye on Ali." Black Bear roared and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms. I'm going to teach this ignorant brat a lesson today. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Bear suddenly threw a straight punch, with a whistling wind and heavy force. If this punch hit an ordinary person, he would probably break a few ribs. Be careful! Ali was so frightened that her face turned pale and she couldn't help but scream. However, in Ye Fan's eyes, the Black Bear's seemingly ferocious attack was as slow as a snail. As a master at the peak of Huajin, Black Bear, who was at the late Ming Jin stage, was like a toddler in front of him. Just when the Black Bear's fist was about to hit Ye Fan in the face, a cold light flashed in Ye Fan's eyes, and his right fist struck out like lightning. Bang! The dull thud of two fists colliding echoed in the parking lot, followed by a crisp click. Ah! The Black Bear let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The sturdy body flew backwards 2 or 3 meters like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. He hugged his twisted and deformed right arm, rolled on the ground and wailed in pain. My hand! My hand is broken and dislocated. Ah! It hurts so much. Ye Fan stood there motionless, his expression calm. He had already used 80% of his strength. Otherwise, with this punch, the Black Bear's entire arm bone would be pierced through the flesh. This sudden change shocked everyone. Black Bear's 2 followers widened their eyes and looked at Ye Fan as if they had seen a ghost. Then he ran over tremblingly and helped Black Bear up. Boss! Boss, are you okay? Don't touch me! Ah, it hurts so much. The Black Bear was sweating profusely in pain, his face as pale as paper. The most shocked person was Ali. She covered her mouth with her hands. Her beautiful almond eyes were wide open, and her plump breasts were heaving violently. This seemingly gentle student actually knocked the ferocious Black Bear commander away with just one punch? You know, Black Bear has been the best instructor for several consecutive sessions and is one of the strongest in the global center. The sunlight just happened to shine on Ye Fan, giving him a golden halo. The look she gave Ye Fan instantly changed from worry to incredible admiration. Post views, 43. 045 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 045. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Ali suddenly discovered that the boy who saved her was even more handsome than she had imagined. She has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and especially her flowing short hair that shines with a healthy luster in the sun. Her heart beat faster and a blush crept up her cheeks. As a kung fu enthusiast, Ali loves to read martial arts novels. I don't know how many times I have imagined the hero saves the beauty scene. I didn't expect that it would actually happen to me today. And the one who saved her was such a young, handsome guy with great martial arts skills. She felt like her girlish heart was hit hard. My hands unconsciously cupped my burning cheeks, and pink bubbles were almost popping out of my eyes. Ye Fan keenly noticed the change in Ali's expression. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he thought that this sexy beauty was as cute as in the movie. The Black Bear lying on the ground and wailing was so angry when he saw Ali's infatuated look that he almost vomited blood. After working so hard for so long, it was snatched away by a powerful guy who suddenly appeared. Ye Fan had a faint smile on his lips and walked slowly to Ali. He lowered his head slightly, and looked at the beauty in front of him tenderly with his deep eyes, his voice low and magnetic. Miss, are you okay? Are you scared? Ali felt her cheeks getting hot and her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. She lowered her head and whispered softly, thank you, little brother. I'm fine. Ali mustered up the courage to raise her head, her big watery eyes filled with admiration. You are so awesome. You knocked down the Black Bear instructor from the elite center with just one punch. She tilted her head curiously. Your kung fu is so powerful, which martial art are you from? By the way, my name is Ali. As she spoke, she stretched out her slender hand. Ye Fan reached out and gently held the soft and boneless little hand, which felt delicate and warm. He couldn't help but rub the back of her hand gently with his thumb. My name is Yefan, and my kung fu skills are, okay. There was a hint of lazy smile in his voice. Ali felt the warm touch on her hand, and her pretty face turned even redder, but she had no intention of pulling her hand back. She secretly raised her eyes and looked at Yefan. The sunlight gilded his angular profile, and his upright posture exuded a reassuring aura. At this moment, Ali felt her heart beating faster and even her breathing became rapid. Yefan also felt Ali's expression and felt a little proud. But he could understand that in the original movie, Ali fell deeply in love with the masked man who saved her He Jinyin. But don't go too far. So Yefan reluctantly let go of Ali's soft little hand and suppressed the heat surging in his heart. He looked at the charming girl in front of him with gentle eyes and asked with a concerned tone. Miss Ali, what happened just now? I heard you say you broke that guy's Armani glasses. As he said this, he pointed to the black bear that was still howling. Ali looked in the direction of Yefan's finger and curled her red lips in disdain. Humph! That old pervert! She stamped her feet angrily, and her chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing. He actually said his bed was big and soft and wanted me to come over and sit. When she said this, Ali's pretty face turned red. Then he saw that soft tactics weren't working and wanted to resort to force, so I slapped him in the face and ended up knocking his glasses off. When Yefan heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He nodded, his tone a bit cold, so he's a despicable scum. He turned and walked towards the black bear lying on the ground, his slender figure casting a shadow in the sunlight. It seems I was too gentle just now. When Black Bear's two younger brothers saw Yefan approaching, they were so scared that they retreated one after another. They witnessed with their own eyes the terrifying power of this young man who knocked the commander away with just one punch. Seeing Yefan approaching again, the black bear grimaced in pain, but still managed to keep a tough face. You, who are you? I'm the leader of the Global Elite Center. His voice was obviously trembling. Yefan sneered, raised his leg and kicked the black bear accurately in the stomach. He still controlled the strength of this kick, but still kicked the black bear 1 or 2 meters away. Ah! The black bear covered his stomach and curled up into a ball, like a cooked shrimp. With this level, are you qualified to be the captain? Yefan looked down at Black Bear with contempt. Trash. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his voice was chilling. Listen up. If you dare to harass Ali again, I'll break your arms and legs. The black bear was frightened into silence when he met Yefan's murderous eyes. Upon seeing this, his two younger brothers quickly carried the black bear and fled away in disgrace, not daring to say a single harsh word. Many students and staff had already gathered around the parking lot to watch the fun. They watched from afar, but no one dared to approach. Even the black bear commander was knocked down with one pun. This young man is really terrifying. Several brave female students approached Ali cautiously. While asking about the situation with concern, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Yefan. Their eyes were filled with shock and curiosity. Who is this young man who looks like an ordinary student? He was able to defeat the Black Bear commander of the Elite Center with just one punch. Yefan ignored the gazes from all around him, just nodded slightly to Ali, then turned around and prepared to leave. The system test just now showed that Ali's score was as high as 93 points, which makes her an ideal candidate for sister-in-law. But at this moment he was not in a hurry to show off, but planned to play hard to get. His amazing performance just now has successfully attracted Ali's attention. Her eyes full of love and rapid breathing could not escape Yefan's eyes. Besides, Ali is surrounded by several female companions now, so it is not the best time to chat with her. It's time to go find the Ghost King. Yefan's eyes swept towards the shabby little house in the distance with a sign that read Coward Buster. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Hey! Yefan! Ali broke free from her female companion's hands and trotted after him. Her cheeks were flushed and her chest was heaving slightly from running. Where are you going? There was unconcealable eagerness and shyness in her voice. Ye Fan turned around. And the sunlight cast a charming shadow on his handsome profile. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What? Miss Ali, is there anything else? His tone held just the right amount of distance and tenderness, not seeming frivolous but enough to make a girl's heart beat faster. I'm just about to go look for someone, he added calmly. It was as if the heroic act of saving the beauty just now was just a piece of cake, and he didn't care at all about the beauty in front of him. Ali had already quickly caught up to him, her delicate face flushed with excitement. Ye Fan, you are a student, right? She bit her lower lip and asked with courage. You just saved me, I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Those big watery eyes were full of anticipation. P.S. Please give me 5-star ratings and good reviews, follow me, collect my favorites, urge me to update, give me some love and give me some tips. Thank you all. Wish you all a prosperous life. Post views, 41. 046 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 046. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Ye Fan smiled secretly in his heart. This tactic of playing hard to get really worked. According to common sense, after a hero saves a beauty, the man will be very attentive to a beauty like Ali. But his nonchalant attitude aroused Ali's strong curiosity. Ali, are you going to treat me to a meal? Ye Fan smiled, and that smile was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Thank you so much. He feigned hesitation and glanced at the coward buster sign in the distance. But I do have something important to do right now. How about this, I'll go out to dinner with you after I finish my business. As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly so that he was looking at Ali at eye level. Those deep eyes seemed to be filled with starlight, which made Ali dazed for a moment. Ye Fan was very satisfied to see that the girl's ears were turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, when Ali heard that Ye Fan agreed to have dinner together, she was overjoyed. In the past, those men always found ways to ask her out for dinner. Now she was the one who invited him, and the novelty made her heart beat faster. She nodded eagerly, okay. Who are you going to meet? How about I go with you? We can go eat after we finish our business. Ye Fan pretended to hesitate. Don't you have to go to the elite center for class today? Ali glanced at the elite center building in the distance and curled her lips in disdain. Humph! Even Black Bear's pig-headed commander was knocked down by you with one punch, what else can I learn from him? Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she affectionately took Ye Fan's arm, shaking it coquettishly. Ye Fan, your kung fu is so powerful, can you teach me in the future? Feeling the soft touch on my arm. Ye Fan secretly enjoyed this wonderful touch, but maintained a calm smile on his face. Okay, no problem, I'll go find someone first. He took Ali to the coward buster shop, explaining as they walked. Ali clung to Ye Fan, and the two of them walked towards the coward buster shop, chatting and laughing. Ali would steal a glance at Ye Fan's handsome profile from time to time, her heart pounding like a little rabbit in her chest. Ye Fan and Ali soon arrived at the coward buster shop. The dilapidated iron gate was closed tightly, and the entrance was filled with waste paper boxes and garbage, emitting an unpleasant smell. Ali frowned, covered her nose, and looked at Ye Fan in confusion. Ye Fan, the person you are looking for lives here? Isn't this the residence of that Ghost King Day? Ye Fan turned around in surprise. Ali, do you also know Ghost King Day? Of course I know. Ali nodded and lowered her voice. He used to be an instructor at the elite center, and I heard he's very good at kung fu. But then he broke his leg during a competition and was removed from the elite center. She glanced at her surroundings with disdain. Now he works odd jobs at the elite center all day, picks up trash and sells it, and Ali leaned close to Ye Fan's ear mysteriously and said, I heard that his character is not very good now. He loves to lie and is lustful. A warm breath brushed past my ears, carrying a faint scent of perfume. Ye Fan couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that Ali knew so much about Ghost King Day. It seems that this former coward killer has indeed fallen into depravity. But Ye Fan didn't think about it anymore. He turned around and smiled at Ali. It seems you know a lot, but don't underestimate him. Although this Ghost King Da is now in decline, his abilities are still there. He pointed to the hut that emitted a strange smell and said, wait here for a moment. I'll go talk to him. Ali nodded obediently, took a few steps back, and stood not far away, looking around curiously. Ye Fan walked straight towards the tightly closed iron door. Although the door was closed, he could still sense it with his keen perception at the peak of his Huajin level. I could easily catch the even breathing sounds inside. This guy was still sleeping in. Pa pa pa. Ye Fan slapped the iron sheet of the small window hard, and the sound was particularly harsh in the early morning. Who is it? Can't you let me sleep so early in the morning? A cursing voice came from inside. Soon, the small window was suddenly opened, revealing a sleepy face. Gui Wangda was only wearing a pair of yellow shorts, his hair was messy like a chicken coop, and he stared at Ye Fan with impatience. Hey, young man! He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and spoke in a bad tone. It's not nice to knock on the door so early. Do you understand the rules? After saying that, he yawned loudly, and the smell of leftover alcohol hit me in the face. Ye Fan looked at the disheveled, sleepy middle-aged man in front of him and couldn't help but smile playfully. He deliberately drawled out his voice and said, Boss, your sign of coward buster is still hanging. Why aren't you open for business even though the sun is already shining on your butt? The word business was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly cheering up Gui Wangda. He rubbed his sleepy eyes hard, and then he could see clearly the appearance of the young man in front of him. Through the small window, he could vaguely see a graceful girl standing not far away. Yo! Ghost King Da suddenly revealed a lewd smile, winking and saying, Student brother, I didn't realize you're so lucky. He deliberately lowered his voice, speaking with the tone of someone who had experienced it. Have you been having too much fun lately? Your waist is a bit strained. Young people need to learn some self-control. As he said this, he turned around and took out a bottle labeled Indian God Oil from the dirty hut. He waved it in front of Ye Fan and said, Lucky you, this is authentic Indian God Oil. Guaranteed to make you vigorous and energetic, 7 times a night is no problem. He held out his greasy palm. Since you're the first customer this morning, I'll give you a discount of 100 yuan. Ye Fan looked at the Ghost King Da in front of him, who had a lewd face and was selling low-quality aphrodisiacs, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Who would have thought that the once powerful devil muscle man would now have fallen to the point of making a living by selling fake medicine? And Gui Wangda was still expecting Ye Fan to pay with that mercenary look on his face, as if he was going to get rich. In short, this devil muscle man really played the role of a street vendor to the core. Without even asking, he started to sell Ye Fan Indian God Oil and asked for money. Sorry, I'm not here to buy anything. Ye Fan couldn't help but waved his hands with a smile. You don't need any Indian God Oil, just keep it for yourself. When Gui Wangda heard that he was not a customer, his face immediately fell. He pretended to be ferocious and roared in a rough voice. You good student! You woke me up so early in the morning, but you didn't buy anything. You just wanted to make fun of me, right? Get out! You little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, hurry back to school. He was about to close the window. Ye Fan was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he stretched out his hand to hold the small window that was about to close. This action immediately angered Ghost King Da. He widened his eyes, bared his teeth and threatened. Hey! Are you looking for death? Do you believe I'll beat you to a pulp when I get out? He deliberately put on a ferocious expression. My kung fu is really powerful, I can knock you down with one move. Post views, 43,047 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 047. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Ye Fan looked at the Ghost King Da in front of him, who was deliberately putting on a ferocious expression. He also laughed directly and said, I didn't expect that the current head of the ancient Chinese boxing, the famous Devil Muscle Man. Now he lives in this shabby little house, relying on fraud to make a living. It is truly the tragedy of the people in the martial arts world. How do you know my identity? Ghost King Da's face suddenly changed, and he instantly put away his mercenary look, looking at Ye Fan warily. Who are you? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that the enemy has come to visit? But the way I am now, what is there for others to care about? Ye Fan sneered and stood with his hands behind his back. I am also a martial artist, a descendant of Bajiquan. Bajiquan. Ghost King Da widened his eyes and looked at Ye Fan up and down in disbelief. Just you? He shook his head. Obviously, they didn't believe that this seemingly gentle young man could be the fierce and domineering successor of Bajiquan. Ye Fan continued calmly, not only that, I am also the successor of Wing Chun. He looked at Ghost King Da with a half smile. Since we are all fellow martial artists, why are you just letting me stand outside and talk? Why don't you invite me in and have a seat? Ghost King Da was stunned when he heard this, and a gleam of light flashed in his turbid eyes. This young man claimed to be the successor of both Bajiquan and Wing Chun, and he looked unconvinced. But after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Since he is a fellow traveler, I really shouldn't be so neglectful. As he said this, he slammed the small window shut, and then there was a flurry of sounds of people getting dressed inside the house. After a while, the door creaked open. The neatly dressed Ghost King Da stood at the door, although his clothes were still wrinkled. But at least he looked a bit like the martial artists of the past. He looked at Ye Fan, then glanced at Ali, who was standing in the distance. He felt that she looked familiar, but he didn't think much about it. Sir, please come in, but, Gui Wangda scratched his head awkwardly, it's a bit messy in there, don't mind. Ye Fan walked in nonchalantly. As soon as I walked in, I frowned at the strange smell that hit me in the face. The air, a mixture of sweat, mold, and unknown smells, was truly suffocating. He looked around. This small room, which was less than 10 square meters, was in an astonishing mess. There was an iron pot in the corner, and the remaining sand inside was obviously used for practicing iron sand palm. The table was piled with poorly printed copies of 9 yin scriptures and various pornographic magazines. The most eye-catching thing is a donation box with the words "Everyone can learn Kung Fu" written on it. There was also a yellowed note on it, "Rejoice in the merits." Ye Fan looked around the messy little room and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that Guangda's business of cheating and deceiving people is indeed in a downturn. Apart from an honest man like He Jinyin, I'm afraid few people would fall for his trick. Ghost King Da led Ye Fan to the only relatively intact table in the room. He didn't care about the mess in his room and gestured for Ye Fan to sit down. Ye Fan did not refuse and sat down calmly. Little brother. At this time, Gui Wangda narrowed his eyes and his tone suddenly became serious. You said you are the successor of Bajiquan and Wing Chun. He looked up and down at Ye Fan's fair skin and slender figure, his face full of disbelief. You look so delicate and tender, how can you say you've practiced these tough martial arts? He slammed the table with a loud bang. Tell me the truth, how did you know my background? If you dare to lie to me. Before he finished speaking, Ghost King Da slammed his palm on the table. Then there was a loud crash and the whole table was shattered into pieces by Ghost King Da's palm. Ye Fan noticed with his sharp eyes that Gui Wangda had secretly removed a support from the corner of the table with his other hand. This is what creates such a dramatic effect. Looking at the pieces of wood scattered on the ground, Ye Fan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This coward buster really takes the pretentious trick to the extreme. This scene was exactly the same as the one in the movie, and Ye Fan laughed in his heart. I didn't expect that the trick that Gui Wangda used to fool He Jinyan would be used on me today. Ye Fan did not point it out, but just looked at Ghost King Da meaningfully. At this time, Gui Wangda still maintained the airs of a hermit, his face full of confidence. Since Senior doesn't believe it, Ye Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Suddenly he raised his right hand, drawing a sharp arc in the air. Bang! There was a loud explosion in the air. He demonstrated the moves of Bajiquan smoothly. Each punch was as powerful as thunder, and the whole hut seemed to be shaking as the wind from the fists whistled. Immediately afterwards, Ye Fan changed his moves and used a few Wing Chun moves. As a master who has mastered both of these skills to perfection, each of his movements was natural and there was a masterly aura in his every gesture. Gui Wangda's originally indifferent expression gradually froze, and his cloudy eyes widened. When I saw Ye Fan's last-inch force make the iron pot in the corner buzz, he stood up suddenly, his face filled with horror. Your boxing skills," his voice was shaking, "you've actually reached the level of perfection." Gui Wangda stood there in a daze, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. For the first time, his cloudy eyes revealed a complex expression of shock and awe. As a former martial arts master, he knew very well what this scene meant. This student looks no more than 17 or 18 years old. He actually practiced both Bajiquan and Wing Chun to perfection. What's even more terrifying is that judging from the fierce punch and powerful momentum, this young man has clearly entered the realm of a master of Huajin. How is this possible? Gui Wangda's lips trembled and his voice was as dry as sandpaper. He staggered back 2 steps, staring at Ye Fan with his cloudy eyes, as if he was looking at a monster. Memories flooded back like a tide. Gui Wangda, was once known as the Devil Muscle Man. He only reached the peak of dark energy at the age of 36 or 37, and I don't know how much blood and sweat he paid for it. Breaking through the realm of transformation has been his lifelong dream, but he has never been able to do so. And now I actually saw the realm I had always dreamed of in a young boy, and bitterness spread in my heart. Gui Wangda recalled the time when his master praised him as a martial arts genius and how full of vigor and pride he had felt at that time. But now compared with the young man in front of me, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. What genius, what prodigy, it was simply a joke. His eyes were extremely complicated, containing shock, jealousy, and a hint of indescribable expectation. It took a long time for Ghost King Da to recover from his shock. He took a deep breath and looked at Ye Fan solemnly. I didn't expect you to be a master of both Bajiquan and Wing Chun. I never thought you'd already reached such a state at such a young age." His voice was still filled with disbelief. Post views, 44. 048 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 048. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Suddenly, Ghost King Da frowned and tilted his head in confusion. Strange. I've been in the Hong Kong martial arts world for quite some time, but I've never heard of a young master like you. He hesitated for a moment, clasped his fists and asked. Forgive my ignorance, but I haven't asked for your name yet. Who is your master? How did you achieve such a high level of cultivation? Ye Fan smiled calmly and stood with his hands behind his back. I am Ye Fan, the big brother of the Rainbow Public Housing Minghua Society. What? Ghost King Da was struck by lightning. He took 2 steps back and was almost tripped by the scattered debris. His eyes widened and his voice changed. You are the Ye Fan who led 100 minions to defeat Bobby's 300 minions? Is he the Minghua leader who defeated the flying boy Luo Tianhong with just 1 or 2 moves? Ye Fan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Oh? I didn't expect that even the seniors knew my name. The expression on Gui Wangda's face was wonderful, with shock, awe, and disbelief flashing alternately. He subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, "No wonder. No wonder." Gui Wangda's expression changed 180 degrees in an instant. The shock and seriousness just now disappeared, replaced by a flattering and fawning face. He rubbed his hands together and unconsciously leaned forward slightly. "Oh my! So you are the famous brother Fan, Mr. Yet." Gui Wangda's voice suddenly rose an octave, and a smile spread across his face. "How could I not know your reputation? Many students at the elite center are spreading your story. In the Rainbow District, who doesn't know Mr. Ye from the Minghua Society?" As he spoke, he hurriedly picked up the scattered debris and made a decent space. "I wonder what brings you here today, Mr. Ye." Ye Fan couldn't help but laugh at the devil muscle man in front of him who was arrogant at first but respectful later. He stated his purpose directly. "It's simple. My Minghua Society has recruited 1,000 new members and needs someone to teach them Kung Fu. I know you were a coach at the Elite Center before and have a good foundation in Kung Fu. I would like to hire you as an instructor." "Hire me?" Gui Wangda was stunned when he heard this. Then he straightened his back reflexively, a long-lost look of pride appearing on his face. But this pride was short-lived. He looked down at his crippled leg, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "Mr. Yat, you're too kind. To be honest, ever since my leg became disabled, my Kung Fu has been getting worse day by day." He patted his injured leg and his voice became low. "I'm just a useless person now. How can I be qualified to teach your little brother?" Ghost King Da said words of refusal, but his eyes flickered. Ye Fan saw through his thoughts at a glance. Although this former devil muscle man has fallen to this point, he still can't let go of his obsession with returning to the elite center. "Humph, Ghost King Da." Ye Fan sneered, his sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "Do you think I care about your current mediocre skills?" He pointed to the iron wok in the corner where he was practicing iron sand palm. "What I value is your decades of teaching experience." Ghost King Da was stunned when he heard this, and the fake smile on his face gradually froze. Ye Fan continued. "You don't want to join the club with me, are you afraid of fighting and killing?" He walked to the window and looked at the elite center building not far away. "But I'm curious, since you've been expelled from the Center of Excellence, why are you still hanging around here?" Gui Wangda's body trembled noticeably, and a trace of pain flashed in his turbid eyes. "Let me guess," Ye Fan turned around and said word by word. "You're still dreaming of bringing ancient Chinese martial arts back into the Center of Excellence, right?" These words were like a sharp knife, piercing into the softest part of Gui Wangda's heart. Ghost King Da suddenly raised his head, the wrinkles on his face twisted with shock. His eyes widened, and his voice changed. Mr. Yat, how do you know my—" Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that he had lost his composure and quickly shut up. But the horror in his eyes could not be concealed. Ye Fan had an unfathomable smile on his face. "Don't worry about how I know." He walked slowly to the window with his back to Gui Wangda. "Given your current situation, you think you can return to the elite center on your own? That's just wishful thinking." Gui Wangda's face instantly turned pale, and his hunched back seemed to be even more bent. "But," Ye Fan suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing like lightning. "If you promise to help me train my younger brothers, I can help you fulfill this wish." "What?" Ghost King Da stood up suddenly, then staggered again because of his leg injury. "Mr. Ye said, he wanted to help me." He was so excited that he was incoherent, and then asked cautiously. "Are you bringing your men to destroy the elites?" Ye Fan laughed in silence. "Am I really that low?" He moved his wrist. "With my skills, can't I just challenge the captains of the elite center directly? Use authentic Chinese martial arts such as Bajikun and Wing Chun to defeat them one by one." Speaking of this, Ye Fan's eyes flashed. Or there is another way you teach me your unique skills. When the time comes, I will use your Kung Fu to sweep the elite center. Wouldn't that further prove the power of ancient Chinese boxing? Ghost King Da stood there in a daze, his cloudy eyes gradually brightening up. This proposal really hit his heart. Use his most proud Kung Fu to clear his name in the arena he longed for. After hearing Ye Fan's words, Ghost King Da's cloudy eyes suddenly glowed with a long-lost light. He rubbed his hands excitedly, his voice trembling. Mr. Yat, you are talking about your strength as a Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm. Dealing with those Ming Jin level instructors at the Elite Center is as easy as crushing an ant. But then, as if he remembered something important, his expression suddenly became serious. But, Mr. Yat, I heard that the senior brother from the island country's karate will be back next week. That guy is the real ace of the Elite Center. It is said that his strength has reached the peak of dark energy. Before Gui Wangda could finish, Ye Fan waved his hand contemptuously. Karate master brother. He scoffed. In my eyes, he's just a clown. I can knock him down with one punch. Upon hearing this, Ghost King Da slapped his head, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Yat, you are a master of the transformation realm. That karate master is only at the peak of dark power, he's no match for you. He was so excited that he danced with joy, as if he had already seen Ye Fan displaying his prowess in the ring. Suddenly, Ghost King Da slapped his thigh as if he had made up his mind. Mr. Yat, I promise you. As long as you help me, I, Ghost King Da, will be the full-time instructor of the Minghua Society. As he spoke, he straightened his back, which had been hunched over for many years, and his eyes flashed with the long-lost light of a warrior. Post Views, 42. 049 in Hong Kong Variety Show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 049. Ye Fan looked at Ghost King Da's extremely happy expression and raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. He walked to the window and pointed at the glittering golden sign of the Elite Center in the distance. Ghost King Da, think about it carefully. His voice suddenly became sonorous and powerful. What kind of stuff are being taught in elite centers these days? Karate, Taekwondo, Western boxing, they're all imported stuff. Ye Fan turned around, his eyes sharp, and what about our Chinese orthodox martial arts? Wing Chun, Bajikwan, Wulang Bagua staff, where have all these national treasures gone? He sneered, isn't this clearly suppressing our Chinese Kung Fu? Ghost King Da was shocked and the small wooden stick in his hand fell to the ground. He had never thought about the problem from this perspective. So even if you go to great lengths to get back into the center of excellence. Ye Fan's voice suddenly became low. In that kind of environment, how could ancient Chinese martial arts develop? Sooner or later, they would be squeezed out. At this point, Ye Fan suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Instead of relying on others, why don't we start our own business? There was a glint of ambition in his eyes. I'm going to establish a Chinese martial arts museum specifically to teach authentic Chinese Kung Fu. When the time comes. He leaned over to Ghost King Da and said word by word. Then we will challenge the Elite Center openly. Use real Kung Fu to show those who worship foreign things what real martial arts is. After hearing what Ye Fan said, Gui Wangda froze in place as if struck by lightning. His cloudy eyes gradually shone with brilliance, and his dry lips trembled slightly. Mr. Yat, you mean? Ye Fan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes as sharp as a torch. Those foreigners opened martial arts schools all over the world, and karate and taekwondo flourished everywhere. His voice was filled with suppressed anger. But our Chinese orthodox martial arts are gradually declining. Do you know why? Without waiting for Ghost King Da to answer, Ye Fan stretched out a finger. First, our old fogies are too conservative, and second, it's because. His eyes suddenly turned cold. It's because these foreign devils are using all means to suppress Chinese Kung Fu. Gui Wangda's breathing became rapid, and his hunched back unconsciously straightened a little. My plan is very simple. Ye Fan's voice suddenly became excited. First, train a group of real Kung Fu disciples in the Minghua society, and then establish the Chinese Martial Arts Museum. We want to develop techniques that are both performative and lethal, and open martial arts schools across Hong Kong Island, Asia, and even the world. Gui Wangda's blood boiled when he heard this, and his skinny hands unconsciously clenched into fists. When the time comes, Ye Fan leaned closer, his voice low and powerful. I want to show those foreign devils what real martial arts is. He stood up and extended his hand to Gui Wangda. Come and help me. You will be the future head coach of the Chinese Martial Arts Museum. In fact, Fan Zhan had already planned 3 parallel development paths for the Minghua society. The first is the expansion of the underground world, which is his base. We must ensure that Minghua becomes the most powerful community organization in Hong Kong Island, Asia, and the world. With the 1,100 times learning speed granted by the system and the strength of a master of the realm, he has absolute confidence in leading the society to the top. The second is the overt business empire. As a time traveler, he has a clear understanding of the economic trends in the next few decades. Real estate, internet, electronic technology, these industries that are about to explode are all included in his plans. Even better, the system can cultivate 100% loyal business talents. By then, with just a little guidance, it will be easy to build a world-class business empire and become the richest man in the world. Another line is the revival of Chinese martial arts. The Chinese Martial Arts Museum he wanted to establish would gather young people who were interested in martial arts. Especially those who are gifted in martial arts but do not want to join any clubs. With the help of his elite younger brothers, he is confident that he can train a group of real Kung Fu masters. Let Chinese martial arts shine on the world stage. Only by walking on 3 legs can you walk steadily. As a time traveler, he possesses such a heaven-defying system. If we cannot leave a significant mark in this world, it would be a real waste of God's gift. After hearing Ye Fan's grand blueprint, Ghost King Da froze in place as if struck by lightning. His cloudy old eyes widened, and his dry lips trembled. Mr. Yet, you. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, his voice changing in pitch with excitement. Great! This is wonderful! The wrinkled old face flushed red. Why didn't I think of this? But then he thought again, and Ghost King Da couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. But this matter is easier said than done. However, when he looked up at the high-spirited young man in front of him, suddenly I realized something. This boy who is only 17 or 18 years old is a master of the realm of transformation. With this talent and courage, he will definitely become a great hero and a super powerful person in the future. The eyes of Gui Wangda gradually became hot. He took a deep breath, and suddenly knelt on one knee with a thump, clasping his hands and raising them above his head. Mr. Yet, from now on, my life, Ghost King Da, is yours. His voice trembled with emotion. For the sake of ancient Chinese boxing and Chinese martial arts, I am willing to follow you through fire and water. Ye Fan helped the former devil muscle man up with satisfaction. Although at this time the system showed that Gui Wangda's loyalty was only over 80. It's far less than the 100% enthusiasm of young people like Luo Tianhong, but he doesn't care. It is difficult for an old veteran like Gui Wangda to be purely loyal. It doesn't matter. What's important is that he wants this experienced Ghost King to help him. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction and said to Ghost King Da, Okay, it's settled. Pack your things and report to Minghua headquarters today. Remember to keep an eye on the movements of the karate master from the elite center and notify me immediately when he returns. He paused. By the way, is it okay for you to compile a copy of your Kung Fu secret manual and give it to me? Absolutely no problem. Ghost King Da patted his chest and said in a loud voice. It's my honor that Mr. Yet is willing to learn my Kung Fu. Ghost King Da always respectfully calls himself Mr. Ye instead of Brother Fan. Ye Fan was very satisfied. This title showed more respect and made him feel like a real boss. After staying in the room for a while, Ye Fan couldn't stand the strange smell in the room anymore, so he walked quickly to the door. Gui Wangda hurriedly and respectfully escorted them out the door, watched Ye Fan and the beautiful girl walk away, and then turned back to the house. As soon as he entered the house, Gui Wangda was as excited as a child. He rushed to the iron sand pot, plunged his hands into the sand, and made a roaring sound as he practiced. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha! God help me! I, Gui Wangda, have met a noble person." His wrinkled old face now glowed with radiance, as if he were 10 years younger. He danced around in circles in the small room. From time to time, he would punch the air a few times, completely immersed in joy. Post views, 41. 050 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 050. Ye Fan and Ali walked towards the parking lot side by side. Ali took out the car key from her pocket and pressed it lightly. The lights of a car not far away immediately turned on. "Please, my hero." Ali winked playfully and opened the passenger door for Ye Fan. Amid the roar of the engine, the sports car sped out of the parking lot like an arrow and rushed towards a restaurant on Hong Kong Island. At the same time, the elite center was in an uproar. News about a mysterious student knocked down the Black Bear commander with one punch and saved the beauty heroically. It is spreading among students at an alarming rate. Have you heard? A mysterious man who looks like a student knocked down the Black Bear commander with just one punch. It was said that it was to save Ali Senpai. Oh my god, Captain Black Bear is such a disgrace. These whispers spread like a plague. The Black Bear who was so arrogant in the past was now lying on the bed in the medical room. His right arm was in a cast, and his face was paler than the plaster. The physical pain was far less than the heartache. The tough guy image he had painstakingly cultivated for many years collapsed at this moment. From time to time, there were chuckles from people discussing him outside the corridor. "Hey, Black Bear," an elite center instructor laughed, "I heard you were just beaten down by a student." The Black Bear was so angry that he punched the wall, and then grimaced in pain. He also imagined that the female students he had painstakingly cultivated for a long time were going in groups to handle the procedures for transferring classes. "My female students," Black Bear had a sad face, and felt as if his heart was being torn apart by a knife, which was 100 times more painful than the pain of a broken arm. The Black Bear commander was lying on the hospital bed, feeling more and more aggrieved the more he thought about it. His priceless pair of Armani glasses were shattered all over the floor. This is the artifact for picking up girls that he bought with 3 months' salary saved by living frugally. He was really unlucky today. A mysterious young master appeared out of nowhere and knocked him down with one punch. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. It was so scary. On the other side, Gui Wangda gradually calmed down after venting his excitement. He looked around at the dilapidated little house where he had lived for many years. A rusty iron casserole in the corner, cheap magazines piled on the table, empty bottles scattered on the floor. All this tells of his decadent life over the years. Alas, Gui Wangda sighed, took out a wrinkled cigarette and lit it. Amidst the smoke, he seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly put out his cigarette and strode out of the room. After a while, he came back with a ragged middle-aged man who was also a garbage collector. "Old Wang, you're lucky today." Ghost King Da waved his hand proudly. "These cardboard boxes and waste are all given to you. I won't compete with you for garbage collection anymore." He led Lao Wang into the house and pointed at the junk all over the room. "See? These are all good things." Gui Wangda casually picked up a few bottles of Indian god oil and said, "This alone is worth hundreds of dollars." He pointed to the other merchandise in the corner and said, "Total value is definitely over 1,000 yuan. Well, I'll give you my house and everything else for 666 yuan." I'm asking for a lucky number. Ghost King De patted Lao Wang on the shoulder and said, "You don't have to sleep under the overpass anymore, what a bargain. How is it? Is it okay? Do you want it? If not, I'll go find Lao Li." Gui Wangda deliberately put on an impatient look. When Lao Wang heard this good deal, he immediately smiled. "Oh my! Ghost King De, you are so lucky and have made a fortune. Is this a clearance sale at this price? I want it. 666 is too little, I'll give you 888, and add some luck." Upon hearing this, Ghost King De laughed heartily and patted Lao Wang's shoulder vigorously. "Old Wang is really straightforward. But if I say 666, it means 666. I, Ghost King De, keep my word." He looked at his watch and said, "How about you come over at 5 p.m? No problem, no problem." Lao Wang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling and left happily. After seeing old Wang off, Gui Wangda lit another cigarette and took a deep puff. Surrounded by smoke, he carefully took down the yellowed scroll of ancient Chinese boxing from the wall and gently dusted it off. Then he took out a tattered boxing manual from the depths of the drawer. This was the sex treasure that he regarded as a treasure. Ghost King Bodhidharma stroked the familiar words on the boxing manual, and the scene that his master taught him appeared before his eyes. Although the sect had declined by his generation, these unique skills were all genuine Kung Fu. In addition, the sect has left behind a lot of fighting experience. For example, the locking word method and the psychological warfare method and so on. Looking at the yellowed boxing manual in his hand, Gui Wangda's eyes flashed with complex light. His lineage of ancient Chinese martial arts has been passed down through generations. Having accumulated countless practical experiences and stage fighting skills, every move and every style embodies the hard work of the predecessors. "Master," he murmured to himself, remembering his master's last words before his death. "My disciple was unfilial and nearly caused the sect's unique skills to be lost." When he thought of Ye Fan's promise, his eyes became firm again. He still has the strength of the middle stage of Ming Jin, but he has not shown it in front of others. Although it is not as powerful as before, it is still more than enough to deal with a dozen ordinary gangsters. What's more, his rich practical experience and understanding of human weaknesses are enough for him to gain a foothold in the Minghua society. Pass it on, it must be passed on. He carefully put away the boxing manual, which was the last hope of the sect. Although these gangsters may only use Kung Fu to fight, it is better than losing the art. Moreover, Ye Fan promised to establish a martial arts school, and maybe he could really find a few good talents to inherit his legacy. Thinking of this, Gui Wangda straightened his back, which had been hunched over for many years, and the sharpness that a warrior should have rekindled in his eyes. What made him even more excited was that Ye Fan would teach those guys from the elite center a lesson for him in 7 days. Especially that arrogant karate master. He turned and looked at the faded "Everyone Can Learn Kung Fu" donation box, a wry smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Snap! He split the wooden box open, revealing a dozen coins scattered inside. Over the years, he saved up the 10 or so yuan by tricking kids into buying pirated cheat books from street stalls. Things like 9 yen scriptures and Tathagatapam are just cheap reading materials found at a scrap yard. He walked out the door again, and Ghost King De looked up at the rickety "Coward Buster" sign. This sign is more like the signature name of his shop. It is more like a true portrayal of him over the years, a complete coward. As for the word nemesis, he never really lived up to it. Ada! With a loud shout, Ghost King De kicked out and the signboard broke. Amidst the flying wood chips, he threw the fragments into the garbage pile next to him, as if to throw away all the humiliation of these years. At this moment, Gui Wangda suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of relief flooding his body. The inferiority and cowardice that followed him like a shadow seemed to disappear with the shattering of the signboard. Post views, 45. 051 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 051. Gui Wangda returned to the house and rummaged through the drawers to find his toiletries. This shabby house doesn't even have a decent bathroom. He had no choice but to carry the bucket to the rusty faucet outside the house. This was his usual bathroom. He tore off a piece of rag and hung it on the clothesline to cover it, then began to scrub it carefully. The dirt and decadence accumulated over the years were washed away bit by bit with the rushing water. He rubbed very hard, leaving no place untouched, including between his nails, behind his ears, and on his neck. I washed for a full 2 hours until my skin turned red. Returning to the house naked, Gui Wangda took out the rusty razor. He looked in the mirror with a missing corner, carefully shaved off the stubble on his face, and trimmed his messy eyebrows. Finally, he fished out a bottle of expired hair wax from under the bed, scooped out a large amount and smeared it on his hair, then combed his hair into a shiny slicked back style. "Hey, that's pretty good," he said to himself. He then pulled out a black leather jacket and jeans from the depths of his closet. Although it is a bit old, the advantage is that the style is crisp. He put on a faux gold necklace and sunglasses he had picked up from the garbage dump, and looked around in the mirror. The person in the mirror is completely different. The sloppy and decadent coward is gone, replaced by a cool middle-aged man. Ghost King Da whistled with satisfaction. Imagine the stunned expressions on the faces of those gangsters when they appeared in Minghua society dressed like this. Gui Wangda held a cigarette in his mouth and slowly put his personal belongings into his black handbag one by one. A few sets of clothes, the yellowed boxing manual, and the calligraphy and paintings left by the master. And a few small personal items, that was all his belongings. After finishing cleaning, he sat on the doorstep with his legs crossed, watching the sunset gradually sinking to the west. As soon as the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Lao Wang appeared at the door on time. When Lao Wang saw the brand new Ghost King Da, his jaw dropped in shock. "The handsome guy in front of me has a slicked back hair, sunglasses, and a leather jacket. How could he still be the coward Ghost King Da who spent all day wandering around in the garbage dump? Old ghost!" Old Wang stammered, pointing at Ghost Wangda, "What are you doing?" Gui Wangda pushed his sunglasses proudly, feeling secretly happy. He swiftly took the 666 yuan from Lao Wang and tossed the key over. "From today on, this place belongs to you." Picking up the black handbag containing all his belongings, Gui Wangda turned around and left in a cool manner. The setting sun stretched his shadow very long, and his leather jacket swayed slightly in the evening breeze, giving him the air of a gangster. It was the time when the elite center was getting off work, and many students were pouring out of the gate. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, young students walked in groups of 3 or 4, some running, some playing. The youthful laughter floats in the sunset breeze. Gui Wangda stopped for a moment, looking at this lively scene, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Once upon a time, he was also a young man running in the sunset, that was his youth. He adjusted his black leather jacket, pushed up his sunglasses, and walked forward with steady steps. This outfit, coupled with the aura of strength he deliberately exuded, immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. "Who is that? Such a cool guy. Wait, isn't that the guy who lives in the Coward Buster cabin? Oh my god! It's the Ghost King!" Whispers spread among the crowd. Gui Wangda felt the shocked gazes coming from all directions, and a long-lost sense of pride surged in his heart. He deliberately slowed down his pace to make the aura of a strong man more obvious. Although his skills have declined over the years and he is only at the middle stage of Mingjin, he is still a master compared to these ordinary students. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the glorious era of the Devil Muscle Man. The self who dominated the ring, the Devil Muscle Man who made his opponents tremble with fear. He is finally back. Amidst the incredulous and shocked gazes of the crowd, Ghost King Da strode out of the elite center with his head held high. The setting sun stretched his figure very long, and his black leather jacket rustled in the evening breeze. Soon, Gui Wangda finally arrived in front of Minghua's headquarters. To his surprise, he ran into Ye Fan at the door, who had just returned from a date with Ali. "Mr. Yat." Gui Wangda hurried forward and saluted respectfully. His cool outfit of leather jacket and sunglasses made Ye Fan take a second look. Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction the energetic middle-aged man in front of him. Where is the trace of the decadent coward he used to be? The steady pace and restrained aura clearly showed that he was a serious martial artist. What a coincidence, you just arrived too. As Ye Fan spoke, he took out a patterned handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His face was flushed, beads of sweat were oozing from his forehead, and he looked extremely hot and uncomfortable. Ghost King Da frowned. As a former martial arts master, he immediately saw the clue. "Mr. Yat, are you getting angry?" He thought again about what happened today when Ye Fan was with that beautiful girl. Then he said meaningfully, "Would you like me to prescribe you a prescription?" Cough cough. Ye Fan coughed twice awkwardly and waved his hands repeatedly. "It's okay, it's too hot." As she spoke, she wiped the sweat off her face. The scent of Ali's perfume was still lingering on the handkerchief. Ghost King Da was tactful enough not to ask any more questions, but he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. It seems that this young master of Huajin is really a rookie in some aspects. If you don't vent your anger, it will harm your body. In fact, the cause of the incident can be traced back to that fatal lunch today. At that time, Ali was driving her red car and was originally going to take Ye Fan to a high-end Western restaurant. But Ye Fan said casually, "I prefer Chinese food." Ali immediately turned the car around and headed straight for Lan Kwai Fong, the most famous district in Hong Kong Island. During the meal, Ali was so enthusiastic. "Ye Fan, come and try the signature dishes here." Ali's big watery eyes were full of anticipation. She ordered a table full of delicacies from land and sea, and even specifically asked for a bowl of 10-ingredient tonic soup. "You put a lot of effort into fighting the black bear today, you need to replenish your energy." Ali blinked coquettishly and personally served Ye Fan a bowl of fragrant tonic soup. The soup was filled with precious medicinal herbs such as ginseng and deer antlers, and just the smell of it made one's blood boil. What's even worse is that Ali also ordered a bottle of tiger penis medicinal wine. She poured wine for Ye Fan personally, and her slender hands would accidentally touch the back of Ye Fan's hand from time to time. With the beauty's attentive persuasion and serving of food, Ye Fan drank half a bottle without realizing it, and then drank 3 bowls of nourishing soup in a row. "Ye Fan, try this again." Ali picked up another piece of sea cucumber and put it to Ye Fan's mouth with a smile on her face. Her plump red lips were slightly pouting, and the fullness of her breasts was faintly visible with her movements. When Ye Fan thought about it now, it was not a thank you banquet at all, it was clearly a gentle trap. So at this moment he just felt hot all over, even his breathing was hot, which was the sequelae of oversupplementation. Post views, 43. 052 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 052. What made Ye Fan even more difficult to resist was that after dinner, Ali took his arm like a spoiled child and insisted that he go shopping and take a walk with her. While shopping and walking, Ali snuggled up to Ye Fan like a happy little bird. Her plump breasts rubbed against Ye Fan's arm from time to time. Coupled with the medicinal wine and tonic soup surging in his body, every touch made Ye Fan tremble all over like an electric current. "Brother Fan, do you think this hairpin looks good?" Ali picked up a butterfly hairpin from a roadside stall and played with it in her hair. In the afternoon sun, her delicate profile was coated with a soft halo, and her slightly parted red lips were simply tempting. Ye Fan suppressed the surging blood in his body and forced a smile. "It suits you very well." He secretly circulated his strength, trying his best to calm his restless blood. As a master of Huajin, he does have some self-control, but Ali's charm is too deadly. At the same time, along the way, Ye Fan spoke wittily and told various jokes and experiences from 2025. Ali's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she laughed like a silver bell from time to time. She discovered that this young and handsome Ye Fan not only had extraordinary strength, but also had astonishingly profound knowledge. From pop culture to current affairs, Ali was amazed by his fluent conversation. Ye Fan, how do you know everything? There was a gleam of admiration in Ali's eyes, and she leaned closer to Ye Fan unconsciously. She thought this boy was the perfect boyfriend. He is handsome, has great martial arts skills, is well-spoken, and even has a perfect sense of humor. Although she is a few years younger than me, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you will bring you gold bricks. What's more, she is a charming beauty. Ye Fan smiled without saying anything, thinking to himself, this is nothing. If I tell you that I came from the future, you will probably be shocked. His deliberate display of erudition and talent really made Ali's favorability towards him soar. Ali keenly noticed Ye Fan's affection for her and was secretly happy. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them, when a woman pursues a man, there's only a layer of gauze between them. Although the two have not yet officially expressed their feelings are already tacit. She believed that as long as they spent more time together, everything would come naturally. For most of the day, Ali stuck to Ye Fan like a piece of sweet taffy. It was not until the sun set that Ye Fan finally managed to escape. It was really Ali's enthusiasm that almost made him, a master of Huajin, lose control. When Ali coquettishly asked to treat him to dinner again, Ye Fan quickly made an excuse to go home and have dinner with his aunt, and was able to get away. He urgently needs to go back to the headquarters and practice some boxing to cool down his anger. Before leaving, under Ali's sweet-coated cannonball attack of acting coquettishly and cutely, Ye Fan still agreed to her small request. I will go to her private training room tomorrow to teach her how to practice Kung Fu. Ali also said that her home not only has a spacious practice room, but also has large, thick, and soft yoga mats. It can absolutely guarantee that you will not get hurt when practicing. As she said this, a different light flashed in her eyes that could speak. So when Ye Fan fled back to Minghua headquarters in a panic, he happened to meet the refreshed Ghost King Da at the door. So Ye Fan tried hard to suppress the surging blood and energy in his body. He walked into the headquarters lobby with Gui Wangda and immediately summoned all the core members. Wang Deqiang, Gao Ming, Xiao Erhao, He Jinyin, Luo Tianhong, Luo Shan, Lin Feng and others were all present. Ye Fan stood on the training ground of Minghua headquarters and looked around at the core members present. Brothers, Ye Fan cleared his throat, and his voice echoed in the empty training ground. Today I'd like to introduce you to an important figure Kyuhide, nicknamed Devil Muscle Man. From today on, he will be your Kung Fu coach. Gui Wangda took a step forward, his black leather jacket glistening under the indoor lights. His hair was combed back meticulously and he nodded to his brothers. Ye Fan then introduced the core members present to Gui Wangda one by one. This is Wang Deqiang, our fierce general, this is Luo Tianhong, a man of extraordinary skill. When He Jinyin was introduced, Gui Wangda's eyes suddenly lit up. He Jinyin looked very different today. He had the same neat slicked back hair as him. Dressed in a formal Chinese suit, he exudes a righteous and awe-inspiring temperament. Although his figure was much thinner than Wang Deqiang and others, his spirit and energy shocked Gui Wangda's heart. He looked closely and vaguely saw a flash of light on the top of He Jinyin's head. This is a sign that only appears once in a century as a martial arts genius. This is He Jinyin. Ye Fan hadn't finished speaking. Gui Wangda quickly stepped forward and held He Jinyin's hand tightly. What a good seedling! What a good seedling! Gui Wangda said excitedly, his eyes fixed on He Jinyin, as if he had seen some treasure. His crown is shining, and his muscles and bones, though thin, are resilient and strong. He is perfect for practicing ancient Chinese boxing. Gui Wangda's fingers trembled slightly with excitement, and he thought, isn't this the successor he has been looking for many years? Ghost King Da stared straight at He Jinyin with his fiery eyes. The rough big hands held the other person tightly, and kept asking about his well-being. Yin, how old are you this year? How many years have you been practicing martial arts? What moves do you usually like? He Jinyin was frightened by this sudden enthusiasm and trembled all over, his palms were full of cold sweat. He looked in horror at the middle-aged man in front of him who had the same slicked-back hair as him but was wearing sunglasses. The fiery look in his eyes made him think of something bad. Could it be old glass? As soon as this thought came to mind, He Jinyin suddenly pulled his hand back as if he had been electrocuted. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at Ye Fan, Luo Tianhong and others for help. Ye Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw this, thinking that the fate between this master and disciple was really wonderful. He had thought that Ghost Kingdom might also have a story with He Jinyin, but he didn't expect the scene to be so dramatic. At this time, the younger brothers around the training ground also began to whisper. Hey, did you see that? Why is the new instructor staring at Yinji like a pervert? Tisk tisk. This old man doesn't have any special fetish, right? That's it. And he's a lame old man? What can he teach us? Look at his beer belly, I can knock him down with one punch. The discussion grew louder and louder, and some people even started whistling maliciously. There were constant discussions in the training ground, the younger brothers were whispering to each other, and their questioning eyes kept scanning Gui Wangda. After this period of rigorous training from Luo Tianhong and others, plus Ye Fan's occasional guidance, these guys have indeed made great progress, and they are all full of confidence. Now when I see this middle-aged man with a beer belly and a limp in front of me, I can't help but feel contempt for him. That's it. Could it be that Brother Fan was deceived? I bet I can take him down in 3 moves. Luo Tianhong stood aside with his arms folded, his brows slightly furrowed, Xiao Erhao touched his chin thoughtfully. He Jinyin hid behind Wang Deqiang, stealing glances at this strange new instructor from time to time. Even Wang Deqiang, who is a straightforward person, showed a look of doubt at this moment. Ghost King Da saw all of this, but he was not annoyed at all. He took a deep breath, feeling the power in his body, although it was not as strong as it used to be. But he is now in the middle stage of Mingjin, which is more than enough to deal with these young guys. Of course, apart from Ye Fan and Luo Tianhong who exudes a dangerous aura. Mr. Yet, Gui Wangda nodded confidently at Ye Fan, then strode to the center of the training ground, in front of his younger brothers. He slowly took off his sunglasses, and his originally cloudy eyes now shone with brilliance. P.S. New book recommendation, please give 5-star rating, good comments, follow the update, collect, urge the update, click love and reward. I wish you all good fortune. Post views, 43. 053 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 053. Ghost King Da waved his hand majestically, his voice as loud as a bell. Guys! I know what you're thinking. He patted his slightly protruding belly and pointed at his lame leg. Why would a lame, fat middle-aged man teach you Kung Fu? The whispers on the training ground suddenly quieted down, and all the younger brothers held their breath and looked at the new instructor, the lame uncle. Talking without doing is just empty talk. Gui Wangda suddenly raised his voice. Well, get 10 of you and come at me and fight me. He held up a finger, his eyes flashing. If I lose, I'll pack up and leave immediately, if I win. He looked around the room, a confident smile playing on his lips. You all must listen to my training. Do you dare to bet? These bold words instantly ignited the entire training ground. The younger brothers were so excited that they were ready to fight, and there was a lot of discussion. 10 to 1? Is this old guy crazy? Interesting. Count me in. Let him see how powerful we are. Luo Tianhong crossed his arms, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. He Jinyin swallowed nervously, Wang Deqiang rubbed his hands excitedly. Even Ye Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Soon, 10 strong young men strode out of the team with their heads held high. They all had muscular bodies and a gleam of victory in their eyes. A Biao, who was in the lead, moved his neck, making a cracking sound. "Instructor, don't blame us for being too harsh later." Gui Wangda calmly took off his sunglasses and leather jacket and threw them on the ground, revealing the tight white vest underneath. When he stretched his muscles, the joints all over his body made crisp cracking sounds, as if a beast that had been sleeping for many years was waking up. Those originally cloudy eyes were now shining with brilliance, and the long-lost blood was surging in the veins. After so many years, he can finally display his kung fu openly again. "Watch this!" a loud shout came. Ghost King Da dragged his lame leg and rushed towards his 10 strong younger brothers at an astonishing speed. Although his figure is a little bloated, every movement he makes is clean, neat, and full of explosive power. Bang! The first straight punch hit A Biao's chest, and the 1.8-meter tall strong man flew backwards. Gui Wangda turned around and knocked down 2 men with a beautiful sweeping kick. He knew the secret of using fewer troops to defeat more never gets arounded. I saw him moving flexibly among his younger brothers, sometimes using them as shields, and sometimes using their opponent's force to counter-attack. Instead of being a burden, the lame leg became an unexpected weapon. "Ah! My waist! How can this old guy be so flexible?" Screams rang out one after another. Every move of Gui Wangda is just right, neither seriously injuring the opponent nor making him temporarily lose his combat effectiveness. In less than 3 minutes, 10 strong men were lying on the ground in a mess. Some of them held their stomachs and groaned, some rubbed their numb arms, and everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. "Thank you." Ghost King Da breathed slightly and saluted with his fists clasped. Although there was sweat on his forehead, the look in his eyes was brighter than ever. He turned to look at the stunned crowd. His voice booming. "Now, does anyone still doubt my ability as an instructor?" 10 little brothers were lying on the ground in a mess, with disbelief written all over their faces. They rubbed their aching shoulders and backs, and the look they gave Ghost King Da had changed from contempt to awe. This middle-aged man with a beer belly and a limp. He actually knocked down 10 of their elite soldiers in just 3 minutes. The training ground was completely silent, and everyone was stunned by this shocking scene. A moment later, thunderous applause and cheers broke out. "That's amazing! The instructor is awesome! This is incredible!" Luo Tianhong nodded slightly, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Although Gui Wangda is not his opponent, his strength is indeed worthy of respect. Wang Daqiang, Xiao Erhao, and others looked at each other in surprise. Although they have made rapid progress recently with the help of 110 times the learning effect. But now it is not possible to deal with 10 strong brothers so cleanly and neatly. Ye Fan looked at the scene with satisfaction and strode to the center of the field. "Did you see that?" His voice echoed in the training ground. "From today on, Gui Wangda is the instructor of our Minghua society. Anyone who disobeys," his eyes were stern, "will be punished according to the gang rules. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Brother Fan." Hundreds of younger brothers responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Luo Tianhong, He Jinyan and others also saluted respectfully with their fists clasped. Gui Wangda stood in the center of the field, bathed in the admiring gazes of everyone. After so many years, he finally felt the dignity of a warrior again. He straightened his back, as if he had returned to the glorious days of the Devil Muscle Man. He Jinyan was also stunned. Looking at the majestic Ghost King Da in the center of the field, a different light flashed in his eyes. This middle-aged instructor whom he once mistakenly thought was old glass. At this moment, in his eyes, he has become a true martial arts master. He secretly made up his mind to learn some real kung fu from Gui Wangda. Gui Wangda keenly noticed He Jinyan's gaze and gave him a friendly smile. This smile contained so much hope, the future of ancient Chinese martial arts being carried forward by this young man. "Mr. Ye, this is my boxing manual. I hope it can be helpful to you. Ghost King De solemnly took out the yellowed ancient book from his small bag and handed it to Ye Fan with both hands. Ye Fan nodded, took the boxing manual, and then returned to his office to read it carefully. When he saw the content clearly, his eyes lit up. This was clearly the true teachings of Xing Yi Quan. He couldn't wait to practice in the office. With each move, the restless energy and blood in his body were gradually consumed. But the burning anger was never completely dissipated. The next morning, Ye Fan arrived at the training ground early to inspect. Looking at Gui Wangda training his younger brothers meticulously, he nodded with satisfaction. After giving a few instructions, he hurriedly hailed a taxi. "Master, let's go to Repulse Bay." Ye Fan gave the address of Ali's home. The thick and soft yoga mat that Ali mentioned yesterday came to my mind. Ye Fan sat in the back seat of the taxi, looking at the street scenes passing by outside the window, feeling restless inside. Even after a night, the heat was still surging in his body, causing beads of sweat to appear on his forehead from time to time. Recalling the predicament of last night, Ye Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he returned home, Gang Sheng and his aunt saw that his face was flushed and his forehead was sweating, and they mistakenly thought that he was physically weak due to excessive practice. Without saying a word, the aunt cooked a pot of tonic soup, and Gang Sheng even said he would feed it to him. Ye Fan was also very helpless and had to drink the whole pot of nourishing soup. And drinking that pot of thick nourishing soup was like adding fuel to the fire. The worst thing was that when watching TV at night, Gang Sheng would snuggle in his arms innocently. The girl has a faint body fragrance and a soft body. And that unintentional twisting, Ye Fan just felt hot and uncomfortable all over. When Hong Kong student accidentally touched his hidden pistol. Those big watery eyes were full of confusion. "Ye Fan, why are you watching TV with a gun?" At that moment, Ye Fan wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He fled to the bathroom in a panic and took a cold shower for half an hour, but still couldn't extinguish the raging fire in his body. Post views, 43. 054 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 054. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. So, he hurried to Ali's house early in the morning to teach her Kung Fu. Also because when he was having dinner, date, and taking a walk with Ali yesterday, he felt Ali's feelings for him. So he planned to take Ali down today. Ye Fan sat in the back seat of the taxi, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his knees. The early morning sunlight shone through the car window onto his slightly flushed face, outlining a tense outline. As a 17 or 18-year-old boy in puberty, the hormones surging in his body almost made him lose his mind. If it weren't for the concentration of the Grand Master of Transformation. He had already gone to chat with the fifth girl, but chatting is not good for the body. "Master, let's go to the supermarket and the flower market first." Ye Fan suddenly spoke, his voice a little lower than usual. In the supermarket and flower market, Ye Fan quickly bought a few items and then deliberately went to the bookstore area. His eyes wandered among the bookshelves and finally locked on a book called Traditional Chinese Medicine Massage and A Cup Ointment Massage. His slender fingers gently stroked the pages of the book, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Back in the taxi, Ye Fan flipped through the books at an astonishing speed. The 1100-fold learning efficiency allowed him to fully grasp the essence of the book within just 30 minutes of visiting Ali's house. As a martial arts master, he was already well versed in the meridians and acupoints of the human body, and now he had mastered them to a greater degree. Every massage technique and every sensitive A-cup ointment formed a three-dimensional image in his mind. He is also a qualified massage master. Ye Fan stood in front of Ali's villa. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, he quickly put all the bags in his hands into the system space. This portable storage function was tailor-made for this moment, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Ding dong! The moment the doorbell rang, brisk footsteps were heard in the house. The door opened and Ali stood at the doorway. The translucent silk home clothes made Yefan's blood boil instantly. Yefan! Ali exclaimed in surprise, with a cunning light flashing in her talking eyes. She deliberately turned around, and the silk fabric fluttered in the wind, outlining a curve that made one's blood boil. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yefan tried hard to suppress the heat in his nasal cavity, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He hurriedly circulated his internal energy to suppress the surging blood and energy. This Ali was clearly playing with fire. At this time, Ali pouted her red lips coquettishly and stood at the door with her hands on her hips. The thin home clothes swayed slightly with her movements, outlining a curve that made her heart beat faster. Yefan, you clearly said yesterday that you would bring a gift. She drew out her voice, but her eyes couldn't help but glance behind Yefan, wanting to see where he had hidden the surprise. Yefan came back to his senses and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ali, who says surprises have to be held in your hands? He deliberately lowered his voice and said, I'll show you a big treasure later. It will definitely open your eyes. Pooh! Ali's pretty face turned slightly red and she spat lightly, but she still couldn't help looking at Yefan curiously. She stepped aside to make way for the door and gestured, please. Come in, I'll show you my boudoir. Oh no, it's my training room. As he stepped into the villa, Yefan's eyes lit up. The spacious living room has a ceiling height of nearly 6 meters, and the crystal chandelier reflects brilliant light. The European-style decoration exudes luxury everywhere. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window next to the leather sofa is a carefully maintained private garden. How is it? My house is pretty good, right? Ali turned around proudly, her silk pajamas fluttering in the wind. My parents are doing business abroad all year round, and I live here alone. He winked at Yefan. Hearing this, Yefan couldn't help but feel happy. It's good to be alone at home, free and at ease. Walking into the spacious and bright living room, Ali gracefully gestured for Yefan to sit on the leather sofa. She turned and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of iced lemonade, and crystal clear water droplets slid down the wall of the glass. Here Ali handed the cup to Yefan and sat on the single sofa opposite. She held her chin with both hands, and her beautiful eyes looked at the young man in front of her who made her heart beat fast with interest. Noticing the blush on Yefan's face, Ali couldn't help but smile. Could it be that this kung fu master who could knock out the Black Bear commander with one punch actually gets shy? Yefan took a sip of lemon water, and the cool liquid slightly relieved the heat in his body. He met Ali's inquiring gaze and smiled mysteriously. Ali, now I'm going to show you a surprise. He put down the cup and opened his hands. Today I'm going to show you a magic trick. Magic? Ali widened her eyes in surprise, her red lips slightly parted. She looked Yefan up and down. A simple white shirt and slim-fit trousers don't look like there are any props hidden. Yefan stood up with a smile and turned around gracefully. Look carefully, I'm not hiding anything on me. He turned up his shirt collar and showed his empty trouser pockets. Not even a coin. Ali's curiosity was completely aroused. She put down the water cup and leaned forward unconsciously. So what magic trick are you going to perform? The silk pajamas fell slightly as she moved, revealing a section of her snow-white shoulders. Yefan sat back on the leather sofa, tapping his knees lightly with his slender fingers. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Ali with burning eyes. Ali, if I were to give you flowers, what kind of flowers would you like? Ali crossed her arms over her chest, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed. She had just seen with her own eyes Yefan showing his empty pockets, and no matter how she looked at him, there was no way he could hide a flower. Could it be that this young man with great kung fu skills can actually perform magic? What flower? Ali deliberately dragged out the tone, and her red lips curled up in a provocative arc. Preferably red roses, but are you sure? She suddenly leaned forward, her collar barely visible. Are you sure you can make it out now? Yefan stood up calmly, slowly spreading his hands in front of him. Watch this, Ali." His voice suddenly became deep and magnetic. "Next. It's time to witness a miracle." Ali curled her lips, with an expression that said, "Let me see what tricks you can come up with." But her eyes were unconsciously fixed on Ye Fan's every move. Ye Fan smiled evilly, and suddenly put his right hand behind his back. He said in a pretentious manner, "Ami Ami, ho." Just when Ali couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Fan quickly took out a bouquet of roses from the system space and placed it in his right hand. Then he took the rose in his right hand from behind and brought it in front of Ali. A bouquet of 18 roses, full and gorgeous. Ali held the bouquet of beautiful roses in both hands, her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her red lips were slightly parted, looking very cute. "Oh my God," she exclaimed, her slender fingers gently touching the petals. "It's actually a real rose." The rich floral scent lingered at her nose, making her take a deep breath involuntarily. Post views, 41,055 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 055. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Ali looked up at Ye Fan, her big, expressive eyes flashing with incredible light. "Ye Fan, how did you do it?" His voice was filled with unconcealable surprise. Ye Fan looked at Ali's surprised expression, and a sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up in a devilish arc. "This is nothing." As he spoke, he deliberately lowered his voice, with a hint of temptation. "Tell me, what other flowers do you want? I can make them for you." "Really?" Ali's eyes lit up and she became as excited as a child who got a new toy. Then I want jasmine." She tilted her head, her eyes filled with a complex mixture of expectation and suspicion. Ye Fan calmly put his hands behind his back again, muttering to himself, "Ami, Ami, jasmine." With this funny spell, his right hand pulled out several snow-white jasmine flowers from behind his back like a magic trick. The fresh floral scent immediately filled the living room, intertwining with the fragrance of roses. "Wow!" Ali took the jasmine flower in surprise and sniffed it. "It smells so good." She looked at the rose in her left hand and then at the jasmine in her right hand. When he looked up at Ye Fan again, his eyes were already full of admiring stars. "Ye Fan, you are so amazing." At this moment, Ali has been completely conquered by Ye Fan's magic, and she looks so cute with her red lips slightly open. She suddenly realized that the young man in front of her was not only skilled in martial arts but also knowledgeable. He is actually a hidden magic master. "Ye Fan, you are amazing." Ali couldn't help but exclaim, her red lips trembling slightly. Seeing Ali's shocked and admiring look, Ye Fan was very satisfied and smiled. "Tell me, what other flowers do you want?" "I want carnations, white roses, and..." She named more than a dozen flowers in one breath, and stared at Ye Fan's hands expectantly every time she said one. Ye Fan was seen calmly and unhurriedly. His hands, like magic tricks, kept producing bouquets of flowers from behind his back, from his sleeves, and even from the air. The elegance of carnations, the purity of white roses, the nobility of lilies. Soon, the coffee table and sofa in the living room were piled with colorful bouquets, and the rich floral fragrance filled the entire space. This is impossible," Ali muttered to herself, completely stunned. She stood up suddenly and rushed to Ye Fan without caring about her image. Her delicate hands touched Ye Fan's chest and waist directly, trying to find the mechanism of hiding the flower. "There's really nothing." Ali's little hands wandered over Ye Fan's body, but only touched his strong muscles. She looked up, her eyes full of admiration and confusion. "Ye Fan, this is no longer magic, it's simply magic." As she spoke, she shook Ye Fan's arm coquettishly, and the softness of her chest accidentally rubbed against Ye Fan's arm. "Tell me, how did you do it?" Her voice was so sweet that honey could drip out. Ye Fan couldn't help laughing and pressed Ali's shoulders, gently pushing her back onto the sofa. He blinked mysteriously and said, "Don't be impatient, the magic show has just begun. Didn't you say yesterday that you like to eat fruit? Tell me, what kind of fruit do you want to eat? I will make it for you." Ali held her cheeks with both hands, her eyes shining. "Okay. Then I want to eat a banana." Her red lips pouted slightly. Snap! Yefan snapped his fingers. His right hand pulled out a big, golden and plump banana from behind his back like a magic trick. The curved shape of the banana glows attractively under the light. "Wow!" Ali exclaimed. He grabbed the banana and played with it lovingly. "It's so big, so thick, it must be delicious." She stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips unconsciously. This unintentional action made Yefan's Adam's apple roll, and the anger in his body intensified a little. Before Ali recovered from her surprise, Yefan snapped his fingers again. This time, a big, green, thick cucumber appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Oh my God!" Ali jumped up from the sofa in shock and grabbed the cucumber to look at it carefully. She turned the fresh and juicy cucumber over and over to examine it. He grabbed Yefan's hand and looked at it over and over again, but he couldn't find any flaws. "Yefan!" Ali finally couldn't help it. She hugged Yefan's arm and pressed her soft chest against him. "If you don't tell me the secret of this magic today." She deliberately put on a serious face, but couldn't hide the curiosity in her eyes. I'll ignore you." As she spoke, she stomped her feet childishly. Her coquettish and angry look made Yefan's heart warm. Yefan looked at Ali's beautiful eyes that were full of curiosity. "I knew that if I didn't say something, this girl would probably get so anxious that she would jump up and down. Put yourself in his shoes and imagine if someone else performed like this to him. He definitely can't control it and definitely wants to get to the bottom of it." So he slowly sat back down on the leather sofa. He picked up the lemonade and took a sip. The cool liquid calmed him down a little. "Ali," Yefan put down the glass and his expression suddenly became serious. "Actually, I do have some special abilities." "Special abilities?" Ali suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her eyes wide open. "Like the mutants in the movies?" She excitedly rushed to Yefan, and her little hand unconsciously grabbed his arm. "Then can you make money out of it? If you can, wouldn't we be rich?" At the end of her words, her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Yefan was amused by Ali's naive idea. He gently squeezed her soft little hand and asked, "What are you thinking about?" He lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. "I can only conjure things I've prepared in advance, like these flowers and fruits." Although Yefan said that he had special abilities, he would not talk about the system space. After listening to Yefan's explanation, Ali's beautiful eyes still flashed with incredible light. She held her cheeks with her hands and exclaimed like a child who had discovered a new world. "Oh my God! Yefan, it turns out there really are special abilities in this world." She squirmed on the sofa in excitement. "I've only seen them in novels and movies before, but I never thought there would be one right next to me." Yefan looked at Ali's innocent look and couldn't help but smile knowingly. But soon, his expression became extremely serious. "Ali, you must keep this a secret." He lowered his voice, his tone more serious than ever. "If others knew, what will happen?" Ali tilted her head, her red lips slightly parted. Yefan deliberately gave a bitter smile. "Just think about it. If the government or those crazy scientists knew." Yefan's voice became increasingly low. "They will definitely send someone to capture me and lock me up in a lab, to slice me up and study me." "Ah!" Ali jumped up from the sofa in shock, and her pretty face turned pale in an instant. She grabbed Yefan's hand, her voice filled with tears. Then why did you tell me? What if I accidentally let it slip?" At this point, Ali was suddenly stunned. She stared at Yefan blankly, her eyes gradually turning red. This young man actually trusted her so much that he was willing to share such an important secret. Yefan, Ali's voice was soft, with unprecedented seriousness and emotion. Post views, 39,056 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 056. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Yefan stared into Ali's tearful eyes, his voice gentle and firm. Ali, I have never told anyone this secret, but I trust you completely. He gently held Ali's slightly trembling little hand. In my heart, you have long been the person I trust the most. Ali's eyes instantly became moist, and crystal tears trembled on her eyelashes. She held Yefan's hand tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Yefan. At this moment, all words seem pale and powerless. Looking at the girl in front of me who was so moved that she was speechless. Yefan took a deep breath and decided to pursue the victory. Ali, actually, he looked directly into Ali's eyes, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? These words were like a sweet bomb, exploding in Ali's heart. Her face flushed instantly, and even her ears were stained pink. This confession that she had been dreaming of came so suddenly. I do. Ali's voice was shaking with excitement. But then she remembered something, bit her lip and asked timidly. But, is it true that I'm a few years older than you? Do you really not mind? Yefan chuckled and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of Ali's eyes. Silly, a woman who is 3 years older than you is a treasure. His thumb caressed Ali's delicate cheek. Besides, you are so beautiful and cute, I feel like I have found a treasure. Yefan Ali could no longer control her inner joy and threw herself into Yefan's arms. She raised her head and parted her red lips, then from today on, you are my boyfriend. Yefan looked at the shy and lovely Ali in his arms. Her rosy lips and graceful curves made his heart burn. He picked up Ali and spun her around in the spacious living room, causing Ali to exclaim in surprise. Ah! Yefan Ali patted Yefan's shoulder coquettishly, but he took the opportunity to kiss her red lips. This kiss was like thunder from heaven that ignited fire from the earth, and Yefan felt that the blood in his body was boiling. Ali was a little shy at first, but soon responded awkwardly. Just when Yefan wanted to take a step further, he keenly noticed that Ali's body stiffened slightly. Although it was only a slight resistance, he, as a master of Huajin, immediately caught it. Yefan suppressed the surging desire in his body and calmed himself down with his powerful martial arts will. Hey, Yefan took a deep breath and reluctantly let go of Ali. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of me with rosy cheeks and flowing eyes. He gently tidied up her messy hair. Ali, I promised to teach you Kung Fu today. Ali lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes with her slender fingers, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. I'm going to change into a set of training clothes. She secretly looked up at Yefan, then quickly lowered her head. Go to the training room on the second floor and wait for me. Yefan nodded and watched Ali flee to the bedroom like a frightened little rabbit. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, then turned and went upstairs, pushing open the door of the training room. When Yefan stepped into the training room, his eyes suddenly opened up. The entire wall of the room was inlaid with floor-to-ceiling mirrors. In the center lies a huge milky white yoga mat, which feels soft and elastic when stepped on. Treadmills, dumbbells and other fitness equipment are neatly placed in the corner, making it look like a professional private gym. This environment is really nice, Yefan secretly admired, took off his shoes and stepped onto the yoga mat. He did some warm-up exercises in front of the mirror, and his tall and slender figure was reflected in the mirror. After a while, Ali, who had changed into her training clothes, pushed the door open and walked in. She was wearing a white corseted training suit that perfectly outlined her slender waist. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she looked heroic yet charming. But that pretty face was still flushed, which contrasted with Yefan's flushed face. Afan Ali called out in a tender voice, and walked to Yefan awkwardly. I've been studying at the elite center for a long time, but I haven't learned many tricks. She blinked her big watery eyes and tugged at Yefan's sleeve coquettishly. Don't think I'm stupid. Yefan resisted the urge to hold her in his arms. He rubbed the top of Ali's head lovingly, and his fingertips felt like silk. He smiled gently and said, "Silly girl, how could I dislike you?" As he spoke, he gently cupped Ali's cheek. "As your boyfriend, I will definitely teach you step by step and carefully." Ali looked up, her eyes full of expectation and confusion. Yefan continued, "Actually, I have a special method." His voice suddenly became mysterious. "I can use the massage method to help you dredge your meridians, especially the Ren and Du meridians. This way you can learn Kung Fu with half the effort and twice the result." "Ah!" Ali widened her beautiful eyes and opened her red lips slightly. "Aren't these Ren and Du meridians only found in martial arts novels?" She looked at Yefan suspiciously. Suddenly I remembered those incredible magics and the special abilities he mentioned. "Wait!" Ali suddenly grabbed Yefan's hand, her eyes flashing with excitement. "Yefan, are you telling the truth? Is it really like opening up the Ren and Du meridians like in those martial arts dramas?" Her voice trembled with excitement. "Can it really turn me into a Kung Fu genius?" Yefan stared into Ali's clear eyes with an unprecedented seriousness. "Ali, from now on you must trust me completely and cooperate with me wholeheartedly." He gently held Ali's hands. "I will use special massage techniques to stimulate your acupuncture points and then use them to open up your meridians. This process is very important, you must not resist at all." Ali looked at Yefan's resolute profile, and her heart beat faster involuntarily. Although this statement sounds like a fantasy, but the young man in front of her has already brought her too many incredible surprises. What's more, he is her boyfriend now. "Yes." Ali nodded vigorously, her eyes full of trust. "I believe you, Afan." Blushing, she added, "I'm all yours now. Of course I'll cooperate with you completely." Yefan's heart warmed up and he suppressed the surging impulse. He pointed to the yoga mat and said gently, "Lie down, relax, and close your eyes." As he spoke, he gently patted Ali's little hand. Ali was also very cooperative. She lay down on the yoga mat, closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Yefan took a deep breath and stared at Ali's curvaceous figure on the yoga mat. She lay flat on her back obediently, her long eyelashes trembling slightly and her red lips pursed. That look of anticipation and nervousness made Yefan's heart warm. "I'm going to start." Yefan's voice was slightly hoarse, and his hands slowly fell on Ali's slender shoulders and neck. He used the massage technique he had just learned, pressing his thumb precisely on the Fengqi cup ointment with just the right amount of force. Ali couldn't help but let out a soft hum. I felt a warm current spreading from my neck, and my toes curled up in comfort. She half closed her eyes and said in a soft voice, "Afan, it feels so good." Yefan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his hands slowly moved down along Ali's spine. His fingertips seemed to have magic power, and every time he pressed an A-cup ointment, it would cause Ali to tremble slightly. Especially when pressing the waist point, Ali's whole body tensed up and she cried out, "Ah! There, it feels so strange." Post views, 42. 057 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 057. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Relax. Yefan's voice was low and gentle, but his hands did not stop moving. He deliberately stayed on Ali's sensitive acupuncture points for a while longer, causing her breathing to quicken. Gradually, Ali's fair skin turned an alluring pink. She twisted her body restlessly, her voice filled with tears. "Yefan, I'm so hot." Those big watery eyes were full of confusion. Yefan also felt a dry mouth. "Ali looks like she's ready to be picked," and she exudes a faint fragrance. It made the blood and energy in his body surge even more violently. As Yefan pressed the last technique, Ali's body suddenly trembled and a strange flush appeared all over her body. She suddenly opened her eyes gleaming with brilliance. He actually jumped up like a carp and made a standard starting posture. Yefan. Ali's voice was filled with unprecedented confidence, let's compete. Her long legs were spread apart, her slender fingers were like blooming orchids, and her whole aura changed drastically, as if she had been reborn. Yefan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the effect of massage technique in opening up the meridians was so significant. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, let me see how powerful our ally is now. Before he finished speaking, Yefan's body was as fast as lightning, and he used Bajiquan's probing fist to attack Ali's upper, middle, and lower roads. Ali was not in a hurry. She twisted her slender waist and performed a snake-wrapped hand move, which actually dissolved Yefan's attack into nothingness. Interesting. Yefan laughed loudly, changing his moves like the wind, and performing Wing Chun sun-shaped punch one after another. What surprised and caught Ali off guard was Yefan actually incorporated his own Kato hand and sucking and licking technique into the fight, making his moves bizarre and changeable. Ali was not to be outdone and opened her red lips slightly. Suddenly, a clear flute sound was heard, and the sound waves made Yefan's body freeze. At the same time, she took the opportunity to use the tree roots technique, and her long, beautiful legs wrapped around Yefan's lower body like a snake. What a great sonic flute technique and tree roots! Amazing! Yefan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his body moved like a dragon. The two men were fighting back and forth in the spacious training room, their fists and feet colliding with each other, making crisp pa-pa sounds. This was the first time Yefan had fought so vigorously since he traveled through time. Usually the opponents are either too weak or vulnerable. After a hearty exchange, Ali's strength and energy were exhausted, but in the end, Yefan was more skilled. Yefan leaned against the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the training room and took out a pack of Marlboro from the system space. With a flick of his slender fingers, the cigarette fell precisely between his lips. The lighter ignited with a click, and wisps of green smoke swirled in the air. Hu Yefan blew out a perfect smoke ring and squinted at Ali, who was slumped on the yoga mat. This girl whose meridians had just been opened up by herself. It was really surprising that I could fight with him, a master at the peak of Huajin, for more than an hour. Alixiong lay on her back, sweating profusely. Her training clothes were already in disarray, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The look she gave Yefan was full of admiration and fascination, as if she was looking at a god. Afan, Ali's voice was soft and charming, from now on, I will listen to you. She struggled to get up and knelt obediently at Yefan's feet, like a docile kitten. Yefan reached out and rubbed the top of Ali's head, with a satisfied smile on his face. Just practice at home from now on, I will teach you personally. He leaned over and whispered in Ali's ear, I promise it will be much more in-depth than what's taught at the elite center. Ali's pretty face flushed, but she nodded without hesitation. At this moment, her heart and eyes were filled with only Yefan. The 100% loyalty that the system prompted just now was still echoing in Yefan's mind, making him feel even better. Sunlight streams into the practice room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yefan hugged Ali and slowly revealed his true identity, the leader of the Minghua society. After hearing this, Ali was slightly stunned, but soon she smiled and gently stroked Yefan's cheek with her slender jade fingers. I don't care if you're a gang leader or a street vendor, I'm going to follow you for the rest of my life. Yefan felt warm in his heart and couldn't help but kiss Ali on the forehead. The system is indeed reliable, 100% loyalty makes a difference. Ali, Yefan said seriously, next you have to concentrate on practicing, and also learn management and financial knowledge. He pinched the tip of Ollie's upturned nose and directly asked the system to increase Ollie's learning speed to 120 times. You are now a genius who has opened up the Ren and Du meridians. This is a piece of cake for you. Allie nodded obediently, her eyes full of determination. I'll listen to you. As she said that, she rubbed against Ye Fan's arms again, like a clingy kitten. In the following days, Ye Fan lived a carefree life like a god. In the morning, he ate breakfast with his aunt and Gang Sheng. During the day, he went to Minghua headquarters to handle business. Whenever he had free time, he would sneak to Ollie's house to learn martial arts. The two young men who had just tasted the forbidden fruit of Kung Fu seemed to have endless energy and often practiced until late at night. Sometimes Ye Fan would teach Allie how to practice martial arts step by step, and Allie would learn very seriously and cooperate. Sometimes the two would compete in the practice room until they were exhausted, and then fall asleep in each other's arms on the yoga mat. Days like this made Ye Fan, a time traveler, truly feel what it means to only envy the Mandarin ducks and not the immortals. On the same day that Ye Fan went to Ollie's house for a date. In the most luxurious nightclub Golden Splendor in Mongkok District, Hong Kong Island. In a neon-lit box, a group of gangsters were surrounding a man in an orange suit and toasting him flatteringly. The man had an untidy beard and a wide-open collar. He was none other than Li Qunkan, one of the 12 leaders of the Hongxing sect, nicknamed Liang Kun. He was drinking with a bar woman who was dressed very flashily. The gorgeous and indifferent bar girl who was accompanying him was also an acquaintance of Liang Kun who often accompanied him. Brother Kun, have another drink. The heavily made-up bar girl was almost sticking to handsome Kun. Fingers painted with scarlet nail polish traced circles on his chest. Liang Kun had a gloomy face. He gulped down a glass of whiskey and smashed the glass on the table. He roughly hugged the bar girl and bit her neck, making the woman laugh softly. In fact, the bar girl noticed that Liang Kun was not in a good mood in recent days and was not as happy to drink as before. Brother Kun, you seem unhappy, she asked cautiously. At the same time, the heavily made-up hostess Ahong came closer with her slender waist, but was pushed away by Liang Kun. Get out of here! Liang Kun gulped down a glass of whiskey, and the glass slammed heavily on the coffee table. His scarlet eyes swept across the box, scaring his younger brothers so much that they dared not make a sound. Ahong rubbed her sore shoulder and bravely moved closer. Brother Kun, is it because I'm not serving you well? If you're unhappy, I can change you. Snap! A loud slap sent Ahong flying onto the sofa. Liang Kun ripped off his tie, revealing the hideous tattoo on his neck, and his voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against his neck. Happy? I'm happy for your mother. That idiot Bobby owed me 20 million, and now he's been killed. Who can I ask for the money? Ahong covered her burning cheeks, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't dare let them fall. She has been with Liang Kun for so many years, but this is the first time she has been beaten. At this moment, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She should not have asked that question. Kun, brother Kun, let me pour you some wine. Ahong picked up the bottle tremblingly and carefully filled it up for brother Kun. Her fingers were still shaking, and a few drops of wine spilled out, immediately drawing a fierce glare from Liang Kun. Post views, 37. 058 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 058. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Waste. Liang Kun snatched the bottle and took a big gulp of whiskey. The alcohol made his bloodshot eyes even redder. By that idiot! He can even kill himself playing with women. Why don't you pay me back first? 20 million. He smashed the bottle against the wall, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. The guys in the box were so silent that they even breathed softly. Inch explosion. Liang Kun suddenly turned to a thin man sitting in the corner. Although the man was sitting, it was clear that he was of substantial build, with scars covering his bare arms. He is none other than the most powerful fighter under Liang Kun, a man known for his skill as Kun Bao, who came from underground black boxing. Have you found out? Did Ba Bai really die from playing with women? Liang Kun's voice was eerie and terrifying. Kun Bao stood up respectfully and said in a low voice, "Brother Kun, I went to check it myself." He touched the scar on his face. The medical examiner's report said it was a stroke, a heart attack from playing with a woman. After listening to Kun Bao's report, Liang Kun's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He slammed the table and stood up, causing the glass coffee table to rattle. Bullshit! Liang Kun ripped open his orange suit, revealing the wrinkled shirt underneath. I've been in the underworld for so many years, and I've never heard of a big brother dying from playing with women. He grabbed the bottle and took a gulp, the wine dripping down his chin. Ye Fan? Ming Hua? What a shitty little club. Kun Bao lowered his head respectfully and continued to report, "Brother Kun, I've checked. That day, Ba Bai led more than 300 people to the Rainbow District, but was defeated by Ye Fan and his 100+ people. Waste." Liang Kun suddenly jumped up and kicked over the coffee table in front of him. Fruit plates and wine bottles shattered to the ground. 300 men can't defeat 100? That loser Bobby deserves to die. The box was completely silent, even the music was quietly turned off by my younger brother. Liang Kun panted, lit a cigarette and took a few deep puffs. In the smoke, his bearded face looked particularly ferocious. Suddenly, Liang Kun laughed sinisterly, "Kun Bao, spread my words." He looked around at the younger brothers present and lowered his voice to a very low level. "From today on, it's not Ye Fan who killed Ba Bai, nor is it him who killed himself playing with women." He paused deliberately, a vicious glint in his eyes. Big Boss B had someone kill him. Do you understand? Kun Bao and his fellow brothers responded in unison, "Understood, Brother Kun." A gleam of light flashed in Kun Bao's eyes, and he immediately understood Liang Kun's deep meaning. He was trying to take advantage of the situation and kill two birds with one stone. Liang Kun held a cigarette in his mouth, narrowed his bloodshot eyes, and thought to himself. He and Big Brother B have had a long-standing grudge, and Ba Bai's death this time is just the perfect excuse. And his arrogant henchman Chen Hunan had already threatened to kill Ba Bai. Now is a good opportunity to blame Big Boss B for Ba Bai's death. As for the 20 million, Liang Kun licked his lips. He must get it back with interest. The next day, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the Hongxing headquarters was solemn. The leader Zhang Tiansheng sat in the main seat, and Chen Yao stood beside him with a white paper fan. Liang Kun sat casually on the left side of Zhang Tiansheng, his orange suit standing out among the crowd of black suits. The Big Boss B sitting opposite had a gloomy expression on his face, and behind him stood his henchman Chen Hunan and others. Zhang Tiansheng's slender fingers tapped lightly on the rosewood tabletop, his eyes moving back and forth between Liang Kun and Big Brother B. Today, his main task was to resolve the conflict between the two hall masters, Liang Kun and Big Brother B. Therefore, the other hall masters were not called to join the meeting. "Mr. Zhang," Liang Kun tugged at the collar of his orange suit and spoke sinisterly. "I found out that Chen Hunan, that traitor, actually dared to kill my sworn brother, Ba Bai." He slammed his hands on the table, making the teacups clink. "Although we're both Hongxing brothers, I have to avenge this." "Bullshit!" Chen Hunan stood up with a bang, and the chair behind him fell to the ground with a clang. Pheasant and Banana Peel also stood up, their eyes wide open with anger. Chen Hunan pointed at Liang Kun's nose and cursed, "Liang Kun, stop spitting bloody words at me. It is obvious that Ba Bai died from playing with women, and the whole world knows it. In addition, I also heard that Ba Bai had a fight with Ye Fan from Rainbow Housing a few days ago. Now that Ye Fan has taken over our territory, you, Liang Kun, are clearly framing me." Tisk tisk tisk, Liang Kun slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. His eyes were terrifyingly sinister through the smoke. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more unruly. He deliberately dragged out his tone and turned to look at Big Brother B. Brother B, your little brother, doesn't even know the difference between superiors and inferiors. How dare he talk to me like that? My little brother would never do that to you. Big Brother B faces the sarcasm of Liang Kun. He simply raised his eyelids lightly and gestured for Chen Hunan to sit down. Anan, don't get excited. The innocent will be cleared. Mr. Zhang will naturally uphold justice. Chen Hunan suppressed his anger, glared at Liang Kun fiercely before sitting down again. When Liang Kun saw this, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. This big boss B actually dared to protect his own people so much and didn't take him, the hall master, seriously at all. He secretly swore in his heart, one day, Big Boss B and his family will pay the price. Okay, okay, Zhang Tiansheng clapped his hands at the right time, and his gentle voice broke the tense atmosphere. We are all brothers, why should we ruin the relationship over a dead person? He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then turned his gaze to Chen Hunan. Anan, tell me honestly, was it you who arranged this incident with Bobby? Chen Hunan stood up quickly and looked at Zhang Tiansheng. Mr. Zhang. His voice was strong and powerful. I, Chen Hunan, have always been bold and responsible for what I do. If it was me, I will never deny it, but if it was not me, I will not admit it even if you kill me. Chen Hunan straightened his back and looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze. I, Chen Hunan, act with integrity and will never resort to despicable tactics to deal with my enemies. Yes, I said before that I would kill Bobby. Because that bastard keeps selling wealth pills on my property. At this point, Chen Hunan's eyes lit up with anger. Everyone knows that our Hongxing rule is to not touch drugs, but this bastard Bobby just won't listen. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Now he died on a woman, it was really a bargain for him. How dare you? Liang Kun stood up suddenly, his orange suit was particularly dazzling under the light. His hoarse voice was like sandpaper rubbing against the ground. Chen Hunan, you're looking for death. Enough. Zhang Tiansheng slammed the table, and a few drops of tea splashed out of the cup. He first waved to Chen Hunan, Anan, sit down. He turned around and put on a warm smile and looked at Liang Kun. Ah Kun, we all know Hunan's character. If he really did it, he would definitely not deny it, don't you think? Liang Kun's face was gloomy and his forehead veins were bulging. He stared at Zhang Tiansheng's smiling eyes, then glanced at Chen Hunan who had a provocative look on his face. Finally, his gaze fell on Big Brother B's gloomy face. Ha! Liang Kun suddenly smiled sinisterly and spread his hands, since Mr. Zhang said so. He slowly adjusted his cuffs. What else can I say? Post views, 38. 059 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 059. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Zhang Tiansheng looked around the conference room with satisfaction. Seeing that Liang Kun and Big Brother B had temporarily stopped fighting, I felt a sense of accomplishment. As the leader, he can make the two hall masters who are as hostile as water and fire temporarily put aside their grudges. This feeling of being in control of the overall situation made the corners of his mouth rise unconsciously. Okay, that's the end of this matter. Zhang Tiansheng crossed his hands on the table, his voice gentle but still majestic. Anyway, our Hongxing rule is not to touch drugs. Bobby has repeatedly sold fans in our territory, he really deserves to die. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, a gleam in his eyes. Although it wasn't one of our people who did it this time, his death was beautiful. Zhang Tiansheng smiled meaningfully, he died on a woman, leaving no evidence at all. If it was really done by Ye Fan from Rainbow Housing, his method is indeed very clever. The conference room suddenly became quiet and everyone pricked up their ears. Zhang Tiansheng slowly stood up, walked to the window and looked at the night. I heard that Ye Fan has now established Minghua, recruited thousands of followers, and unified the 6 streets of Rainbow Public Housing. He turned to look at the group. What do you think of this young man? I heard that Ye Fan is only 17 or 18 years old, but his kung fu is very powerful. Ba Bai and his 300 people couldn't beat him. What's even more rare is that I heard he's a handsome student. He looked around at everyone. You all know that I like talented people. If I could transfer him to Hongxing. After Zhang Tiansheng finished speaking, his eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces. Liang Kun yawned out of boredom, and his orange suit looked particularly dazzling under the light. He had already sent people to investigate Ye Fan, just a young man who could fight. He, Liang Kun, is only interested in making money and drugs. As for recruiting someone to join the company, oh, he was too lazy to worry about such trivial matters. Big Brother B touched his chin thoughtfully and turned to look at Chen Hunan behind him. Chen Hunan understood and immediately stood up and said, Mr. Zhang, how about leaving this matter to me? There was a glint of eagerness in his eyes. I will personally find out the details of Minghua and Ye Fan. If he really has the ability, we should find a way to get him to join our Hongxing team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tiansheng showed a satisfied smile on his face. He looked at this promising young man with admiration. Hunan, I trust you the most when it comes to my work. He patted Chen Hunan on the shoulder and said, remember, do it beautifully. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. Chen Hunan nodded solemnly, with a gleam in his eyes. He was also curious about Ye Fan, the rising star who had suddenly emerged. The meeting ended and everyone left one after another. It was also 3 days after Gui Wangda joined Minghua. Minghua's first serious business lunchbox delivery finally opened with great success. The plan began to be prepared at that important meeting a week ago. Now, thanks to the careful management of Xiao Erhao and Tang Niu, everything is ready. At 10 a.m., the lunchbox kitchen of Minghua Society was already bustling with activity. 50 large pots were on fire at the same time, and the 50 younger brothers' family members who were good at cooking were busy all the time. Tang Niu, wearing a white hat, is now the head chef of Minghua's lunchbox business and is patrolling the kitchen. Stew the ribs a little longer. Don't overcook the vegetables. Sometimes Tang Niu would wear an apron himself, hold a large spoon and flip over the pot to demonstrate his skills. Sometimes Tang Niu would take the account book and carefully check every ingredient. Remember, Brother Fan said that our Minghua lunch boxes must be clean and hygienic. One of the younger brothers pushed up his glasses and gave orders while referring to the list. Team A is responsible for loading the food, Team B is responsible for packing, and Team C is preparing for delivery. The results of yesterday's trial operation gave everyone more confidence. There were 6 construction sites, and a trial sale of 100 lunch boxes was conducted at each site, and they were sold out in less than 10 minutes. The workers held the hot lunch boxes with surprise written all over their faces. Only 7 yuan? And it comes with meat and vegetables? What a bargain! Because the weather is hot, a bowl of mung bean soup is given for free when you buy a lunch box. Although the mung beans are not cooked in large quantities and are rather watery, they are still very popular among the workers. All 100 meals were sold out in no time, and many workers almost got into a fight because they couldn't buy them. They also asked why we only brought 100 meals. After all, a box lunch for 7 yuan is quite a good deal, and it also comes with mung bean soup. In addition, the lunch boxes contain a lot of rice, which the workers like very much. You should know that a box lunch in some restaurants usually costs 8 to 10 yuan. Minghua's younger brothers also told the workers that they would start selling boxed lunches on a large scale starting today. Minghua's lunch box production address is a converted warehouse on Rainbow Street. Regarding food procurement, Skinny Monkey sends his younger brothers directly to farmland in the new territories to purchase the freshest vegetables from farmers. Meat is sourced directly from farms in Yunlong, eliminating the layers of markups by middlemen. The best part is that Xiaohao opened up purchasing channels from the mainland yesterday. Because of the exchange rate issue, meat and vegetables from the mainland are much cheaper than in Hong Kong Island. In the 1980s in Hong Kong Island, the cost of an ordinary box lunch was usually around HK $4-5. But Minghua society relies on its unique business model. The cost is reduced to HK $2-3 per portion, which also includes the chef's wages. Even better, Xiaohao completely avoided tax registration by operating through special channels. In the jargon of the underworld, this is a black shop, and the tax saved can be used to buy more vegetables and meat. It was lunchtime at noon and the 6 construction sites had finished work. Outside the construction site, Xiaohao specially asked his younger brother to build an eye-catching stall. The huge sign is painted with various pictures of lunch boxes. Glossy barbecued pork rice, golden seafood rice, sauce-colored pork rice, snow-white fish ball rice. Each serving contains 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, and comes with iced mung bean soup. At the top of the carefully designed billboard, the slogan "Workers' Lunch Boxes, workers will feel strong after eating them" is written in bright red font. Below is a set of real photos showing the kitchen environment. These photos were taken by Xiaohao according to Ye Fan's instructions. In the spacious and bright kitchen, chefs wearing masks and hats are busy on the stainless steel workbench. Fresh and juicy vegetables are being carefully washed. The distinct red and white pork was cut into evenly thin slices on the chopping board. In rows of shiny big pots, delicious food is steaming. These photos are to tell the workers that the lunch boxes are made in regular clean kitchens, not those dirty small workshops. The address was written in bold at the bottom of the billboard. Minghua Workers Canteen, 18 Rainbow Street. You're welcome to visit and inspect at any time. If you find anything that doesn't match the photo, we'll compensate you 100%. The guys in charge of sales are all dressed in uniform. They were wearing snow-white chef uniforms, crisp chef hats, and everyone had a Minghua Cuisine badge on their chests. Post views, 38. 060 in Hong Kong variety show, The Invincible Boss Chapter 060. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Therefore, Minghua carefully created a unique landscape at the lunchbox stall outside the construction site. 10 young men in uniform were preparing to maintain the queue in an orderly manner. A looping horn sound attracted the attention of many workers. Workers' canteen, workers' boxed lunches, workers eat and feel empowered. 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish for only 7 yuan, plus free iced mung bean soup. The workers' lunch boxes are clean and hygienic, don't miss them if you pass by. This novel form of publicity is the first of its kind on construction sites in Hong Kong Island. It was lunchtime, so many workers who had just finished work came in 2s and 3s. Some were holding the shriveled rice balls they brought with them, while others were planning to go to a nearby stall for lunch. Now they were attracted by the lively scene. Hey! What are they selling over there? Let's go and take a look. The workers gathered around curiously, and the first thing that caught their eyes was the eye-catching billboard. The kitchen photos shown above are eye-catching. Clean workstations, chefs wearing masks, fresh and tempting ingredients. This is completely different from the dirty and messy small workshops they imagined. In front of the stall, several open sample lunch boxes are even more appetizing. The white rice was piled up as high as a small mountain, and the shiny barbecued pork was shining with an attractive luster. The emerald green vegetables are still fresh and tender, and are served with a bowl of cool mung bean soup. I had this meal yesterday, it was really good. I didn't expect it to be even more professional and hygienic today. This is only $7. Another worker with calloused hands swallowed. It's even better than what I had at the tea restaurant. His companion had already taken out the wrinkled banknotes. Seeing this, the salesman immediately greeted enthusiastically. Brother, try it. It's delicious and affordable. It's only 7 yuan. If you don't have enough rice, you can get more for free. It's enough to keep you full. Soon, a long queue formed in front of the stall, and workers lined up to buy lunch boxes. For a construction worker who earns more than 1,000 yuan a month, a lunch box that costs 7 yuan is actually not cheap. But it's much cheaper than eating out in a restaurant. In addition, you can get a hot and clean meal near the construction site. It's a box lunch with 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a serving of soup, which is quite tempting. A worker wearing a yellow safety helmet squatted on a cement pipe, pointing at his lunch box with chopsticks and speaking to his co-workers. I tried it yesterday, and it tastes much better than the street food restaurant. He took a big mouthful of rice and didn't even wipe off the rice grains that stuck to his stubble. Upon hearing this, the workers who were still watching around took out their crumpled banknotes and squeezed towards the stall. Because there were so many people, the first 500 lunch boxes delivered from the lunch box stall were sold out in a blink of an eye. The workers who were still queuing started to make a commotion when they saw that the lunch boxes were about to be sold out. Hey, how come it's sold out so quickly? We haven't even bought it yet. Don't worry. Guys, the younger brother in charge of sales quickly comforted them. A new truckload of lunch boxes will be arriving soon, just wait a few more minutes. Before he finished speaking, the sound of a tricycle was heard in the distance. A few young men were driving a tricycle loaded with lunch boxes and rushing towards them. When the workers saw this, they immediately smiled with joy. Such scenes are constantly being played out at various construction sites. The sales of boxed lunches were unexpectedly hot and they were sold out almost as soon as they were put on the shelves. Meanwhile, in the lunchbox kitchen on Rainbow Street, Tang Niu is leading 50 chefs and is busy making lunch boxes. Seeing the hot demand reported back from various construction sites, they had to speed up production. The guys in charge of liaison were running back and forth, and tricycles delivering lunch boxes formed a long queue at the canteen entrance. As soon as a full truck is taken away, an empty truck comes back to continue loading. The whole scene is busy and orderly. Today's plan is to produce 5,000 lunch boxes, but this is not an easy task. I started preparing at around 8 or 9 in the morning and was busy until 12:30 in the afternoon when I was basically done. In short, today's lunchbox business finally got off to a good start, and the sales were far beyond expectations. On Rainbow Street, Luo Tianhong, Wang Deqiang, and He Jinyan were patrolling back and forth with their younger brothers. Considering that today is the first day of the lunchbox business, they specially dispatched more than half of the staff. Not only were troops deployed on Rainbow Street, but they also had soldiers on duty on the roads leading to the 6 construction sites. Everyone was overjoyed when they learned that the lunchbox sales were so hot. At the same time, in Minghua headquarters, Ye Fan's personal office, Ye Fan gently closed a book called Fashion Design and placed it on the table. Professional books such as Modern Fashion Design and Research on Ancient Hanfu are also scattered on the table. Ye Fan took out a Marlboro cigarette, lit it, and closed his eyes to rest. Just now when he was studying these professional works, his clothing design attainments reached a new level. It has reached the Grandmaster level. Why did Ye Fan choose to study fashion design? There are profound considerations behind this. As a person who traveled from 2025 to the 1980s, he witnessed the huge aesthetic difference between the two eras. The clothing designs of the 1980s were simply tacky in his eyes. It is completely incomparable with the novel styles and avant-garde designs of future clothing. Even the world's famous brands and luxury goods at that time had no aesthetic appeal in his eyes. Ye Fan was keenly aware that the clothing industry held huge business opportunities. In this era, it would be great if we could launch clothing that conforms to future aesthetics. Not only can it generate huge profits, but it can also create a large number of employment opportunities. He plans to train his own team of younger brothers through the clothing business. These younger employees can not only create value for him, but also become his right-hand men, which is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ye Fan's grander vision is to create a world-class clothing brand. He also attaches great importance to the revival of Hanfu culture. Because in 2025, although China has become one of the world's powers in areas such as economy and military, but in the cultural field, it is still oppressed and dominated by the West. He hoped to start promoting the revival of Chinese culture in the 1980s. The first manifestation of cultural revival is clothing, so the revival of Hanfu is a very important link. This special historical background provided him with an excellent historical opportunity to realize his ideal of cultural renaissance. With the advantage of being a time traveler, Ye Fan knows the essence of clothing design for the next few decades. He plans to design the brand himself first, and then hand it over to his close friends after the brand is established. By then, the fashion empire endorsed by celebrities and promoted by film and television will surely lead the aesthetic trend of the entire era. Of course, Ye Fan's ambition goes far beyond the clothing industry. This is just one part of his grand blueprint. As a time traveler, he knows very well that film and television are an important way to spread culture. He knew that since the 1980s, the mainland's film and television industry has been flooded with a large number of film and television works that glorify the Qing dynasty. Many of these were supported by the remnant Manchu forces. They want to subtly distort young people's aesthetic perception and glorify the Qing dynasty. Post views, 37.